And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Well, everybody, it's Starbase time again for another event. This time, the second Wet Dress Rehearsal of Boost 11 and Shoot 29 for Flight 4 of Starship, which is currently scheduled for June the 5th. And if this goes well, then we can get excited. If they have to redo it, we might have to reassess the launch date, but I think we're all confident this time they will complete, as in complete successfully, the Wet Dress Rehearsal to set the prelude, to set the stage, I should say, for the fourth flight of the world's largest ever rocket built, which is never going to get bored with me because it's a really cool thing to watch. First of all, let me introduce who we've got on with us. We've got Adrian on. Say hello, Adrian.
Hello, everybody, and yeah, it kind of feels cool that you can say in the intro, yeah, we are targeting right now June 5th. I don't know, that feels good to me. Looking forward to get some more SpaceX action the next 2 days.
It does. And also, luckily, you happy people, we've got Alex with us. Hello, Alex.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Just, a lot of people are already busy, and so I had to fill in.
So this is interesting. We have Starship in the view here right now, Flight 4, a great view of the bigger rocket. But we may also have an additional stream piped into this stream from the Cape, because Max and the gang are out there at Slick 40 covering the Starlink launch that's coming up. It was scheduled to be happening around, what was it, Alex?
23 minutes from now.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. We were looking forward to basically going live at Starbase and going over to the T-minus 20-minute event, but then SpaceX delayed the Starlink launch to what T0 time we were looking at now, Alex?
Well, right now it kind of looks like 8:29, but they said just very recently on Twitter, X, you know, the whole deal. They say teams are assessing a new launch time for today's Starlink mission from Florida. The 8:29 sort of AM time, we're getting it essentially from their website. It just says usually on like the links and things like that, their times. It doesn't say explicitly on the website, but there are other ways to figure these things out. And so that's essentially how we know they may be targeting that time, but they don't say an exact time. So they may be having some troubles that we don't know about. They haven't really specified why yesterday they delayed the launch. They scrubbed that yesterday, but in the meantime, we'll have Starbase action. So come for Starlink, go for Starbase, I guess.
It's interesting because this is almost like a sign of the future. I really do think that in the future, a lot of our live streams will be multiple events because the way the cadence is picking up. And it'd be really cool if one day in the future, we'll be doing this scenario where we're showing Starbase and showing the Cape, and they're both Starship launches. Because that's possible. We could have one Starbase, we could have one at 39A, and we could be split screening the two rockets. And that would be immense fun when that happens. And it's very much a thing of reality where the cadence of Starship is going to pick up past what we're seeing with the Starlinks, which is crazy as it is already. And then we're going to get the split screen, but both of the same rockets. So I'm looking forward to that. By the way, if you've got any questions in chat, I know you've had questions all day, so don't be shy. Do want a space flight in chat with your question. It'll go up into our panel and we'll read them out and we'll try and answer them best we can. So that's the way to do it with the questions. Let's go back to Starbase and just make sure everyone's apprised, because a lot of people have been asking when this stream came up, and rightly so, because they're maybe not watching it every single day or keeping up with it every single day. Why are they doing a second wet dress rehearsal? Alex, do you want to have a go on that one as well?
Yeah, so the the straight answer as to why, we don't really know, right? That's sort of the short straight answer to that. But we saw, like, at the point of that wet dress rehearsal, we did see that there was essentially what appeared to be not the usual signs of, the T minus 10-second point that they always reach for these wet dress rehearsals. When they go through a wet dress rehearsal, they essentially go through the whole countdown, and but they stop at the point of where the deluge system will activate and the engines will ignite, which is at T minus 10 seconds. But there are other things that happen before that. And so, for example, we see sometimes the detonation suppression system activating around T minus 25 seconds. We did not see that this last wet dress rehearsal attempt. So, of course, we saw the whole propellant sequence. We saw the whole full stack Frosty. And we thought, okay, well, they're done. It's cool, right? Oh, well, we didn't have a detonation suppression system test, but it's okay. Now, in hindsight, they're doing this test today again. It probably meant that, they were within the last few minutes of that simulated countdown, and they did not get through that last few minutes. And to be fair, those last few minutes are probably the times where, tanks pressurized for flight, they go into internal power and things like that. It's what they call the terminal count, if you will, right? For example, that's a very important step. I'm gonna mention it. Shuttle. That was a very important step in the terminal count when you went into that T minus 9 minute. I think it was T minus 9 minutes, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So when you went into that past that point, you went into the terminal count. Things started to pressurize. Things will activate and things like that, like the APUs and whatnot, all that stuff.
Yep.
So that was a very important step in the count. Falcon 9, very similarly, around T minus 7 minutes. You got engine chill, strong back retract, then you got into the final propellant load sequence. FTS is armed. They go through all of these final things at the end, and you might think, well, if they didn't get through the whole, like, the last few minutes, it's okay. They can wing it and just go through the whole launch sequence on launch day, and then see if it works. But perhaps the SpaceX just doesn't want to do that. They want to take it safely. And so today we have an evacuation in place for Mary, right? She tweeted on X about the evacuation at 7 a.m. So obviously, they don't evacuate for a partial test or anything like it. That's only for a wet dress rehearsal. So that's what we're looking out for today. And that's pretty much it. Like, the why are they repeating it? We don't know. But there are a lot of signs that indicate that perhaps they didn't get through the entire thing, and it's always good to retest things just to make sure that it works.
You brought up the shuttle timeline, and I can't let that go without me joining in on that one. You're absolutely correct as well, by the way. The space shuttle was a 3-day countdown. It was quite intense. The tanking took forever with the external tank, and there were so many checks conducted. The business end was coming out of T minus 9 minute hold. And wow, did they go through a lot of things. They were just rolling off all the checks. And if they had a problem during a T minus 9 minute hold, they had about 4 minutes, usually for the ISS missions because of the window. They had about 4 minutes to play with. And there was a few occasions where they had an issue and they were trying to resolve it. I remember the gaseous vent hood, which they didn't confirm was out of the way. So they were moving cameras holding at T minus 31 seconds. And then basically with 2 seconds to go, they said, pick up the count. And it got really intense and they got it off. And it was pretty incredible. They were stressful. The space shuttle countdowns and launches were super stressful. I've not had that feeling since. Even with the crewed launch with Dragons, you just know it's a lot more safe. And oh, my word. Thinking back to it, my heart was pounding.
I love how that is very much also copy pastable to SLS, because if you remember SLS and the second countdown, everybody kind of thought it wouldn't go first, because the general expectation, especially in very informed SLS people, was like they will probably take one time for the last 4 minutes, because the last 4 minutes of SLS are also, well, kind of hell to get through. And like everybody expected, okay, this time they will get to 4 minutes, and somewhere in there will probably be an issue. And then they went through it, but it was crazy because we had, and if you have not watched that, I think that's one of the best 4 minutes on that we have ever put out on this channel, because it's just Philip's Loss talking you through the countdown, and I think that was magical. So if you ever want to hear like how crazy that SLS countdown is, just listen to our first Artemis 1 launch stream and just enjoy Philip talking you through it. It's, I think, one of the best content we have ever done. Philip, especially.
Yeah. It is very active, and yeah, SLS is essentially like a shuttle, but it's, it doesn't have wings, right? Because the whole terminal count is pretty much the same, where you have to activate. It even has APUs as well. Like you have to activate the core APUs and whatnot. You have to activate a lot of things. You have to bring up the tanks to pressure, activate the flight termination system, all the firing chain and everything. Like you have to do so many things in those last few minutes, and that is true for every rocket. Every rocket, it's either it takes 3 days, whether it takes 3 days to get ready, or it takes 35 minutes, just like Falcon 9, right, where it's like just 30 minutes or so of propellant load. Even though that's the case, still the last few minutes are the most active ones. You get a lot of things going on there, especially when you have a Dragon on Falcon 9, because they also need to go internal on Dragon. The computers between Dragon and Falcon need to be aligned. They have a lot of things going on, even more when they have a Dragon on top of Falcon 9. So it's always cool to hear them, when we have a crew mission and they have all of those comms nets, everything. It's always cool.
Quick thanks to some people in chat already. Again, thanks for your support. It is done for the community as a whole. If you're the first time you're here, I know someone was asking where I came from because they recognised the accent. Yeah, I'm from York, in Yorkshire. And that obviously indication someone's probably not been on a stream before. I've not heard me, at least, on a stream before. And if you are new here, welcome. You're very much welcome here. We do this for everybody. But I want to thank the people who support us as well. Astro Levels Newell, nephew, sorry, that was a mouthful, wasn't it? Became a Red Team member. Thank you very much for your support. Coco Cat gifted a Red Team membership, as did Westy the Third gifted a Red Team membership, who was at the UK meetup recently, which was a great success, great fun. A lot of people came and we all enjoyed ourselves, and all 3 people on here were at that event as well.
I still can't believe it.
Go on,
in
Alex.
person.
Yeah.
It's like he's real.
Real people. Look, you can touch them. They've got substance. It's unreal. Yeah. We've got a lot of questions here. First of all, I like... Oh, Alex did an ooh. Alex Ruptin for new. What was the ooh?
Are we piping that vent? I'm hearing a really loud vent. I think it's the rocket.
Yeah, I think this is so what's happening probably right now is there's ambient pressure inside the rocket, right? And at some point before they start fueling and before they start going into operations, they reduce the pressurization, stabilization pressure inside the rocket and basically bring it into countdown. Interesting also, what we will observe at some point here is the opening of the chopsticks, because the chopsticks here are still closed, and if they are going for a similar step than they did with the last Wet Dress Rehearsal, we will see an opening of them as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
It's actually because it's probably one I need to ask first because it was our intro music, but a lot of people do like it. This comes from Little, who says, honestly, this tune gets me so hyped. Who wrote this tune? Who's the genius we should be crediting? I'll have to ask Jack. Jack was one who licensed it and then did all the video around it, which is a really cool intro. I think there would be, rightly so, a riot if we changed it or changed the theme tune or whatever. So luckily we have the license to it. I know some people said they heard it on a US soap commercial once, but that's because they licensed a version of it as well. They weren't stealing our theme tune. It's literally done by someone else who we licensed it from. I will find out from Jack next time I speak to him, and I'll let you know. We've got a question from Ship25. Adrian, do you want to take this one? Ship25 asks, where do you think they will test ships at KSC?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because I wonder, so we know they are going for multiple pad areas, right? And some of them are still not fully built out. I wonder if they will construct like an additional test area. I do not think it will be stuff like Roberts Road. It needs to be in a test, like in a pad area, because testing at Roberts Road, there's other things going on at Roberts Road, right? There's the whole Falcon 9 processing and everything. You cannot just test the rocket there. I honestly, it has to be another pad. I do not think they would use 39A, probably, because that would basically stop them from operating on 39A all day. Although, I mean, once it's built, they don't need to access it all day. It could be on a pad, but it's a good question where they will test ships. I think realistically we will see some sort of Massey's-like test area somewhere at the Cape at one of the pad infrastructures they're constructing there.
Well, the interesting thing is we've seen how big Roberts Road is on our KSC flyovers already, and they're looking to expand it probably twice-fold. It looks like the expansion area is absolutely huge. So when you've got that huge facility, I wonder if there is an area maybe in the corner. Am I just making it up as I go along? Because it is going to be a huge facility, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that they could maybe, because it's also sort of remote in the sense that I think the closest location is like about a mile. Like the road, the main road at Kennedy is about a mile from that location. I don't know, like I may be misremembering, but there could be a possibility there where they just, go and say, okay, we'll do like Roberts Road and we'll do, yeah, it's about 1 kilometer or so. I'm looking now on Google Maps. Yeah, they could probably do cryos at Roberts Road, for example. Those are not really that big of a deal, I guess. Static fires, though, those will have to be probably at the pad. For the booster, it's easy because they're gonna have the OLM, of course. For the ship, they can always try and have like a separate test stand that is nearby, so to speak. Right, that could be a way of solving that. Sort of like their version of suborbital pad B, I guess, which is no longer at Starbase because now they have Massey's, but unfortunately they don't have that kind of, privilege at Kennedy Space Center because it's there's a lot of things around everywhere. So we'll see what they do.
I think the cool thing is in Max and Julia and Dee's flyover videos and photographs, you get an idea of your bearings because some of the shots, there's a lot of close-up shots for all the details and all the things that are out there, like tower segments, and the chopsticks are still there and what have you. But also the distance shots show the VAB just down the road. It's just down the road. It really is quite close. And that, the first time I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness, is that where Roberts Road is? Because it is pretty close. So there's a lot of capability there where they could utilize it because there have been rumors over the years almost of potential use of a high bay in the VAB for SpaceX. I wonder if they'll ever use that as an interim point for ships that are just basically waiting, lining up to go to the pad, because eventually it'll have potentially Slick 39B or Slick 50, and then more in the future because it's going to take a long time. It's not shelf, but it's backburnered now. The Slick, was it 40? I'm thinking of? No, 49.
Yeah, C49.
Yeah, potentially, this is what the KSC guy said. The plan for 49 was 6 towers. 6 towers. I mean, just we rendered it. In fact, Jay DeShelter rendered it for us. It was like 3 groups of 2, like Starbase would be with the 2, but times 3. That blows my mind. That is long distance away now, obviously. It would be able to even start constructing it now, but because they're working through the environmental situation, it's going to take a while time. I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I'm very excited about KSC Starship, and I've seen Max in the back room, and Max is going to have a lot of fun with this. Max has got a great future covering Starship from KSC because it's going to be so much fun. So
it's going to have to live at the press site.
Well, I tell you what, if he doesn't want to do that, I'll quite happily get a sleeping bag and do that. Because when I see Max, we did the little tour with the cameras for the Starlink scrub yesterday, and we saw where Max and the gang were in relation to the car park for the turn basin, and I know where everything is then. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, I would absolutely pull my right arm off to be able to be just there, because that is an amazing place to be. So yeah, I can imagine a lot of fun to be had there. Right, rabbit hole, let's get out of it and move back to Starbase because we have more questions. I like this one because we can ask everybody this one and just get a general opinion. And that is Retrospace, who asks, how successful do you think this flight will be? I will start. I'm thinking that we will get more of a re-entry at the very least from the ship, because the fact that it survived so long with its bottom, shall we say, the aft, I don't know why it's a bottom, the aft of the vehicle pointing down towards it, it was really out of attitude. I was surprised it lasted so long. The potential of it coming back with the right attitude this time, and with the plasma views via the outside camera and the downlink from Starlink, is so exciting to me. I go back to Space Shuttle, we never saw that from the outside of the Space Shuttle. It's a much larger base of area for ships, so that's why they've got more capability to show it. And obviously with the Starlink downlink, they've got the communication still intact. The potential of a plasma re-entry all the way down is absolutely mind-blowing to me. The secondary objective is a soft water landing on the Gulf, where they do a simulated catch with a virtual tower in the ocean. And if that all goes very well, then the potential at Flight 5 will be a return to the launch site for a catch by the chopsticks is on. I don't know if they'll take it, but it's on. So I'm hoping that we get both. I will be saying it's still a very much good milestone if they get just further in re-entry and they get more controlled on the landing. It doesn't have to necessarily be absolutely perfect for me. Just progress. We're seeing progress from 1 to 2 to 3. If we get progress getting 4, I'm happy. What do you think, Adrian?
Good question. So I think for me the minimum requirement is more than 2 Raptors lighting for the landing burn. I think that's very important. Like, they need to get the booster part down, I think, relatively soon, because the first, if they get that down, that helps them to already get to this cost saving monster, right? They get to this situation where if they get to save the booster very, very soon, they save 33 Raptors. They save the whole, most of the steel material. That's good. So I think that's really the one I'm watching for. With ship, honestly, I expect them to have a bit more issues with re-entry. I try to temper my expectation there a bit. I would be very surprised if they get all the way through re-entry in the next flight. I think I'm giving them the wiggle room to take 2-3 more attempts for that, and I think that's very much fine. So yeah, that's my expectation. I think ship will look kind of the same, maybe with a proper attitude control, and I hope the booster gets all the way to landing burn proper.
Alex, what do you think?
Well, I'm worried about the whole filtering stuff that they have with the booster, right? And trying to get it back in one piece. Because, even the boost back burn, we all thought that it was kind of right. There were all these theories about, well, maybe those 6 engines shut down so that it will start the flip to be able to, go engines first and things like that. But it turns out that it was all about the whole blockage and things like that. So I don't know, not just start up more than 2 engines on landing burn, but I really hope they get also the full boost back burn and then go for the landing burn as well. We'll have to just wait and see what happens, but I'm really, it will be a very unfortunate day, I guess, for Booster 11 if it were not able to do better than Booster 10. And then Ship 29, well, I have a little more hopes because they have introduced more redundancy on those roll control thrusters. So I think at the very least they're going to get the attitude control issues right, and they're probably going to be re-entering on the right attitude. That's my expectation at the very least. After that, of course, I want to get them done, through the whole re-entry and seeing a flip of a ship after so many years. It's been 4 years since SN15, because that was May 5th, 2021, excuse me. It's been 3 years, not 4. So it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen one of those flips. Now we will see it from the flap cam, the same way that we saw the whole re-entry on Flight 3, right? But now with the flip, it will be awesome if they actually get through all of that. I cannot wait to see that.
We've actually got a question about the filtration, so I'm probably going to keep on with this just for a second. I want to quickly thank Bideford, who gifted Red Team membership, 5 Red Team memberships. Bideford's another regular. Paul Dawson, a regular, gifted Red Team membership. And Jax Oliver, I like this. Breaking news, Starlink 660 isn't the only thing with a payload. We are expecting a future Space Stone NSF member in the making. Congratulations, Jack and family. Well done. That's awesome. I saw that in the corner of my eye. I thought, oh, that's really nice. That's really cool. The question I've got related to what Alex was just talking about was from Death Ruddles, which is a very inventive name. There's lots of very inventive names on YouTube, and I tend to see them in the panel. Do you think there is any inference that can be made from the filter blockage happening towards the latter elements of each stage? For example, empty tanks, more conductive to ice form? What do we think about that one? I think that's an Alex question, definitely.
I'll have to read it again.
Yeah.
There's the later elements in each stage, for example, empty tanks more conducive. You know, the problem is we don't really know what is clogging the filters, right? At least officially. There's been so many theories out there. We actually were talking about that when we were on the Leicester meeting. We were sort of thinking that it may be debris, it may be ice, and if it's ice, what kind of ice? Is it from like the humidity inside of the tanks before they start the propellant load? Is it because potentially they're using like the exhaust from the pre-burners and you have ice from the water and the CO2 because it's part of the exhaust out of the pre-burners? So it's like there's so many ways that you can get, you know, clogged stuff on your rocket, that both in the filters and also on the valves on your roll thrusters, which was the attitude control issues on Ship 28. There's so many ways, right? And so we don't really know. SpaceX hasn't said. So right now, I just think it will be a lot of work to try to figure this out this way, without really knowing officially what else is going on there. They need filtration on every system where you have plumbing. You always need filtration, because you can have a bad day where you forget like some kind of I don't know, screwdriver or something like that on your tank, whoever, right? So you always have these screens. There's like this big thing. There's probably pictures out there from Mary. I remember there was this time where they brought a big anti-vortex device, which is this big boxy thing that you put on the bottom of the methane tank, which has a lot of filters on it. You can see all the screens and filters and whatnot, and it's this big bulky thing that is at the bottom of the tank to filter everything that goes into the transfer tube. And it's, you know, it also avoids vortex on your liquid as you drain back the methane and everything from your tank. So it's a very big, complicated thing. In this case, we know that it happened on the liquid oxygen tank, because that's what SpaceX talked. So it's something that is only specific to the oxygen tank, as far as we know. Because also, the blockage on the thrusters on Ship 28, those roll thrusters are on the oxygen tank. On Ship 29, they're still on the oxygen tank, but the backup thrusters are on the methane tank. So whatever is happening with clogging, it is only happening on the oxidizer tank, on the oxygen tank, on both the booster and the ship. So if it is something related with a humidity or something like that, it's quite a coincidence that it only happened on the oxidizer tank rather than being on the methane tank. Because if it were to be humidity, there's the same chances of it happening on both, if you think about it. So there must be something specific to just the oxygen tank.
Very good.
I'll leave it.
I've just seen a question from Peter Davis saying, are we ever going to see Crispy on a flame change? No, not anytime soon. I used to do NSF Live, the original OG version of it. But yeah, I think we've got far more talented people who can be on camera while answering questions. I'm far more comfortable in front of a microphone without a camera stuck in my face. As anyone in the UK meetup will probably attest to, because I was like looking at a room full of about 100 people, all with their cameras pointing at me. I was like, what the heck's going on here? There's eyeballs and cameras pointing at me. This is like surreal. I'm fine with a big stream of thousands of people, but a room of 100 people with people staring at your eyes is kind of like, whoa, this is different. So anyway, enough of that. I mean, I will do one day. I'm not exactly, shy, as you can probably gather. But yeah, we've got far more talented people. Jack and EJ and Alex and Adrian, people like that are much better on TV, as I would say, than I am. So that's why I don't bother. I'll leave it to the talent. Anyway, enough of that. Speaking of talent, I do believe we're going to do a handover where Adrian is going to host, and we have the glorious tones of Mr. Trevor Sesnick joining us. Trevor, are you with us?
I am with us.
Very
Good
good.
morning.
And on that bombshell, I will say, Adrian, all over to you, and I'll be back on later. So have a good fun stream with the two rockets, everybody. Bye.
Bye, and thanks for being on, Chris. And this is where I take over, and you now have, I would say, we have a pretty good lineup here to talk about everything Starship and Falcon. I think if you have any questions, no shuttle questions. The shuttle questions are now officially off the menu. It's the SpaceX rocket time now. Yeah, welcome, Trevor. I think the best thing we can do right now is ask Alex to quickly recap what's going on here and in Boca Land to make sure you're up to speed here, and then we will just dive right into questions. So, Alex, do you mind giving Trevor and everybody that just joined a quick rundown of where we are?
Yeah, so we're right now on the Wet Dress Rehearsal, I guess, of Ship 29 and Booster 11. It's attempt number 2. We already have the first attempt on May 20th, if I remember correctly. That was last Monday. Not yesterday, but the previous week. And so the road is closed. The pad is being cleared or already cleared. I don't fully remember, to be fair, because ever since we were live, I kind of been looking at other stuff, which is precisely the whole tank farm conditioning. We know there's a very, very peculiar vent that indicates when sort of that activity starts, which is the Pope vent. So we call it like that because it's this big vertical white plume that comes from one of the vents on the overall tank farm. And so it kind of looks like when they choose a Pope and they have the white fumes and everything from the chimney. So it's that vent that we're waiting now to sort of kickstart that conditioning of the tank farm. Very, very early. We're right now very early, but it's a long process. The countdown of a Starship launch it's a very long process. It could be worse though. We were talking before about how shuttle is like 3 days. SLS is also 3 days. We will not have a 3-day stream. I'm guessing for this kind of stuff. But yeah, that's where we are right now. Road closed. We know there's an evacuation today, so we know there's going to be a wet dress rehearsal because they don't evacuate. There's that road closure. They don't evacuate for a partial test or GSE testing or something like that. There's also that roadblock up at Esperson Street. I don't fully remember the whole name of the street, but there you go. That's from a riverside there. Essentially, the last road before you go into Starbase proper, and that's essentially the thing that also indicates when we have a wet dress, is they do the same roadblocks for launch. So on wet dress rehearsal, they go through the whole entire sequence up until the whole countdown sequence up until T-10 seconds. So obviously because of that, they also close the roads at the same locations that they do for a launch. So all the things that we might look out for, you mentioned that before earlier in the stream, Adrian, for example, opening the chopsticks and things like that. We usually tend to see those epic shots of the, full stack launch tower with open chopsticks and everything. It's always cool to see that. Kind of looks like it's about to hug the the full stack. So yeah, we're right now just waiting for that start of the conditioning of the tank farm and see where we are in the process. Because once that kickstarts, we can get some sort of estimate of what kind of potential TCO they're targeting. Because it's a rehearsal, right? So you kind of need a notional or sort of simulated T0 to shoot for when you do these kind of things. So we're probably going to get some of that as we go forward. I already have my spreadsheets ready.
There we go. I hope you're up to speed now, Trevor. That was
Yes, insightful from Alex as always.
Oh, by the way, quick news for you all, because we also have the Starlink that is happening right now. That has delayed again. It's now net, I think, 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah, at the very earliest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Around 9:30.
Something going on. Like the Starlink is just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
No-
weird
not
because SpaceX's website doesn't list a T0. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just
it's
coming from the stream start time.
yes.
yeah. It's so weird because we had the whole situation yesterday where it started to slip, if you remember, right? Where it just went all through the window. And we are now kind of in the same situation again, where it's just started to slip through the window. It's interesting.
But yeah,
I don't know what's going on there.
yesterday it scrubbed. Now they're having this sort of untitled time of launch. It's like, okay, whatever. Launch opportunities are available until 11:28 a.m. Eastern. Cool, but we'll see.
Yep, absolutely. Let's start with some questions here. Trevor, I'm throwing this first one here to you. Tomingan asking thoughts on the whole hot stage ring jettison. I can't see how it will not hit the booster. So, what's your thought on this whole news that they will just jettison the hot stage ring?
Well, it's really not all that surprising since we saw documentation that SpaceX was going to, or was at least thinking of this, with FCC documentation, I believe ahead of Flight 2.
FAA.
And yet we just, FAA, okay. I can never remember if it's
Yeah.
FAA or FCC. And even with that, we never saw any evidence suggesting that they did that on Flights 2 and 3. Right. More recently, Ryan Hansen has come up with the theory that on Flight 3 they did in fact jettison the hot staging ring. Oh,
Speaking of, the Pope vent has begun.
Nice.
So
Yes.
conditioning has started on the orbital tank farm.
yeah,
go.
bottom right hand corner for those who
Yep.
are wondering. So I don't think it's that surprising. And given that they're jettisoning and it seems like after the boost back burn, it seems like there wouldn't really be that much of an opportunity for the two objects to collide, but it'll certainly be interesting, and it's obviously not something that SpaceX is going to want to do going forward, right? Starship is not fully and rapidly reusable with the asterisk of, well, excluding this hot staging ring. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, I feel like so far it really seems they are going for. I think Chris B said that the other day. They're going for rapid before they go for reusable. Like they're first trying to get the cadence a bit down and understand this vehicle fast, and then they are really going into the fully reusable part. With the timing of the jettison, like I still think they jettison it during the flip after the boost back. Are there other thoughts? Because I think what will happen is they use the flip of the boost back to jettison it, because it's 2 seconds after boost back shutdown.
Yeah, like maybe they kick sort of like where they did on the hops, right? Where they had one engine running towards the end of the ascent portion, but then they used that engine and it's shut down. Like they kicked the engine to be able to initiate the belly flop. And so you flipped the whole they flipped the whole thing into horizontal position by kicking off the engine and as it was shutting down. So maybe they're gonna do that where they shut down all 13 engines at the same time they gimbal them to initiate the flip, and that inertia can then as the flip starts, then they they unclamp or like detach the clamps on the hot staging ring, and then the hot staging ring just gets flung out. That could be a way.
Yeah, right. Because it would be faster moving away than the booster is turning, because it's on the outside of the booster, right? So in theory, if you detach it while the fling is going on, it would fly away from the booster.
Yeah.
That's how I understand this.
There you go.
But I'm the least scientific person on this call right now.
It's essentially the same way that they were going to be doing stage separation on Flight 1 when they didn't have hot staging, and they were going to be doing the flip thing, and it will be like a kick of the whole full stack. You separate the ship, and then the ship like just flies away by inertia, and it just ignites its engines and flies off. That was the original stage separation method. Now it's the hot staging, which kind of looks a lot more cool, to be fair, and more elegant if you think about it.
I don't know. I'm really bummed we never got to see the
Me too.
kick in. kick
Yeah.
and separate, whatever. I don't. What would even the catchy name for it be?
The kick and stage.
Yeah,
I don't know. The
that
flip and
doesn't roll
stage.
off the tongue.
Flip stage, yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's the second biggest visual that we never got to see after SN11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still sometimes wake up in the morning and I'm sad that I didn't see how SN11 exploded.
And there's the thing as well is that if you think about it, the whole booster needs to flip the other way, right? Because when they start the boost back burn, the forward end is pointing back at the at Starbase, so to speak, right? It's pointing west, and you have your engines pointing east, so that it is boosting back. But when you go, when you have to re-enter, the whole booster needs to then rotate another 180 degrees so that the engines face the the other side, because now it's going the other way, so it needs to rotate, so it needs to flip, that's for sure. And probably the best way to do the whole separation of the hot staging ring is precisely when it's starting that flip and doing all of that. There's also no atmospheric drag up there, or like there's some, but it's very minimal because it's about 100 kilometers high up, so you don't really have the whole problem of, oh, there's gonna be aerodynamics involved here, and so they could recontact. The thing that worries me, so to speak, worries in quotes there, is if they don't time right the whole shutdown and separation, there could be a situation here of Falcon 1 Flight 3 situation where they kick up as as they separate, and maybe there's some residual thrust on the engines, and it just kicks up back on the hot staging ring. That's my only concern. I think it could be a clear and clean kind of separation if they did it with a kick.
I wonder if they, like, not to completely over analyze this question, but I wonder if they really understand the pattern of residual thrust on Raptor at this point, because they test so many at McGregor, right? They at this point they have to have a proper understanding how Raptor behaves in terms of thrust producing after shutdown. Like, I cannot see a way that they don't know at this point. It would surprise me.
Well,
Unless there's like a factor in space.
Yeah, because the thing in space is that you can have the problem with Falcon 1 Flight 3 was precisely that you can have residual thrust, and because you are in space, you don't have the drag from the atmosphere and things like that, and so that little thrust that is residual, it still does a little bit of a push because you don't have drag to keep you back, right? And so when you're in the ground, they were testing all of these engines in the ground and things like that, and so it was a different behavior compared to how it was in space, and so that was sort of the problem that happened on Flight 3.
There we go. Let's see here. While we dive into more questions, and again, if you have more questions about this, tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat. And we also see the Pope vent now going full force, so they are spooling up the tank farm and getting ready for that line chill and everything. Like, everything is progressing well. So that's good.
After that should be the recondenser, which is to the left.
Yep.
Of that vent.
Yep, that's we are progressing here. It's kind of like they will now approach the tank farm step by step, and like then approach the booster and the ship step by step. We will also see at some point the subcoolers, which you can see here on the right side, getting frosty and everything. So get ready for a lot more clouds, as Kevin Michael Reed would call it. Trevor, I'm asking this to you. It's a very conceptual question that I don't have a good answer to. Khaled asking, why are so many rockets have 9 first stage engines like Falcon 9 now?
That's a good question. My guess would be that, right, you want to have this trade-off of not having too many engines, but having engine out capability. So that's one great thing about Falcon 9, where it can lose an engine basically right off the pad and still be able to complete its mission successfully. And if it's later in flight, Falcon 9 can lose, up to 2, maybe even 3 engines if it's late enough, and still be able to have those other engines throttle up enough to make it so that the mission is still successful. Now, of course, the extreme example of this is Starship, but then that kind of goes to the other end of complexity where there are just so many engines. And for Starship, it kind of makes sense since you want that super high thrust to weight ratio, and you want that super. You kind of want a lot of commonality, so a lot of engines made more sense for rather than a few larger ones. But I imagine 9 is just kind of that nice sweet spot of you have your engine out capability, but you don't have to deal with 30 engines.
There's also a little thing as well, which is it's very nice when you have 9 engines on your first stage, and now you can take one of them, make it, put a bigger nozzle on it, and put it on the second stage. And the thing
Yeah.
of doing that is that you have commonality on your rocket, because then you use the same fuel on both stages, but also the ratio of 1 to 9 is more or less what you need for your second stage. Like your second stage usually, especially if you're staging velocities around 2 kilometers per second, more or less, your second stage will probably need about a 1/9 of the thrust of your first stage. And so having the first stage be 9 engines, then that means that your second stage can do 1 engine of those 9, but optimized for vacuum. And so you have a that sort of ratio. It's very nice in that case. Also, if you're trying to make your rocket reusable and your first
I was
stage
gonna
wants to be
say,
landing,
yeah.
right? That ratio of 1 to 9 also works very well for landing, because then you don't need to throttle down as much for the landing burn. You can do 7 engines. New Glenn, for example, is doing 7 engines, but then you have to probably throttle down more your engine to be able to land, accordingly. In the case of Starship, its staging velocity is actually lower than Falcon 9, so the ratio is about 5.5. That's why it's like 33 engines on the first stage, 6 engines on the second stage. Once they go to 9 engines, the ship is going to be even larger. The staging velocity will be even lower. That's why they go to 9 engines, versus 6 and 3, and they're going to be probably 33 engines still on the first stage. So that's sort of the things as well. Those ratios of engines between first and second stages are really important for a lot of things, including reusability as well.
Plus,
Absolutely.
just having
Go ahead.
the location of the engines is also pretty nice when you have 9, where you can have obviously the center one for landing, but then also if you want 2 outer engines for higher thrust burns like we see SpaceX doing. So it's just a pretty good number.
Yeah, it's just the reusability number, you could almost call it, right? It's
Unless you're
and
ABL.
unless you're able. Yeah. But I remember Jim Bridenstine was on, I think it was off Nominal, where he talked about how SpaceX. So there was some worry in the early stages of Falcon 9 at NASA, where they were like, too many engines make a system too complex. And Bridenstine talked about how SpaceX had to prove that it's actually the right thing to do. And they did that. Like it was just an open discussion between NASA and SpaceX. And SpaceX proved that that was the right thing they want to chase and want to do it. And that was a kind of interesting approach to this, because previously to SpaceX, having multiple engines was kind of seen bad, right? We had the whole N1 situation, and everybody after that always thought like too many engines is probably not a good idea. So it's kind of a change of narrative, which is interesting. Anyway, let's dive into some support here that we received, starting with the Nerdy One gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that, and I hope everybody here enjoys that and the perks that they get with that. And then we also have Telstar86 gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you, Telstar. And we have Luca with a super chat saying, anyone hating on Ship 26 is huffing copium. What do you think HLS or tankers will look like? Well, HLS hopefully will look white, and tankers hopefully will be reusable. So I hope they don't look like Ship 26, because that would be bad. That's my take on this.
Yeah.
If SpaceX is expending tankers, the Starship program has not been the
That
biggest
will be
success.
Yeah, that will be
like that's
bad
the
if they.
issue.
Yeah, I think people confuse the tankers by the propellant stations, which are going to be staying in orbit, but the tankers need to go up and then come back down and be reused, because those are going to be only worth for just hauling propellant up. If you're launching propellant and then expending the thing that launched the propellant up in space, that's going to be a really expensive refueling flight. So you really need to have those tankers come back. So yeah, that's sort of the thing. HLS will also not look like Ship 26, because by that time we're probably going to have version 2, block 2, whatever you want to call it. So yeah. And there's also many other things to talk about Ship 26 and why it is not a tanker, an HLS mock-up, or whatever you want to call it. There's many things. We've already explained all of those
Yeah, I
in
think
multiple streams and videos before, so you can watch
I
those.
still I still go with my theory. It's just a manufacturing prototype. It's
Yeah.
just a manufacturing, like testing different things. It's kind of like a Frankenchip where they just add everything to it and just see what is
As
interesting.
much as I hate it, though, it seems like SpaceX has been able to learn a lot from it. Like you said, the manufacturing side, and then it was the first ship with electric TVC, then adding all the stringers to it, and now doing testing at Massey's. So as much as I hate to say it, it definitely has a use, even if it is really ugly.
Yeah, it's really ugly, but it's certainly like a very, very useful ship. Like I cannot argue that away. I wish I could. Like I hate to say it.
It's like me.
But it's like it's very useful. Paul Dawson here. Hi guys, GSE question. Did the farm pumps get upgraded for horizontal tanks, considering how fast the last WDR test was? Awesome as always. Thanks, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had an upgrade on both pumps and subcoolers, right? In terms of capabilities.
That was before Flight 3, so that was already implemented on Flight 3. What we have now new for Flight 4 is the tanks that they're using for fueling the rocket are not the vertical ones. They still have 3 of them there, but they are already empty, and they are not being used today, and they will not be used for Flight 4 either. They only use now the horizontal tanks, the new, I think it's 9, and I don't remember now if it's like 4 for nitrogen and 5 for oxygen or the other way around, but I know like it's 5 and 4 for either nitrogen or oxygen. Methane tanks were already horizontal for for all 3 flights that we have had, and it'll still be horizontal tanks for Flight 4. But nitrogen and oxygen, they were using vertical tanks, and now they have these horizontal tanks that are being introduced. It will be this will be the second time that they use those tanks to be able to fuel the rocket, because they already used them for the Wet Dress Rehearsal attempt number 1 last week. So this will be the second time they use those.
Absolutely. And I mean we the cryo bunker, by the way, just spooled up. I saw the cryo bunker just venting, so more parts of the tank farms are waking up. There it is. So yeah, I think that's very close to the LOX subcooler system. So I think the next thing we will see is probably also part of the LOX subcooler system will spool up.
Yeah, we'll get all of that condensation and chill down. One of the things that I will say is that probably the reason why they are able to get a faster propellant load, it's faster, but it's like 4 minutes. The only thing though is that 4 minutes on a rocket that is 5,000 tons of propellant, that's a lot faster if you think about that, right? It's 4 minutes that they don't need to load anything, and it takes 4 minutes. So what I was gonna get to is that optimization, it looks more not about having new pumps, which again we haven't really seen them putting any new big hardware related to the pumping of the propellants, rather just on the storage of the propellants. But if you think about it, because they already launched, because they already had that data from Flight 3, they can then go in and optimize that countdown. We saw the same thing between Flight 1 and Flight 2, where Flight 1 had a certain propellant load sequence, and then Flight 2 had a little bit shorter of a propellant sequence, and it was a little bit different. It was optimized differently. So now they have that experience of Flight 3. They have already launched a full stack with those pumps and subcoolers. Now they are able to tweak how they load things here and there to be able to optimize the way that that the whole rocket is fueled, and it takes 4 minutes of it's 4 minutes faster. Just a bit of optimization there. But you get 4 minutes now, and then maybe 10 flights from now, it's like another 5 minutes shorter, things like that, right? And so when you think about that, you can get down to 30 minutes maybe of fuel load, and it's like, wow, 30 minutes. That's very short.
And I'm getting a warning here that we are too long on a one question here in the panel, Alex.
I'm sorry.
That's all good. Gareth Cole here with Super Chat saying, no question, just a bit of support. Great job, guys. And then we have Lumpy becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much, Lumpy. And Tone Dive Coyote, very regular name here, with a 10-pound Super Chat saying, for anti-slosh baffles in water jugs. That would be interesting. I love that idea. I love that. I will look at that. Andy also with a storm message here. In lieu of the NSF kills, I keep warm in this groovy hoodie. NSF community's the best. Love you all. And that's the full stack hoodie. Enjoy that. And I hope you enjoy it. And I also want to point out that we have a members multi-view up. So if you're a member of any tier, you can see the members multi-view on your YouTube membership section, where you can get all of these cameras cycling through. And of course, also you have SBL, which also shows you a few more cameras. So if you want more cameras, you have more screen estate that you can use it with more of that. So thank you so much, all. And I just wanted to mention that. And now we are going back into questions. Let's see. Trevor, Priscilla is asking, given the simulated tower catch test will be successful, when will SpaceX be able to refly a booster? What would you think would be the earliest date?
Refly.
Refly a booster.
That's a hard question.
Yes.
No, that's an easy question.
Right,
Come
like-
on, Trevor. You should answer it. Trying to be like Jack.
I mean, let's just keep in mind that SpaceX has not even gotten a booster to softly splash down in the ocean yet, let alone be caught. And once they catch one, I imagine on these early ones there'll be a non-trivial amount of refurbishment needed. So, who knows what all in the heat shield on the booster will need to be, modified, changed, refurbished, whatever. So I would say if you take into account that there's probably at least a 3-month turnaround between first, probably more, 3 to 6 months would be my guess for the first super heavy turnaround. Assuming that they catch one on Flight 5, which is a huge, huge if, then Flight 5 is probably about 2 months out, so maybe the start of next year, but that seems so optimistic to me, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I feel like catching this year I can see. Reusing, no. I think that there will be a huge gap between catching and reusing first, because they want to get all the data. They will look at these early reused boosters first carefully, and once we are more in an operational stage, then we will see actually reused boosters.
I'm thinking now about how cool it would be for them in terms of the engineering of catching the booster, recovering it, and being able to inspect it. Because it's arguably a very complex machine, right? It has 33 engines, a lot of plumbing everywhere, those pluggage problems that they have had as well. It will be so cool for, from the engineering standpoint of just being able to recovering one of these boosters and learn a lot about how it survived the re-entry and the flight and everything. That will be really cool. And how it could improve the reliability.
for a bit of comparison, the first Falcon 9 turnaround was 356.07 days, but there's a slight difference that we're expecting the first super
MO6.
heavy lands to be. There's that, but also, right, SpaceX had B1019 land before B1021, and they did a lot of testing on B1019. So they did like
Yeah.
a full duration static fire. I think that was at Slick 40, right? No, that's
No, they did a short static fire test at Slick 40, yes, with just a booster.
yeah.
But one of the things that I will expect though is also a very similar thing where they bring it back, they inspect it, they put it back on the pad, they static fire it, and try to see if it works. Like that will be probably the wisest thing for them to do, because that's the way that you can really prove that it can be reusable, right? Maybe the first one to catch, it's not going to be reused, just like they did with Falcon 9. But either way, you kind of want to get it tested after you bring it back. Like it just makes so much sense to just try to get it tested, get it, I believe they did that, in fact, with SN15, if you remember, when it landed, they put it back on the pad and they did a cryo, if I remember correctly. So they tested it after landing, and then they pull it out from the stand, and then they roll it back to the production site. But it just makes sense if you think about it. It's done a flight. Let's see how it endures after the flight and see what's possible in terms of reusability. That could be amazing.
I just saw a question here. Like I just want to grab that from the chat, because the question was basically, I just can't see why they just don't use legs. And I love this because like I sometimes fall into this thinking of like, wouldn't it be so much easier if they just use legs? And then you notice like they just don't want to go this way, because on the long term it saves them mass. It makes this vehicle more capable. Short term, it will probably be a pain, but
Yeah.
I just love this like there's an easy out, but they just don't take it.
Also,
You also
what
get
are what are
Oh, go
pins
ahead.
aside from landing legs that are just higher up on the vehicle?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
And you
mean,
have the
yeah, true.
benefit. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's kind of true. Like you have the pins are landing legs, right? They're just connecting to their ground part.
Yep.
And also you have less aerodynamic flow that is interrupted by landing legs on the side. You have less mass. Like it's so many advantages not having the landing legs in a classical sense. It's kind of crazy. And then again, in the end, probably there's no better company in the world that understands the influence of landing legs on orbital class rockets than SpaceX, because the data is kind of like nobody else has any data right now. So it's kind of helping them. Go ahead, Alex. You also have some points here.
Yeah, one of the other benefits of not having landing legs is you don't need to retract them, which is something that for Falcon 9 they tried to get it right. I would remember, now it's commonplace, right? But they really tried to get it done right, to be able to do the whole folding legs. But you still need some time to do all of that, right? Like you need to put the cap on the booster. Then they have these sort of wires that go down the booster. They clamp it on the legs, and then the wire comes up. It folds the leg up, and then you click. It's sort of like clicking it back on position, on the mount for the leg. You still have some processing time. If you can reduce that to just precisely 0, then you have a fully rapidly reusable rocket. You just land on the chopsticks. The chopsticks are also the thing that allow you to be able to put it back on the overall launch mount. You put it on the overall launch mount, fuel it, go. Like that's the mentality here. That's why I don't have any landing legs, and it's gonna take a lot of work, but that's how SpaceX goes, right? That's the sort of thing. Landing boosters also took a lot of years. If you remember, Grasshopper started in 2012. They didn't land their first booster until late 2015. And they didn't reuse a booster until early 2017. So it took 5 years just to get to the point of reusing a booster. And it probably took another 3 or 4 years until it was super commonplace that now expending a booster or not using a used booster, essentially when we have a new booster, it's like, whoa, it's a new booster, right? It's this kind of thing where it kind of seems weird. So it's gonna take years. It's not gonna be easy, but that's the whole point of this program. Nothing is easy.
Also what makes it exciting to watch.
Of course,
Trevor,
yes.
Trevor, without landing legs, how are they going to land on Moon and Mars?
They'll have to come up with the landing leg design for HLS and Mars. We've seen a little bit of this. Like, if you look at the HLS renders, there are landing legs, but you have no real idea like what they actually are. Like, they're obviously there, but you can't actually see them. So we don't have a great idea. I imagine that they'll want to go back to a fairly large landing leg diameter like they did on the Tintin style starship. So since you're not going to be landing on a nicely paved or concrete pad on lunar surface or on Mars, so that'll be interesting. I wouldn't be
So you,
surprised if we see a similar-ish landing leg design to that just has something huge.
so you expect like an external leg and not like one of these internal stubby legs that we saw in the early hops?
Yeah, it definitely has to be something more proper than that. Like those stubby little legs that we saw on the suborbital hops were great for landing on a concrete pad on Earth. That would not be very good when you're landing on the rough lunar or Martian surface.
Absolutely. I totally agree, by the way. I think we will see almost like a Falcon 9 style leg on the HLS type. Like these kind of triangular shaped legs. I feel like it's just a design that has worked. Also,
Certainly
you can
been successful in Falcon.
yeah, and I mean you can introduce a lot of redundancy in that with crash course and everything. Like it just helps you to make the landing and everything as redundant as possible. So that's kind of helping. So let's see here what we have in questions. Alex, Game Fusion is asking, the chopsticks will open, right? On the IFT2 Wet Dress Rehearsal, the chopsticks were spread out a little bit, but this time the chopsticks are connected.
Yeah, we don't really know. It doesn't really seem like it's a given. Like it doesn't really need to be there open, right? At the end of the day, they can just do the whole fueling sequence just as normal with the chopsticks closed. It's cool though when the chopsticks are open. Not gonna lie, we had that for Flight 3 and the wet dress attempt number 1 for Flight 4. But as they mentioned, we didn't have it for Flight 2. For Flight 2, they only opened just a little bit, but they didn't open the whole way. We'll have to just wait and see what they do today.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting that they're not open yet. We'll see what happens here. I mean, the whole tank farm is spooling up. I think we saw some action from the methane recondenser earlier.
It's already begun, the recondenser as well.
So that means both the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane side of the system are now active. The next thing we would expect is the cryo, the subcoolers to be filled with liquid nitrogen, which would then mean they get very frosty. So this is kind of the state we are right now. Kind of, you have to spool up all these different steps in the tank farm before you reach propellant load, and they are well progressing in these steps. It's going well so far. It's looking. Alex, do you have like a estimation of where we are in the countdown and what a simulated T0 would look like?
Well, I cannot really tell you right now because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really put down some of the things yet. Mostly because we're here talking and everything, but also because
Yeah, I understand.
I really need to also get updated a few things before I go into today's stuff. But I can tell you the Pope vent started around 6:38, 6:39, which is that one on the right there. The one on the left is the recondenser. Normally, it takes about 2 hours from Pope vent starting to OLM or tower vent. For full stack, it's usually the tower vent, the one that begins first. A little bit under 2 hours. It's 150 something, 1 hour 50 something minutes. When they go for the OLM vent, and tower vent. So think maybe 8:30 or so for OLM vent, and then it takes about another 40 minutes of chill down. So say 9, 10. So maybe T0 could be 10 a.m. Let's put it that way. I'm just eyeballing here. Like, I say 10 a.m. Don't take it like to the second. Take it as, there's like maybe 3 minutes, not 3 minutes, 30 minutes up and down, right? It could be maybe 9:30, maybe it could be 10:30. Again, I really need to go through the numbers here more, more professionally, I guess. But yeah, that's a very early estimate of when it might happen, around 10 a.m. more or less.
And just to update on you on the other mission that is happening right now with your Starlink 6-60, we have still not heard a new target from SpaceX. It seems like they're going around 9:30, but Eastern, I should say. So we will see for that. But as of now, we have not seen a new update from them, and the rocket is still on the pad. So that's that. Max is out in the field there and watching a rocket. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, they have launch opportunities available today until 11:28 Eastern time, so they still got a few hours in the window. So.
Yep, I hope they don't make us wait all the window, especially for the sanity of Max. That would be nice. Trevor, Luke is asking, so are we targeting June 5th for the launch? Is that correct?
Yes, we are. Well, we're not. SpaceX is. As of right now, everything is starting to look better for that date. We've started seeing a little bit of the regulatory side. Like I believe we saw some marine notices go out for June 5th. And then, of course, today we're seeing the launch rehearsal, which hopefully this goes to plan. So I think if today goes to plan, we'll start seeing a lot more of those signs. We expect a destack basically as soon as they're done with this test today so that they can do the final heat shield work on ship and then begin FTS installation on both booster and ship. But as of right now, it's looking good for June 5th at early morning, like the previous windows.
Yep,
Yeah, it's always the moment when we have on Starbase Live, we have this ominous countdown ticking down. That's when I'm starting to get nervous because, of course, we here at NSF do some things in preparation for this. So, like, as soon as this
things,
yeah, as soon as this countdown is ticking down, I'm getting nervous. So I'm looking forward to it. But we also have some stuff to do until then. So we'll see. I can also confirm I don't think we have yet confirmed that countdown to launch will return. I will leak this. I guess I can leak this. We want to bring countdown to launch back, which will start actually tomorrow, most likely at 3 p.m. Eastern. So starting tomorrow. Yeah, sorry, Kevin, I'm leaking it. So actually tomorrow we want to bring back countdown to launch. Probably every Wednesday, Monday, and Saturday until it launches, because of course on Friday you have the Flame Trench, on Tuesday and Thursdays you have Raptor sites, so you kind of get like everyday Starship. So unless Sunday we rest. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't even Chris B this time, Kevin, but I leaked it. I just leaked it. I'm
there
sorry.
You go. He leaked it.
Yep. But I hope you like that. We're getting that ready again. And with that, let's get into more questions. Alex, any more news on the anomaly with ship 31?
We really haven't seen anything about that. Only that it is at the high bay being worked on. other than that, we really haven't seen anything else.
Yeah, it's enjoying a vacation after being a very, very bad ship on a test stand. It's benched for now. HAL 9000 asking, Trevor, when do you think we will see a payload on Starship?
Certainly not until V2. As Alex and I have been talking about on the last few streams, now that we have confirmation that there's not an in-space Raptor relight demo on this flight, that's a good indication that they won't be going to an actual orbit on Flight 5. And given that they're not going for an actual orbit on Flight 5, already makes me think that they're probably not going to go to orbit with these version 1 ships. And if you're not going to orbit, then you're probably not going to have a payload on board. So hopefully, second or third V2 flight is when we start seeing Starship actually launching payloads. But it's very clear that SpaceX's objective has moved from trying to get Starship launching payloads as soon as possible to recovering these vehicles as soon as possible.
There we go. When do you think we will see V2 fly for the first time, Trevor? I'm asking the hard questions here.
I have
I have no idea either.
I have no idea, to be honest.
I mean, they could start stacking it soon, right? The high bay, the mega bay is now cleared of the welding pathfinder again. I mean, they could start the stacking of the first V2 Starship relatively soon. We have seen the fins. There's probably rings around for it. We could see it.
Yeah. There's a good chance, indeed.
It definitely seems like it's probably going to fly this year, would be my guess.
I mean, it also depends on if they will skip V1s, right? In theory, they could skip V1s. Depending on where they are on V2 progress. I think what I think right now is this flight, of course, will happen. The Ship 30 flight will happen. But after that, it kind of gets hard for me to predict. Like, will they fly 31 and 32? I'm not sure. So, we'll see.
If they were also going through a booster upgrade with Ship version 2, then I would be more inclined to say that they would just fly them anyway, since it's more re-entry data. But since, at least to this point, it seems like they would have to, they'll still be expending boosters at that point. That makes it harder to justify, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really trying to look at a crystal ball right now, right? Because we also don't know, can you put like Ship 33 on top of Booster 13? Like, we don't know the adapters and everything. We just don't know if they are compatible or if they have a hard version cut.
Yeah.
I would like to have a SpaceX press conference where I can ask these questions. Thank you.
No,
that would be amazing.
We got a Spaces anyways.
Oh yeah, we got Spaces, true. Once a year. Do you think the oh, that's an interesting one. Do you think the Flight 4 is going to be an absolute success? So basically, let's rephrase that because I know your answer of both of you. Where do you think both vehicles will fail? Who wants to start? What's the end point of both vehicles on the next flight?
Soft splashdown. I mean, I think
both.
I'm going to be optimistic and say booster reaches soft splashdown. I think ship gets to flip and burn, but probably has an issue with flip and burn. Right, this is something that SpaceX demonstrated once, and even on that one opportunity, they had some anomalies on the vehicle that we've learned about since. So, but that said, even if they reach those 2 points, there could still be other failures, there's no chance of this flight being an absolute success. There's still, and frankly, if it's an absolute success, I feel like they're not quite learning enough yet.
Yeah, like if it's completely successful, I think it was too conservative. Kinda the approach,
Yeah.
right? So, Alex, what's your opinion here on the optimism versus pessimism scale?
Oh boy. I don't know. See, the problem with these questions is that my only answer is like, I don't know. We'll get to the launch and see what happens and enjoy it. It's these kind of things where it's like, I don't know what to expect, right? If you ask me about a Falcon 9, of course I expect it to go right. But a Starship, it's weird because obviously you kind of hope that it's gonna get better, obviously. But then we also have the experience from I'm seeing now the chines are venting on booster 11, so that's indication of CO2 loading. Yep.
Yeah.
But we had, for example, on suborbital hops, SN8 got through the whole thing, right? Almost till the point of landing. But then SN9 didn't even ignite one of the engines, right? It needed to ignite 2 engines and only one ignited. So it was like a step backwards. And then SN10 kind of landed, right? And then it exploded. But then SN11 was again a step backwards. It exploded midair right at engine ignition instead of, doing the whole flip and landing. And then SN15 was another step forward where they did the landing. But it was also not fully because one of the engines shut down early. They had low fuel pressure. Like, it was so tight. It was so, back and forth. One step forward, one step backward, 2 step forward, like, right? It seems so weird. So it's just too hard for me to assume that every single flight going forward is going to be a step forward. It's something that I want to happen, obviously. Everybody wants that to happen. But I cannot really expect it just because of the previous experience. You never know, right? Booster 11 could fail the boost back burn, and ship.
True.
I don't know. Ship 29 may fail on the ascent portion. Like, who knows? We may have a flight where it's a step backwards. And to be fair, this is something that it's a very complex rocket. We shouldn't be assuming they already did the ascent portion twice with the 33 engines. We could have a flight in in the next few years or something where they also lose engines on the way up, on the booster or something like that, or on the ship or whatever, right? Like, just because we saw already 2 flights where they didn't lose engines on the way up doesn't mean that it's not going to happen anymore. See, for example, Falcon 9, where it also happened later into the life of Falcon 9 as well. So, just saying.
Absolutely. It's honestly, it's one of these things where so far we got, I think, very lucky that every single mission improved on the next one. That's not usual. That's there
it was
will
also
be
not
setbacks.
usual. Going back again to Falcon 1. First flight.
Oh yeah, true.
It lasted 30 seconds because the main engine on Falcon 1 they had this corroded nut and it just shut down 30 seconds into flight. Second flight, they got through the full first stage burn. They got into the second stage, it started tumbling, and then it shut down. It didn't reach orbit. Third flight, they got again through the full first stage, but then at stage separation, they bumped into the second stage, so they were not even able to fire the second stage and go, even attempt going into orbit. Fourth flight, they finally went into orbit. So that's sort of the thing here, where it's like, you never know. One of these flights might be a step backwards, and we gotta, that needs to be wired in everybody's brains, I guess. And maybe my previous experience already has that wired in, but for people that are newer, and this is probably like a smart kind of thing, old man kind of advice, really take into account that could happen. And this is a learning process. It's a very complex vehicle. It's a full reusable rocket, right? That hasn't been tried before. It's complicated. It's not gonna be easy. But it's always exciting seeing SpaceX go through the challenges.
Yep. For sure. Let me ask. Thanks for more support here. Starting with Fatley here saying, does the second orbital launch pad require a separate orbital tank farm, or will it share resources with OLP-1? Who wants to take this? We'll see a second orbital tank farm.
I don't
Maybe?
think we fully know yet. Yeah.
I'm
It's
sorry, I'm
def-
asking
So-
the easy question today.
People are noticing in chat already the chopsticks are opening, by the way, just
Oh yeah.
to make sure we mention it.
True.
Yeah,
There we go.
they're a little bit open. There you can see it.
Always looks fantastic.
Maybe there we go. And they
There
seem
we
to be
go.
opening a lot more than on Flight 2.
Look how fast they're opening.
Gosh. That heat shield just looks. I can't honestly. I can't get over how good the heat shield looks on ship 29 compared to the ships that have flown so far. Like that actually looks like a proper heat shield that could survive re-entry. And now that
Yeah.
I said that, I just jinxed it.
Yeah, thanks for jinxing, Trevor. Can we like make sure once we have the footage of it disintegrating during re-entry, we have like that line lying under it? Like that's also, it annoys me that they didn't replace these 3 tiles at the bottom.
Yeah. And there's probably some others that maybe need some testing, and it's fine. They have time. They have a week or so until launch, so they can work on those. You know, the heat shield is another challenge. We're talking right now of, step backwards. We may have a re-entry on ship 29, and it might go through, and then a later ship will not re-enter. They'll have an issue. Well, they're going to learn about that and make improvements. That's the whole, the whole thing with the SpaceX. Something fails? Okay, well, let's learn about it. Let's improve it and get it done. They thought, we always see this whole, conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, about whether heat shield tiles were the smart thing to do with Starship or not. And I always say, whether it's smart or not, they're gonna figure that out. Let them, bump into the rocks, kind of thing, right? Where you are trying to get down the road, and I tripped. Well, I can get up again and keep walking down that road, and maybe maybe after a few trips, with a few rocks, you get like, maybe I'm not in the right road, and so you turn back and take another road and try something else. That's how it works, and that's how SpaceX works. They do that the whole time. Pain recovery with Falcon 9, remember? Let's put bouncy castles or nets and things like that, and then they were
God.
like, let's just recover them from the ocean. It doesn't
love-
really need to be that way.
I absolutely love how the Falcon fairing recovery program went from like just kind of a failure when they were trying to catch. Like, I mean, they caught what, 5 or 6 fairing halves ever, and to now they recover over like 98% of fairings, and over 90% of fairings are flight proven. It's been
kinda
an
crazy.
impressive turnaround.
I want to be in that one meeting where they just noticed, wait, we don't need to catch it. Like
Yeah.
like after trying for a year and a half to catch it, somebody in the meeting went like, why are we catching it?
There's a
Yeah.
part of me that misses the catching because it was like so ludicrous, but then
It was epic, yeah.
it was not good.
No, it didn't work.
It did not work.
But
Yeah.
I loved it, like the approach, because everybody, while they were catching, like, no, it cannot touch down, salt water, like it doesn't work. And now, welp.
Someone's just saying in chat, like, why so much pessimism about the heat shield? It's the right decision. And look, if it wasn't the right decision, they're in the whole right position right now of, going through the heat shield kind of development phase. And if they figure it out in a couple of years, look, this doesn't work, let's try something else. That's completely fair and right? Like that's the whole thing. They really need to get this and try to go through all of this. And if they find out it doesn't work, cool. Okay, let's switch to another thing. Let's try something else. I don't know what could be the alternative, right? But that's how SpaceX works, where it's like,
Yeah.
let's try this thing and see how it works. And if it doesn't work, then we'll try something else. And
Somebody
it's completely fair.
Somebody at the Falcon 9 development program at some point thought the tic-tac-toe engine setup is the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go.
Turns out it was not.
Exactly. Yeah.
Also, somebody at some point thought that that steel grid fins would work. Also, didn't work on Falcon.
Aluminum.
Oh, sorry, aluminum, not steel.
There you go.
So steel isn't here now.
Still
I mean, it
is
could-
on super
it
heavy.
worked.
Yes.
The grid fins worked. You just needed to refurbish them a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this could still be the case, for example, also with Super Heavy, right? They could at some point discover that the grid fins are getting way more wear and tear than they thought and need to change them. And this is me wanting the past back, but I really want the diamond grid fins back.
Oh yeah, please.
They look
I-
so good.
I didn't like them.
What?
Yeah, I was not.
Yeah,
Was not a fan.
Alex L. Okay. I don't know. Trevor, you like them, right?
I was a big fan of the diamond grid fins. I thought they looked really cool.
Yeah, I think they looked amazing.
Imagine
They-
super heavy with the diamond grid fins and then a Tintin style starship on top. Now
Oh my god.
that would be so cool.
The Tintin style starship with diamond booster was perfect. That was the peak of starship design.
I
That
miss
after-
Tintin.
yeah. I miss the triple legs on starship. It was so aggressive. It was so, like, I don't know, I loved it. And then we get V3. I really don't want to talk about how I feel about V3. Don't you love pencils? We have news about Starlink, right, Alex?
Yeah, now it's looking more like 10:24 a.m. Eastern.
What's happening with that mission?
I don't know. SpaceX, if you're watching, it would be cool to know what's going on. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, look at the lock site here.
Yeah, it's going. It's going. Period. It's going.
It's certainly going.
Exactly.
This looks amazing. This is the lock site of the vehicle, and you can see basically how lines are getting very frosty. When do we expect roughly the OLM vent, Alex?
Well,
Very roughly.
if they get through the same kind of process as they did last time, then it will probably be about an hour after 2 hours after the. Excuse me. Oh boy. After the Pope vent starts. The Pope vent started around 6:37. So that would be maybe 8:30. So about an hour from now, maybe. We'll see. Last time that I said that, it started like within 5 minutes. So maybe, hey, I will not complain if it starts in 5 minutes.
And now that you said that, it'll be like 5 hours until it
Oh,
starts.
Yeah,
come
like-
on.
We will get a hold, and like they will send the red team. I don't know, like stuff like that just now happened. You talked it into existence. Let's see. I'm looking for questions here. Why are they ditching the hot? Actually, did we talk about why are they ditching the hot staging ring after separation?
No, we just talked about the timing. My best guess is since the hot staging ring is a lot of mass, and that's at the very, very tip of the booster, right? It's going to move the center of gravity very far forward, which seems like it could be problematic when all of your control authority is on the complete other end. Well, not all of your control authority. Most of your control authority is on the other end. So you generally want the center of gravity to be fairly low for when you're re-entering. And normally it is fairly low, like on Falcon, since the vast majority of the mass is in that engine section at the bottom. But with the hot staging ring on top, it definitely seems possible that it just brings the center of gravity far enough forward that it made some of the oscillations hard to control. That said, that is all entirely speculation. SpaceX, unfortunately, has not given us a reason. I would love to know the reason. Hopefully, Elon posts on X about that, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that.
And this is, by the way, a phenomenon that you all can test at home. If you have like your hand and you try to balance an object on it, try to balance a water bottle with just water at the bottom there. It's fairly easy, right? Because the water is at the bottom. It's you basically have the center of mass in your hand. And now do that with like an upside down broomstick, where the center of mass is like all the way at the top or something. Like it's getting fairly hard. So you can kind of check this for yourself, how hard it is to balance something that has a higher center of mass. So yeah, that's why they're probably doing it. Just to point this out. Will the Starship burn up on re-entry since they removed these 3 tiles? Alex, just to point this out, they will destack once again, and we expect them to fill these gaps, right?
Yeah. So this is just full stack for these tests today for Wet Dress. They still need to destack just to install the flight simulation system alone. That, like, even if they had the full heat shield completed, they will still need to destack to do the flight termination system installation and everything. They don't have it yet on the ship, so they will need to destack. But since they also have a few tiles missing, and again, you see those 3 tiles missing, but there might be also other places that they need to look through the tiles and things like that, because maybe they haven't had the time. You just don't see it because you see a tile there and you think, oh, that's a nice tile that you have there. It's there, right? So it's okay. But that's why they do this whole suction cup kind of testing, where they go through each of the glued tiles that they have on the vehicle. They go through and they do these suction cup testing and test the adhesive of those tiles. And so they could go again through all of those tiles, and maybe now they change some of those on the forward flap or something like that. Like, just cannot assume that just because they're missing those 3 tiles, the rest are completely done and things like that. They're very close though, because we have seen them very hard at work testing that heat shield, and hopefully they have only a few days left of work. And to be fair, they have plenty of time, because flight is not until next Wednesday, not tomorrow, but next week's Wednesday.
Next, I don't like the fact that you just casually said, "Oh, it's not until next week Wednesday." I don't know. It's suddenly there. Trevor, do we know why they use like different ways to attach the heat shield to the body of the rocket?
Yeah, so it's primarily depending on the location. So, right on the main sections on the tank, it's primarily that pin mechanism that holds the tile on. But then for some of the other parts of the heat shield, where it's more like the nose cone, for example, where you can't have quite the same uniform pattern, we've seen them using some glue or some other mechanisms for helping hold down the tiles. And then, of course, there's also a slightly different mounting mechanism for on the flaps and all of those trailing surfaces, where it also needs to be able to move. So it's all just dependent on where the heat shield tile is. And right, the main body is quite uniform, but as you get to the weirder geometries, the heat shield tiles are not all identical, and therefore can be mounted a little bit differently.
Interesting. There we go. Yeah, there's always the fight between like the main body heat shield and then like the special heat shields in special places with different circumstances. Let's see here. What's the tall thin rod on top of the tower? That's a lightning protection system. I don't know why you started to read it, but the tall tin rod there is like a weather station and lightning protection system, correct?
Yeah. It's, you can see always when we zoom in, there's like a bunch of different weather related sensors and things like that.
And Jay is changing the camera to it. There we go.
You can see it.
There it is. You can also see like the cameras and everything, right? Because they still have a lot of cameras on top of that tower. So yeah, that's what that is for. I'm not sure if that even was a real question or if somebody once again wanted to get a lightning tower question in. But so, well, we'll see. Are you guys covering the Starlink launch on stream? Yes, we will if it happens. At this point, we just don't know if it happens because it seems like SpaceX has some sort of like thing that delays the Starlink launch right now. It's just a matter of that we don't know why. We just know they're delaying it right now. So yeah, let me thank some supporters here as we are getting a lot of generous support here and a lot of store support here as well. Tom with the Red Team membership gift, thank you so much. And then we have Mr. with store messages saying, "Bring on Flight 4. Always get my nerves up in leading into the launch. My favorite times, NSF mega streams and the new Discord Flame Trench pre and post show. Glad you like it. And also that's the super long Artemis metal print, which is always a fun when it appears because it's like half the screen. And also the patch. I can confirm, by the way, that we sold over 60% of our patch at this point. So I'm not sure if we will reach launch with the Flight 4 patch. Fully honest here. David Lokshin becoming a Padred member. Thank you so much. And then we have Indolis Grinis with 10 euro super chat. Very good currency there. Looking to the future, should SpaceX build fuel production right there in Boca Chica to ensure so many flights in the future? That's an interesting one about like the whole fuel consumption. Trevor, do you think they will ever reach the point with Boca where they need fuel production there?
In Boca, I'm honestly not 100% sure since SpaceX has made it pretty clear that going forward they see Boca Chica more as developmental and not operational. But at the Cape, I definitely see them wanting to do this. And I believe we've actually started seeing sections of an environmental review that would allow them to have this like propellant production plant. But I do see SpaceX wanting to make their own propellants at all of their operational pads, since trucking it in is probably quite expensive, and with the sheer number of launches that SpaceX is wanting to achieve, it's probably better to not have to have an army of propellant tankers every single day, 24/7.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much propellant. I mean, this is what 5,000 tons. This is a lot of tankers. So, kind of makes sense to streamline that process if you can somehow. Boca, of course, kind of complicated because we are in a situation where it's like in the middle of a wildlife preserve, and there's a lot of environmental paperwork you have to complete. So yeah, Alex, are we seeing something new here on the progress they are right now in getting this wet dress rehearsal done?
Not very. It's very subtle, so I don't know if we can even bring it up because it's. Yeah, we'll wait until it's more obvious. But yeah, I'm seeing subtle things of progress. It's not bad things. It's actually good. It's progress. Don't worry.
I think we also see another chime venting right now.
Yep,
that's another CO2 tank. Yeah, that's one of these CO2 tanks. Trevor, why are there CO2 tanks on Super Heavy?
Yes, remember all the fires in the engine bay on Flight 1?
Good times.
Yeah, good times. It's to get rid of that. So on Flight 1, what SpaceX was noticing is with those Raptor engines, which keep in mind there's a running, I think nowadays at roughly 300 bar rate. Some development engines are above that. I think operations a little bit below that. But still, 300 bar of chamber pressure, which is a ton. Those engines are going to leak a little bit. And part of that leak is is gaseous methane, which then was being ignited, causing a bunch of these Raptors to shut down on ascent. So what SpaceX did is they drastically increased the fire suppression from Flight 2 vehicles onward. So that's what those two large CO2 tanks are for. They load those, and then that gas gets fed into the engine bays to purge them to make sure that there isn't any fires on the vehicle during launch, aside from the engines themselves. So it's basically the vehicle is carrying its own fire suppression system to make sure that the engine bays are not on fire.
Fire
There we
extinguisher.
go. Like a very CO2 fire, good old CO2 fire extinguisher, just built in. So that's where we are. Alex, Chloe here is asking, are we still pending regulatory approval?
Yeah, we're still waiting for regulatory approval. Remember that this time around, SpaceX has requested just a safety determination. Public safety determination means that it's another way of getting back to flight, right? It's not, I at least have seen the internet people claiming that, oh, it's the FAA trying to be, warping the rules to benefit SpaceX or whatever. It's just another way of coming back to flight. It's actually explained on the FAA website where, you either have to complete all of your mishap investigation and then go through all of that again, or you say, okay, look, during this flight, sure, things went bad, there was a mishap, but safety was conserved, all throughout the flight. Even when things went wrong, people were safe on the ground, there was no flight termination system being activated or anything like it. Let's get back to flight and and wrap up the mishap report after that, because when those things happen, usually tend to be, for example, that you kind of need more flight test data. And so, for example, in this case, if you think about the recurrent blockage filter, problem that they had on Flight 3, that was a recurrent problem from Flight 2. So how do you get more data on how those mitigations work? Well, you fly again with better filtering and things like that, right? You can get that filtering better. And then once you fly again with that, you can assess that your investigation was right, and then you can close it. So this is sort of like, kind of chicken and egg problem where you need the data from a flight to be able to wrap up the flight, the mishap report. So what you do is request, hey, let's do it this other way, where you make sure, you make sure and assure that there's not going to be any safety being harmed, anybody from the people, from the public being harmed during this flight. There was nothing like that on Flight 3. We're also going to be doing the same thing for Flight 4. We were going to keep everybody safe. So please let us go through that, and we'll wrap up our investigation after we have the flight data. And that seems smart at this point in time. Like Flight 1 and Flight 2, if you look at all the profiles and everything, especially in Flight 1, where even the flight termination system fired, but the rocket didn't blow up, didn't really, immediately stop the flight. That's the whole point of the flight termination system, to literally terminate the flight, right? And it did not. And on Flight 2, you had both the ship and the booster came down on the ship. The flight termination system was activated on the booster. It blew up high up in the atmosphere. So you could say, well, but the debris could have landed outside and whatnot, right? Like you could have some of that argument. Flight 3, though, there's no arguments there. It was all well within the safety corridors. It was all without activating the flight termination system. So definitely a lot more argument there to just go through the safety determination. So yeah, we're still pending regulatory approval, but it's a different process than what we had seen for the prior flights.
There we go. Let's see here. Trevor, assuming we have next week for Flight 4, and we know they are trying to get faster and faster, Daniel Lewis here is wondering, when do you think we'll see Flight 5?
Oh boy, all of the when questions today. So I think we've had indication that SpaceX is going for a quick turnaround between Flights 4 and 5. What exactly quick is defined as, who knows? But my guess is probably at least 2 months, a month and a half, 2 months between flights 4 and 5, assuming everything goes nominal and they don't need to do a big mishap investigation on after this flight. So I would say probably we're looking at no earlier than late July, early August.
Yeah, I think that's probably realistic. Based on us not knowing how the pad and everything will look after the next flight. Of
Yeah.
course, there's always a chance that something goes not according to plan.
Yeah.
Zachariah here asking, or Zachariah, is there a chance that the wet dress rehearsal ends up in an actual flight that had happened in the past? Alex, is there a chance that this takes off today?
Nope.
Hopefully not.
Well, yeah, hopefully not. I don't even think they have the hardware ready for a flight right now. So
yeah, it would certainly be a very, 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 very bad event if something flies today. That's the actual answer here. And no, there's 0% chance it will happen. So, well, we'll hope that nothing flies today.
Keep in mind, the wet dress rehearsal doesn't even include a static fire. So they will not even be igniting any of the engines today. So if somehow this goes off the pad, it is a very bad day.
Yeah, it's certainly if something goes off the pad today, we are not nothing is flying next week. Let's say it like that. What do you think is the future of the Boca Chica site? How long do you think development of Starship will take? And what will likely happen to all the infrastructure here? Let's go around the horn for that one. Let's start with Alex. What's the future of Boca Chica?
The future of Boca Chica. Well, I can see them doing 2 pads, right? They're already doing all of that. I can see maybe them doing perhaps on the order of like maybe 2 launches per month on average, more or less, from here from Starbase. That plus 44 launches that they want to do from Real 39A, maybe around the same amount from pad Sleek 37B. Then you can get maybe about 80 launches from the Cape plus 20 or so from here from a Starbase. That is about 100 launches per year. That would be cool with just 4 launch pads. And so, yeah, I think Boca Chica is going to be essentially a complementary kind of launch site for the Cape, where you have launches out of here that are able to just be able to do all of the R&D flights with tankers, the first tanker flight, the first propellant station flight. All of those flights are going to be probably from here, from Boca Chica. I don't know about the first HLS flight though. Maybe the demo flight will be from here, but when they actually go for Artemis 3, it might be from the Cape. We don't really know, right? But yeah, the propellant demo is also going to be from here. We already heard that from NASA that are going to be using this pad. A turnaround of about three weeks or so between those 2 launches. I see that as the future of Boca Chica. They have the whole Gateway to Mars kind of thing, but let's be real, it's kind of looking like it's more of an R&D. There's a lot of potential in that Star Factory, though. If you've seen, I think it was like 2 Starbase updates ago, we flew up, right? And we had those flyover videos and everything, and pictures out for members and everything. The footprint of that Star Factory is mind-boggling, right? It's like, it's so big. They can produce so many vehicles from out there. And I bet we're going to see a lot of production out of that place, not just for Starbase launches, but also from the Cape launches. They also have another expansion coming up at the Cape, but it's probably not going to be online for a long time. To be fair, let's be real there. So yeah, it's going to be a lot that we're going to be able to see in terms of production. I don't know about launches. Boca Chica is very close to a lot of places with a lot of people, to be fair. So yeah, that's my take in the future. Lots of activity.
Do you agree with this assessment, Trevor?
It's Alex. How could I not agree with it?
I mean, you can fight
You can.
Alex, and
Yeah, you
Yeah, I mean-
totally can.
I think what Alex said definitely very closely aligns with everything that SpaceX and Elon has said recently. The one thing that I will add is I can't remember if it was you or Alex who was just talking about this, but I really hope that HLS goes from 39A just for the legacy. Like, it's been every single person who's walked on the moon has gone from that pad, and it'd be cool if the vehicle that takes humans back to the moon also goes from that pad. But
Yeah.
also, I understand, like, you don't want to get too nostalgic since that could hold stuff up, but it would be so cool.
where do we get the better views? Like, is it Starbase where we have all the cameras, or is it like 39A where there's like fiber feeds and stuff? So I'm like thinking what I would like more. I don't have a preference. I want the one that gets us better views. That's my preference on that
It's
question.
definitely better than a platform in the middle of the ocean. That I can say. Because then we're gonna have to start, asking Jack to put a camera on his Kajak.
Yep. I have some news here. Apparently, cars have left the closer roadblock, as we can see here. Trevor, why are they leaving that roadblock?
Yes, this is actually a good sign. They set up that roadblock there as the further one out, but as they get close to fueling, that is actually still within the blast zone. So SpaceX wants to further clear that out. So this is a good sign that hopefully soon SpaceX will begin loading propellant onto the stack.
There we go. Because basically the risk area for these wet dress rehearsals, I mean, it's huge. It's a lot of propellant.
Huge.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to stand near that if something goes wrong. And then again, that's part of the public safety here. There's always a chance that a test goes wrong. You never know, and that's why you don't want to have any people near there, because yeah. And we can also show the other roadblock because there's a second roadblock still, and that's the one closer to our riverside, and a bit further out behind the production side. This is the actual hard roadblock now, where nobody gets past. So yeah, everything looking good. Alex, do you have anything to add?
No, you already said everything.
Sorry, I
it's
just
okay.
saw the message.
It's okay. It's okay.
There we go. Let me ask some more questions here, but before that, we should actually probably start a proper, like, quick recap for people that just joined. Trevor, do you want to take that quick recap of where we are and what happened so far?
Sure. So, as you can see, we are getting cloudy down at Starbase. So, SpaceX is nearing the beginning of propellant load onto both vehicles. We have seen recondenser action, and we have seen the Pope vent. So, Alex, what is your latest estimate on when we'll start seeing propellant flow into the vehicle?
Well, so far it's kind of looking like what I expected. We're about 1 hour and 30 minutes into the Pope vent sequence, essentially all of the conditioning of the lines. Again, you got to think about how many lines and how many little places a lot of the cold stuff that they flow through the tank farm, they have to go, right? Like, they have nitrogen and oxygen and even methane as well, going through a lot of different places within the tank farm, because so nitrogen, oxygen, and methane, they need to go from the ground tanks where they are stored through the tank farm out to the overall launch mount and the launch tower and into the vehicles. So this is like a 3-step process where they first go with, these fluids, these very, very cold fluids from the storage tanks into the tank farm. Now the tank farm it's at ambient temperature. you need to cool it down. You need to flow some of that liquid, a really cold liquid, through those lines, through that hardware, to be able to condition that for the propellant load sequence. Once you condition the tank farm, the next step is the OLM and the tower. And so what you get from that is there's a tower vent and an OLM vent. The first thing that we'll see will be the tower vent. That's the first thing that appears, and about 3 or 4 minutes later, we get the OLM vent. And that is the indication that they are starting to condition to chill down those lines that go up to both the booster and the ship, but not all the way into the booster and the ship, if you can imagine, right? Once that conditioning is complete, again, it's a 3-step process. First, you condition the tank farm, then the lines, then you can start the propellant load sequence. So that Pope vent was, oh, there we go. That's a tower vent already. It has begun.
Ooh.
You can see there, 8:04 a.m. Central. That's the start of the tower vent that appeared about 90 minutes or so after. I have to actually look it up here, the exact time, but more or less about an hour and a half after the start of the Pope vent. That 3-step sequence, they have already completed the tank farm conditioning. Now they're going into the conditioning of the propellant lines to the tank, to the tower and the OLM. So we are now on step 2, and step 3 will be probably in 40 minutes or so when these 2 vents completely go out, and then we go into the propellant load sequence.
So guys, we are less than an hour away from propellant loading.
And
That's
during
good.
that, we got a cloud report from our very own Kevin Michael Reed, who says it's medium cloudiness. It's not super doopy cloudiness yet, and that's our cloud report.
He actually said it just like this. He reported exactly what Kevin said here, which is yeah. There we go. But yeah, we expect around 40 to 50 minutes of filling time, right? So once they go into propellant loading, they will start basically top to bottom, right?
Yep.
So methane then locks on ship, and then methane then locks on booster.
It's funny because the tower vent started around the same time as the last Wet Dress Rehearsal attempt. And back then we thought the T0 could be potentially 9:35. So I'm going to venture to say that it's probably 9:35 as well today. Because it's about the same time, and one can assume that maybe the deltas, so to speak, the difference between times can still be probably about the same. So maybe we'll get 9:35 or so for the T0.
Kinda exciting here. We can now see the tank farm will start to go crazier from now on, and that's because the more they use liquids to cool stuff, the more they need liquids to cool stuff. And if they cool stuff, something gets hot. There's the OLM vent. So basically, both lines to both vehicles are now being chilled and purged. So we're good. And just to confirm, this is oxygen, right, Alex?
Yep. So those 2 vents that's gaseous oxygen, is then they flow that oxygen through the lines that go up to the orbital launch mount. That's the thing that a lot of people get confused, because it's like, why do they vent it? It's like, well, that's the pipe that they use for loaded liquid oxygen. What else are you gonna flow through that, right? The oxygen is already present in the air, and it's being vented out at pressure. So sure, maybe locally you have a higher concentration of oxygen, but it's not really a hazard. The hazard will be to vent both the oxygen and the methane, which is why you don't see the methane also being vented, even though there's also another line that needs to also be cooled down. The methane line, that's another cryogenic fluid that also needs to be cooled down. What they do is they recapture the methane instead of... You also, there's the whole environmental side of things, but also it's probably not a good idea to vent both methane and oxygen next to each other. That will be a very bad day.
Yeah, that's basically how you ask for a spark.
Has SpaceX ever accidentally vented methane and oxygen next to each other, which then, I don't know, maybe created a big boom and destroyed a booster, or partially destroyed a booster?
Don't forget the white pipe and all. Yeah, I mean, why would you do that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Never happened. Do you think we will see ships launch from Boca and land at Kennedy and vice versa for weather-related issues, for example? I don't see why not. Like ships, I don't see why not. Boosters, of course, is a bit different story, but could you see a situation where a ship takes off from Boca and lands at and lands at the Cape and vice versa in the future?
I definitely could.
Yeah.
Ships, maybe, but yeah. And to be fair, the good thing of the ships is that they are orbital, right? Once they go into actual orbit, you can launch from Boca Chica and land at the Kennedy Space Center, but it doesn't need to be straight away. Like, you could just go into orbit, wait for your orbit to be positioned in the right way to then re-enter over the Cape. Like, it doesn't really need to be straight from Boca Chica all the way to the Kennedy Space Center. You just can loiter kind of thing, right? In orbit and stay there a little bit until you can align yourself with the Kennedy Space Center.
Yep. That's certainly like that works. The booster is a bit different story because for the booster from Go to Boca to Kennedy, that would be far downrange. I mean, if you measure it, it would be let's do some quick. I will quickly do some Google. So we have the direction from here. Measure distance. There we go. Measure distance from Boca to the Cape. Measure distance to here.
It's about 1,000 miles, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, like it's 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers, and you're also flying over Orlando. No, I don't see boosters doing that.
It's a lot of speed that you really need to get. Go ahead,
I
Trevor.
agree, but isn't that roughly the downrange distance that we're expecting New Glenn to land at?
But also
That's
New
true.
Glenn uses Hydrolox upper stage.
Yeah, completely different architecture. I know. I just heard that number and I was like, that sounds similar to what we've heard about New Glenn.
I think with Starship, with Super Heavy, also the problem is they kind of expect it to be less crazy on the re-entry, right? Because they also want to skip the re-entry burn and everything. So this would be, even for Falcon, a completely crazy re-entry. Like 1,000 kilometers downrange? No way. What's the record drone ship recovery? 600, 700?
It's about 680 something. I think it was Euclid.
Miles, yeah.
Not in miles, in kilometers.
No, it's more than that.
For Falcon 9. Falcon 9.
I see the battle of the spreadsheets
For
here
Falcon
right now. I'm
9,
looking.
yes. For Falcon Heavy, no.
Well, yeah, but they didn't really get it back, so.
It landed.
Yes, but. And it was still like 1,000 kilometers. It was not the whole 1,600.
It was. Yeah, because STP-2 was 1234, but that wasn't successful. Okay, I don't know what Arabsat was.
I think it was about 1,000. I can look it up quickly though, but yeah.
I like that I sparked this discussion. I'm happy with myself. James Field asking, just curious, why they use CO2 for fire suppression and not one of the other inert gases already in bird, for example, nitrogen? First off, they don't have nitrogen on board, right? Like, there's no... They use the nitrogen for the subcooling, but there's no nitrogen on board.
As far as I know, there shouldn't be. Maybe misremembering, though.
So I don't think... I mean, they could use... Like, what's another... They have helium, right? But helium would be a bit expensive to use for fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
So I don't think they would use... Yeah, they have helium for the spin up of the Raptors, right?
Yeah, they have helium for the spin up. They have gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane for the torch igniters. There's a bunch of things that they have. I don't really know off the top of my head really if they actually store nitrogen. We know they have a line like on the QD. We can see nitrogen purge, right? I think they call it ultra purge. I don't know, but yeah. By the way, Trevor, I looked it up, and it's 965 kilometers for Arabsat, say. So
That sounds more right. Yeah.
yeah.
And for Falcon, it's like 600, 700, right? 690 something.
690, it looks like.
Yeah, whatever
Okay.
Euclid
Because-
was.
Oh, that's not what this says.
691 kilometers. That was
okay.
the
Battle of-
furthest.
Yeah.
I
Go ahead.
remember because I was on the Euclid stream, and I remember mentioning, "Hey, this is gonna be the furthest that Falcon 9 booster will land," and I
There we
still
go.
remember that.
Still kind of crazy. Let's see here. When are the CO2 tanks filled? During the prop load or before? Before. Let's see. We saw it already. Like the
Kind
CO2
of
tanks are,
both, yeah.
yeah, like they are probably topped off, right? But they should be already filled.
Hmm.
So, yeah, before. So that's the answer for this. Do you think they will build a different Tower 2 with the ship QD optimized for Block 2 and 3? Trevor. That's a funky one.
I mean, I definitely think we will see it be less jank, since they already know about the hot staging ring edition. However, I wouldn't be too surprised if in the future we see similar jankiness, just because when booster grows, they'll have to do a similar thing. So I mean, I would say we absolutely know that SpaceX is going to apply every single lesson that they've learned from building the pad on our screens to the next pad. And part of that's going to be with chopsticks and QD and all of that. So I'm sure there'll be pretty substantial differences. So in some ways, yes, but I think it's probably going to be more of a result of SpaceX has flown from this pad 3, soon to be 4 times, which has taught them a lot. And those lessons are going to make the second pad easier to build and hopefully more reusable.
There we go.
We
I
should
have
be
a
coming
question.
up soon. Oh, sorry.
What? Good.
I was gonna mention that we should be coming up soon on that tower event stopping, or well, not stopping, but more like weakening kind of thing, and that'll indicate that we're not into repel load, but we're getting close to that. So the tower event is a weird one where it sort of weakens and it stays like idle for a little bit, and then it comes back, and it comes back with a lot of force. It stays for about 9-10 minutes. And when it shuts down again, that's when the liquid oxygen load starts on the ship. So watch out for that. If it disappears, that's what it means.
This one is a funny question because it's not that easy. Nova's asking, when will they use Raptor 3 for the booster? I want to know because it's introduced before FD3. I hope you can answer this. This question is difficult.
Yes.
Because, so, just to give you a perspective, and I will give this a try. Technically, V2 of Starship either has to use Raptor 3 or a beefed up version of Raptor 2, because otherwise they don't reach their thrust goals. The problem is, we don't know what it will be, because we have seen mid-block upgrades, so like there could be a Raptor 2.5, but in theory, a current Raptor 2 is not enough for the thrust numbers of Starship version 2. So it's either Raptor 2.5 on Starship 2, or it is a Raptor 3. But SpaceX has not confirmed any of this yet. So it's either on somewhere Starship version 2 or version 3. But we don't know exactly. I think that's kind of summarizing it, right?
Yeah.
So that's the sorry, the answer is sadly but somewhere in that range. I feel like it's most likely gonna be V2, but we won't see.
Let's also not
Go ahead.
forget that we don't even know what, like, what this Raptor naming scheme that Elon has talked about really means. Because we're still on Raptor 2. What Elon tweeted as Raptor 3 initially, it's kind of thought was more of a block upgrade to 2 and not the real Raptor 3. But it also, maybe it's a change of naming scheme. So the bigger question is, what is Raptor 3? And even that question, I don't think we have a super good answer to, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think what we all got from the presentation is a lot of these numbers are weird. Because we also have the whole propellant discussion from that presentation, right? Where the height that they gain doesn't make sense from the propellant they gain. Which is another part of this discussion where we are like, in theory, they're not getting that much more propellant. So where do they take that extra space from? It's funky. Like the presentation numbers were funky. So that's sadly the answer there. Oh, I have a question about catch-only towers, Alex.
Oh boy.
Why not have a few catch-only towers instead of risking the OLM, especially early on? Go ahead, Alex. Trevor and I take a break.
Well, that's because just SpaceX wants to take the risk. That's what they think, and we have not really seen any indications that they're going to be building a dedicated catch tower. As much as a lot of people try to bring that up multiple times, it's okay if you bring it up. Like, we're no hard feelings or anything here. But I guess there's this big misconception that always spreads out about the catch-only towers that, oh, but it makes so much sense. Why is SpaceX not doing it? It's like, I don't know. Like, they do a lot of things that don't make sense, right? They have the data, we don't have it. Sure, maybe it makes more sense for our, non. So we don't have the information, right? So because we don't have the information, it probably makes a lot more sense for us. But they do have the information, and they probably weighed the risks here of like, what do we prefer to do? Delay a catch probably about a year until we get another tower ready, or do we want to just try it out and risk it? And hey, if something breaks, we can probably fix it quickly. Like, that's sort of the thinking here, that they have a lot more data than we have, and it seems to us that it's super, intuitive and like, like, why are not they doing it? It seems so simple, but you got to think about them. They have a lot more data. They have a lot more things to weigh here, and so that's essentially the whole deal. Again, we have not seen any confirmation, any sort of indication of that there's going to be a catch-only tower, and this is, again, I tried to reiterate that multiple times. Even on our latest Flyer Starbase that we did, we had Jack saying, okay, now we know where the tower is going to be. The point is, where's going to be the OLM relative to the tower? And there were a few comments in the chat saying, oh, why are you wondering about an OLM? It's going to be a catch-only tower. And it's like, but, even Elon himself says it's going to be a launch tower. It's going to also catch, of course, but it's not the only thing that it's going to be doing. And they're doing catches way before that tower is going to be ready. So there's no point of making a catch-only tower when they already taking the risks and doing that on that tower here at Starbase. So yeah.
There you go. I always know that Alex is very involved in this question, so I just asked it. If Super Heavy gets into operational flight status, who would want to ride it to orbit from the NSF team? I would Jack and Max. Like, that's my first feeling. If there's two people on the team that would actually go on a rocket to space, it's Jack and Max. Jay says he would go.
Define operational.
Yeah, can we define what's operational here? Like, are we pre or post HLS?
Yeah.
See, my only problem is that I don't really have the guts to ride a rocket. I already was very, very afraid of riding an airplane when I went to Leicester. So I don't know. Like even if you ask me, oh, do you want to go on Falcon 9 because it's very reliable and things like that, I will tell you yes, it's very reliable. I'm still very afraid of flights and going. I like my feet on the ground. Let's put it that way.
I would fly on Dragon in a heartbeat.
I would have to have a definition of duration on mission. Like
Yeah,
90
okay,
missions
but
up and I wouldn't do a multi-day
duration
trip.
is important because like I would fly on Dragon for a mission that's like 2 weeks or less. I could never do the like 6 month to a year ISS stunt that some astronauts do. It honestly seems really depressing. Like not being able to go outside, having such limited space. I don't know. I couldn't do it.
Yep. I will go on vehicles that either have a short flight duration or have an ordinary bath. That's my baseline. I'm going for. I wouldn't fly on Dragon. I would totally fly a New Shepard. I feel like I've no reason why not. That's just a roller coaster ride up. Kevin would go to Mars.
I would fly Dragon and New Shepard. Maybe Soyuz, and I think that's probably it.
From a safety perspective, I also would fly Dragon and New Shepard, maybe Soyuz. And that's where my list ends.
Yeah.
And I will not name the things I wouldn't fly on. Yeah.
I can read your mind.
Yeah. Let's see here. What other questions? So, Alex, the the tower event stopped for a moment there, right? Or like stopped?
The tower event, yeah. The
Yes.
tower event, again, it was very active before. It now has sort of weakened, right? That's normal. This is part of that step. We've seen that before. Now, I think it takes about 15 minutes or so to come back again. It's maybe around 8:40 or so. It also kind of depends, to be fair, from time to time. Because, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean, right? Like, it's 10-15 minutes or so until it comes back. Once it comes back, it also takes another 10 minutes or so to then shut down again. And once it shuts down, it completely shuts down. It's not like weakening or anything like it. It just shuts down, and that's it. And what it means is that they're flowing liquid oxygen into the ship. So if you can imagine, you have the line that goes from the tank farm to the ship. I'm going to explain this whole thing, so strap down. So you have the line that goes from the tank farm all the way to the ship, and and you're flowing liquid oxygen through, right? And that liquid oxygen is conditioned in the line. It's cooling it down, which means the oxygen itself is boiling off. It's becoming gas, so you need to vent it. So you have a valve on the side of that pipe somewhere in that trip from the tank farm to the ship, where you have that vent, and that's the tower vent that we're seeing there with that gaseous oxygen coming out of it. What happens if you want to load that liquid oxygen into the vehicle? Well, if you start pumping the liquid oxygen through, what you're gonna get, if you have that valve open, that vent going off, what you have is that liquid oxygen is just going out from that vent, right? You're essentially dumping that liquid oxygen. You're not loading into the vehicle. You need that vent to close off, to completely disappear. You close that valve, and now you have a complete closed system that goes all the way out to the ship. And so that's why we know once that tower vent disappears for the second time, once it goes out, we know that they're already loading that liquid oxygen through, because otherwise it will be escaping through that vent otherwise. And the same thing happens when it's drained back, because once they go through the whole propellant sequence, then they need to drain back. On a launch date, if we're lucky, that will not be the case. It will drain back. It will be drained through 2 minutes, I guess, on the booster and 6 minutes on the ship during ascent by burning it on the engines. But today, we're not expecting a launch. So it's going to be drained back. So when it drains back, the tower vent will also be closed, because then, when you drain back, it'll be going through the vent. So you don't want that. That's essentially how it works, and why we know these tower vents and OLM vents and whatnot. Why is that the case?
So you say we don't expect a launch here. I would add to the caveat we don't expect a launch here because there's a X-post that we are ready to show here. And as it is apparently that SpaceX has less than an hour to lift off for this morning's launch of 23 Starlink satellites from Florida. Falcon 9 is ready and weather is 90% favorable. So apparently they're going for it, and there is the rocket. So it seems like we are also in a countdown for a Starlink here.
We don't have a Starship launch, but we'll have a Starlink launch. The Starship launch will be in 8 days.
There's so much star coming up. There's Starlink all the time, Starliner this weekend, Starship now.
Yeah.
Like,
we need less star things. I'm starting a petition. No more star-named vehicles. There's Starliner. There's if they at this point they will probably rename Dream Chaser to Star Chaser or something.
I mean, that had Shooting Star as the
true.
the module it's attached to.
Yeah,
You know,
then from Star Origin will soon start Star Glen, and it's yeah.
The interesting
it's
thing.
happening.
The interesting thing is that as things stand right now in terms of the timelines, we will probably be very deep into the propellant load sequence of a Starship when that Falcon 9 launches. So we're gonna have to have a side-to-side and even like maybe a 4-box kind of thing. Jay, get ready.
We will not rename ourselves to Next Starflight to NASA Starflight people.
No.
No. I saw that. No. Let's see here. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Falcon 9 countdown here as we are also progressing here. So get ready for an action-packed hour because we are entering the business end of this Wet Dress Rehearsal while we also enter the business end of the Falcon 9 countdown. So to my co-commentators, be awake. It's going to be a fun hour. We need to quickly switch between launch centers. It's going to be funny. Is there any improvement on the fueling system, like fueling speed or something, etc.? They're fueling about 4 minutes faster on this launch versus the last one. That's the improvement, which is quite nice because that's roughly a 10% decrease. That's nice.
It seems like 4 minutes. That's nothing, but as you mentioned, it's 10% faster.
Yeah, like they're already 4 minutes wouldn't be that much if they're allowed like 3 hours, but they are already down to less than an hour. So that's the reason why that's good. Let me go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it still blows my mind that this vehicle is loaded quicker than Falcon Heavy.
Yeah. How? Like it's so crazy. How much propellant does Falcon Heavy have?
It's like I think it's roughly a third of Starship.
It's about 1,200 if I remember correctly. 1,200 tons.
And this is 5,000 tons.
Yep.
And they load it faster. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You could also spin the argument and be like, the Falcon team is slacking. They're loading so slow. Imagine imagine how fast the Falcon Heavy would load if they have the same flow rate then. Imagine a Falcon 9. Imagine a Falcon 9 with the flow rate of Starship.
It will be in 5 minutes, essentially.
And it would 5 minutes load and go.
That's the thing
insane.
that's the thing that I said ahead of Flight 3. If you remember, they added a bunch of subcoolers, a bunch of pumps. I mentioned just the additions that they put on this tank farm could be twice what they have for Falcon Heavy in terms of the tank farm, in terms of pumps and subcoolers and whatnot. It's like that. It's just crazy. And they added just a little bit more to the current, to the existing tank farm, and they got half of the fueling load times for Flight 3. So yeah. They haven't added anything in terms of pumps and subcoolers for Flight 4, but as I mentioned before earlier in the stream, they obviously have learned things from Flight 3, and so they can optimize how those pumps work and the sequencing and things like that. And so, yeah.
Does the tower vent has stopped?
Yeah, it stopped a while ago.
Is that propellant loading?
No. Remember,
Oh, that's the. It didn't restart yet.
it didn't restart yet. There we go. We have the clock for
Please.
Starlink.
For everybody, that countdown is not for Starship. It's
Exactly.
for Starlink. Please, no
Starlink.
launch today.
Exactly, yeah.
Just
probably
pointing it
need-
out.
Yeah, we probably need that Starlink 660 probably needs to be like in bold and
Yeah.
and cursive or something like that.
Yeah, bold italic.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the countdown for Starlink today. And let me hit some support here, as we're getting a lot of support here. Miss Daisy here with a 10 Red Team membership. Thank you so much for that. Eternal Wolf with a Red Team membership. Thank you so much. Ethan with a storm message saying, thank you, NASA Spaceflight, for the amazing coverage. Can't wait for Flight 4. We also can't wait, and they got a patch, which we still have in stock. Some. Keith with a storm message saying, thanks so much to everyone at Leicester last Friday. Next time we'll stay overnight at least. Yeah, for sure. Like everybody that was on Leicester, shoutouts. That was an amazing meetup. It was really cool to see so many community members, and it was really a great atmosphere. So thanks for that. Wayne with the storm message saying, with SpaceX wanting to do a catch on the tower, do you think that there should be some kind of water deluge system on the side of the tower where the booster will be coming in? I do not think it will be an issue, because it's so much less energy during landing than launch, right? It's like a 10th.
I mean, there's so much less energy in so many ways. Like, I think what you're getting at is the amount of thrust, which, yeah, right. I think we suspect landing will be down. The landing burn is going to be all 13 engines at the start, but then probably eventually down selecting to 3 would be my guess. And so that's 3 engines at, say, half to full throttle, so that's a 10th or less, a 10th to a 20th of the amount of thrust. But then also you don't have anywhere near as much energy in the vehicle since you've burned almost all of your propellant. So it's really not that big of a risk. At worst you damage your chopsticks, and frankly I would imagine if SpaceX destroys those chopsticks, they won't be too sad since they're such an old design.
Absolutely. And I also want to point out the fact if they land with 3 engines on full thrust, that they're landing with roughly the thrust of a Falcon at liftoff.
Yep.
I love Starship numbers. They're just so funky. You can just throw facts like this and it's like, what? That can't be true.
Falcon
it's
is
true.
not a small rocket.
Yeah, Falcon is like Falcon is a really big rocket. And they just dwarfing it. It gets even funnier if you do this with even smaller rockets. It's funky. Wasn't there the whole thing of like the the common bulkhead of Starship holds as much propellant as an Electron?
Yeah, somewhere along those lines. The transfer tube.
Yeah, the transfer tube. The transfer tube holds as much propellant as Electron, which is crazy. So yeah. Marco of Storm is saying, please make larger size shirts available again. It's a stock issue right now. We are working on it. Hopefully having larger sizes in the store again available soon. Akimitsu with a super chat saying, do you expect a taller high bay and tower for Starship Block 2 and Block 3? If so, will SpaceX upgrade existing tower and bay or make new ones? I think they're settled on Mega Bays. Like, I think the Mega Bay works, right? Even for the newer designs. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm doing math right now in my head, but on air, which never works well. But I think the Mega Bay works for all version 3 designs, even, right?
Yeah, kind of. I think the Mega Bay 2 at the very least can probably fit the long ships, and Mega Bay 1, it should be able to also fit the version 3 of the booster.
Yeah.
Because it's 81 meters, I think, tall. So
Yeah,
yeah.
And
the booster
Mega Bay
is
is
gonna
like
be
almost
60 something.
100, right?
No, the Mega Bay is about 80 something meters tall.
So
And none of the vehicles are that tall on version 3.
Yeah, the transport stand will make it a bit tight, but it should be fine. It should be fine. We'll see. If they remove the roof of all Mega Bays, then you know. Then somebody was like, well, that doesn't fit. Musical Wolves here with Super Chat saying, can we have a not your ordinary launch merch? That's I'm screenshotting this. Give me a second. There we go. Aramiel with Super Chat saying, strap me to a command chair to the Flight 4. I'm ready. Yeah, we are not I don't think they should launch crew on Flight 4. It's probably a bad idea.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, like that's no. We're not doing that. But we are getting close here to propellant loading. The next step will be the subcoolers going absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
So we are close. We are close.
It's what I usually call, like, it seems like they have like a stage 1, stage 2 for the ship methane subcooler. There's like one single subcooler on the methane side of the tank farm that is only for the ship loading. And it first starts, like they have this upwards kind of vent. It starts, but it's not with a lot of energy. And then about 10 minutes later, it starts off very, very, energetically. And that's when you know, like, it has two stages of activity, so to speak. The first stage kind of looks some kind of pre-chilling. I'm not fully sure what it's doing at that time. But normally, when it goes to the second stage of activity, it tends to line up with the rest of the propellant load sequence as the start of ship methane load, which is the first thing that they do for Starship. So that is something that we should be looking out for, because that's the first sign of propellant load onto the Starship stack.
I also think we see some of the lines going to the subcooler being cold, right?
Yeah, you can see all of those subcoolers already frosty. Those are the liquid oxygen subcoolers, so that's the other side. The one that I was talking about the 2 stages of activity, that's on the other side of the tank farm. Hopefully once the vertical tanks go away, we'll see them with this camera view, because they'll just be across on the other side. But for now, those vertical tanks are there. But yeah, for Flight 4, the benefit that we have today that we didn't have last time they attempted the full stack wet dress rehearsal last Monday was that, well, we didn't have a timeline. Now we actually have a timeline from SpaceX on their website, and fuel load on the ship begins at T-minus 49 minutes. So once we see that, that second stage of activity on those subcoolers, which we have associated in the past with the load of methane onto the ship, then we know that we are 49 minutes away from that simulated T0.
There we go. I like that. Does Alex have a spreadsheet for prop load time? Yeah, you both are having like a million of spreadsheets for SpaceX related activities, right?
I have a lot of spreadsheets.
You're moving. Oh, you're doing databases now, right?
Yes. I realized spreadsheets, you can read, at least with Google Sheets, you reach a limit fairly quickly of what's just not annoying.
I still haven't reached that limit, so I'm gonna still use Google Sheets.
I reached that limit with Google Sheets and automation. That's why I changed to Excel, and then like the visual. I think it's visual code, right? Like with automation, where you can just push a button and be like, propellant load has started. That was nice. but I'm no longer maintaining a good spreadsheet for Starbase. I have to admit, I slacked. I'm a slacker.
You have to take care of other sheets now.
Yeah, there's many sheets. But yeah, yes, we will. Sorry, I'm seeing this question here. Uh-oh.
I think that stage 1 of that subcooler activity has begun. If maybe we can switch to beach, that should be the right camera, because I'm seeing right there on that camera. There we go. So you can see that upwards vent from that dedicated subcooler. This is a stage 1 of that activity again. It gets even more active than this. When I said there's like 2 stages, it's because the other one, it's visibly even more active for that particular subcooler. But once that activates, that second part activates and goes into action, then we know that's going to be, ship fuel load has begun. That's the start of the propellant load sequence for today. So right now we are very, very close. I can bring up here, it was about 12 minutes from this point till propellant load on the last wet dress. So about 12 minutes away, that should be 8:52 plus, so let's do the math live. 8:52, right, plus 49 minutes, that should be 9:40, 41 more or less. So that's probably the expected T0.
There we go. Thank you for that live math. And I also see these questions about Starlink. Yes, we will show Starlink a lot more closer to T0, but as of right now, they have not even started propellant loading. We are not constantly showing it, because if we would show it right now, it's just a rocket in hazy Florida.
And the tower event has come back.
There.
That said, we are at T-minus 38 minutes, so that means the launch director should be verifying that they are go for propellant load, assuming that they are still on track for today's launch.
Which rocket, sir?
And I want to point out
Falcon 9 on the right, not for Starship.
Yeah.
Because right now they will be on both.
The countdown on the top left is for the Starlink launch on the right side. It's not for Starship. That's why it said Starlink next to it. I see some people confusing it. Starlink 6-60 countdown is for the Starlink launch today. Starship is not launching today. If Starlink launches and if Starship launches in 37 minutes, that's gonna be bad.
Today I can actually mention that the TE event, the T-minus 20 minute event, is like the tower event that we see on the left-hand side.
You know what's also cool? We will get a race between Starship and Starlink in fueling.
As things stand right now, unless Starlink delays again, it should launch first, Starlink.
But it's probably a cool thing to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Alex, don't tell the viewers the result. Let them be suspensed.
Give us at least some suspense, Alex. Oh, this is fun. Why are the log soup coolers not doing the crazy venting like the methane one?
Good question. I really have no idea about the little details, to be fair, because I haven't really gone that deep.
What's the temperature for liquid methane versus liquid oxygen? What is colder?
Colder is the liquid oxygen. It's colder.
Okay, then I have no good explanation.
But it's not by much.
Yeah,
I think it's only a few dozen degrees centigrade difference. Not with Falcon, where it's basically a 250 degree difference centigrade between RP1 and LOX.
Which, by the way, is one of the biggest advantages and disadvantages of methane rockets. An advantage, of course, is you don't have the whole common bulkhead issue, because you have similar temperatures. You don't have the risk of by accident forming ice, because hydrogen, for example, has that problem, right? You have the whole situation with liquid hydrogen, which can kind of freeze your liquid oxygen. So that's an issue. But you have the other issue that at least when I researched for an article, it's also the very similar behavior of oxygen and methane also sometimes in the past in testing for early methane engines, which didn't fly, resulted in combustion instability, which is an interesting part of this, which is part of also why nobody ever tried methane. People didn't like methane up until a certain point. That's why we had RP1 and we had hypergolics and hydrogen, but no methane. Yeah, somebody's saying, you said it, Starlink will launch first, given that Starship won't launch today. That's true. But it reached the T0 first. Trevor, given the first Wet Dress Rehearsal, what's your expectation on the actual result of this one? Like, do you think we will see a DSS, and everything? Like, do you think we will see signs of a T0?
I personally would expect yes, we will see that. I don't think we're expecting a deluge test. We saw the mini deluge test yesterday, where it wasn't like a full power one, but it looked like they were either cleaning out the lines or something along those lines, pun not intentional. But so I would say no to a deluge test, but yes to a fire suppression system.
I will join that. I will join that trend.
And by the way, SpaceX confirms that propellant load is underway on Falcon 9, on Starship.
Yeah, we have to be really careful for the next 33 minutes to always point out to which rocket we are now referring to in terms of countdown.
Although, hang on.
Yeah,
I'm seeing vents. Sorry.
I mean, methane load should start very soon, right?
Yeah, we're very, very close to the methane load onto the ship, which is the first step on the fueling process for Starship. So, like, while Falcon 9 propellant load has started, Starship propellant load is also very close from starting. So, yeah, we'll have two rockets from SpaceX, two, and very different rockets. How different Starship and Falcon 9 look like, right? And how they are operated, and yet we're seeing them today doing these activities. Kind of crazy.
It's a funky countdown here for sure right now. It's I kind of love this in a weird way. It makes something new, right? Because we have this simultaneous countdowns right now. One, of course, a simulated countdown to a Wet Dress Rehearsal for Starship, and the other one, a real countdown to the launch of 23 more internet satellites on a Falcon 9. Just to point that out again, if you missed that, Starship will not launch today. Yay, Starlink! Can you do a split screen? We will start to do a split screen once we get visuals on Falcon 9's propellant loading, I think. Just to point that out. We have Max actually in the field. Shoutouts to Max. There's Max view. Max is out there since actually a few hours now, looking at Falcon 9. And we have views of both rocket. So you won't miss anything here. We will make sure you see everything. And we are about 10 minutes away from the T-minus 20-minute rent on Falcon. So let's see what happens here. The next thing we expect... Oh, the tower vent has stopped. And there's the subcoolers. No, that's not the tower vent.
No, the tower vent is still ongoing.
Oh, I missed. I don't know why I thought the tower vent was higher.
It's funny how Alex for a second didn't buy that.
I was like, yeah. Because that's not the...
He was not even scared.
No.
Yeah, no, because I know the sort of the sequencing of the next thing. So, the tower vent started. So now we should go into stage 2 of the ship, subcooler. So that's indication of the propellant load starting on the ship. I haven't seen yet that stage 2 kind of thing, but we are minutes away. And then after that, the tower vent stops, and then the booster methane subcoolers start going off. So that's another. That's sort of the next few steps. So the next thing, again, the ship methane subcooler becomes even more active than it already is. That's what I again called stage 2 of its activity. Then tower vent stops about a minute or so after that, which lines up with the the timeline that the SpaceX gave. That fuel load on the ship starts at T-minus 49, and then 2 minutes later or so, then the liquid oxygen load begins on the second stage. So that's more or less what we are looking for here. Although the tower vent is dying off now.
So we should be very close to see a frost ring on the ship now.
Yep. So we are into propellant load now of the ship, both fuel and.
SpaceX.
I was missing. Yeah, I'm scrolling back here. Now I figured out when it actually started on stage 2. Yeah, it was about 2 minutes ago, at about 8:52. So yeah, this lines up already with a timeline from a SpaceX. Yep, 8:52 for stage 2. That's fuel load onto the ship. 8:54 for liquid oxygen load onto the ship. We are into propel load of a Starship.
There we go. And that's the upper stage. Just to confirm this, both the methane and the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, the ship section of the full stack, is now being loaded. And the boosters not yet, but will join the party soon.
Yeah, it should be at the top of the hour, essentially.
And that's a really counterintuitive situation, right, Trevor? That you would expect the booster to load first, but because of the way the tank farm is structured right now, the booster actually loads faster.
Yeah, this is one change I could imagine we see going forward, is that they transition this to be more similar to Falcon, where right, first stage liquid oxygen load on Falcon begins well before second stage liquid oxygen load. And the reason why you do that is because, right, you want your propellant to be as cold as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if moving forward we see this change a little bit. But also, they're loading propellant so darn quickly. To some extent, I wonder how much it matters.
Yeah. At some point, you're getting into this diminishing returns scenario, right? Where how much do you really need to optimize again? Versus where you already are. But yeah, right now, 2 SpaceX rockets are being fueled on their pads. Is that? I'm asking this right now, and I don't think anybody here's the answer. Is that the first time that 2 SpaceX rockets are fueled at the same time?
No.
No, I've done that before.
There we go.
They've done that a lot of times, I think.
Really? Oh,
Go ahead.
Was it always like Starship and X, like something else?
Now I'm trying to think. I don't know. I know it's happened before. I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, can I
Okay,
give?
no.
Well, technically, Falcon Heavy is 3 Falcon 9s at once.
Now, yeah, no. We are not using that escape route. I would argue that the Santa Core is very much different. So we'll ask that. But yeah, what will happen to the high bay given that the Mega Bay 2 is dedicated to new ship construction? I think the high bay has
booster subcoolers are already going, so we're into fuel load.
Methane loading.
Yep, as expected. That's more or less the time frame that we were expecting.
There we go. I think the high bay will go at some point and be replaced by another Mega Bay. I think at some point we will have like 3 or 4 Mega Bays in Starbase. That's my expectation. Anybody else disagreeing?
Yeah, I think there's probably gonna be some other Mega Bay kind of thing, kind of deal there. Yeah.
They're making it even bigger and call it the Ultra Mega Bay. At some point, they are running out of like superlatives that they can use to make this even bigger.
Please don't do that.
Well, why?
Super Ultra Mega Bay?
Yeah.
That's.
I mean, You say that, but it would be very SpaceX to do that.
Please no.
They could call it the Starbase.
No.
Okay, just for the people that came for that notification, yes, I sent it, and welcome. So we have a wet dress rehearsal. Starship is being loaded with propellants. We also are running side by side kind of coverage as well with the Starlink at the Cape.
There we go.
I saw a lot of people coming from next space flight.
Let's check in with Falcon here. Let's check if we can see some frost. Because we are
frost.
Yep, but let's spot some. There we go.
It's very distant though, so it's gonna be a bit complex. But yeah, you can see some of that condensation around the booster LOX tank on Falcon 9. Soon to also be on Super Heavy on the right. So
yeah, I'm staring at that methane tank. It has to be any second now. It's probably very close. Because you see, what they right now do is they fill methane, right? And the first thing that fills up is the transfer tube, which already holds quite a significant amount of propellant, and then the common bulkhead. And once that all is filled, they then move where methane touches the tank wall, which we are not that far away anymore. So we will see a frost line very soon on both Falcon 9 and on Super Heavy. The ship also should be frosting up here relatively soon, although the TPS makes it a bit harder to spot that. But we are getting close here on all two rockets to see frost rings. This is crazy. This is honestly crazy to see how many. There's a chime vent again.
Yep. So far, it's looking like the Starship countdown is going to 9:40 a.m. Central. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 with the Starlink 660 is counting down to 10:24 a.m. Eastern. That's why it's 9 and 10, because one is in Central Time, the other one is on Eastern Time. They're going to be off by about 16 minutes or so. So once Falcon 9 lands, we're still having about 10 more minutes or so of propellant load on Starship. So lots of activity today.
Absolutely, and it's really exciting. It's also another win for the Falcon team here because they have a T0 before Starship. I call that a win. I don't know how you guys see it, but I see that as a win. But yeah, let's quickly talk about today's Starlink, shall we? Like, should we quickly talk about the fact that what's today's payload, Trevor, and what's happening here, and what's the booster? Like quick overview. What do we see on the left?
Yeah, so it's a big mystery, these Starlink launches. Which 23 Starlink satellites will they be launching? But yeah, as usual, they'll be launching 23 Starlink V2 mini satellites into low Earth orbit. This orbit's actually slightly different than normal. It's going to be 274 by 284 or so. The first stage is one of SpaceX's newer boosters. It is B1078-10, which flew just 35 days ago. Following launch, it will attempt landing on a shortfall of gravitas, and the fairings and everything will also be recovered on today's launch as usual. I believe it is Doug out there today that will be recovering all of those. So pretty typical Starlink mission. If you ignore the fact that this is already going to be SpaceX's 56th mission of 2024.
There we go. And Alex, do you mind also giving us a preview about a certain vent that is about to start on the Falcon 9?
I was gonna say, there's two vents that we're looking at here. So on the left-hand side with Falcon 9, we're waiting for the LOX chill down vent. That is the T minus 20 minute, 20-second vent that usually occurs at that time precisely to chill down all of the lines that go up to stage 2, to the LOX tank on the stage 2 on Falcon 9. Very similar to what we have seen already and what we're seeing still on the right-hand side with the Starship, with the OLM and the tower vent. We're keeping an eye on that as well, because the tower vent has already stopped. ship load is underway for liquid oxygen and fuel methane onto the ship. And on the booster, we shall be very close to this, to the start of the liquid oxygen load onto the booster. That will be indicated by the stopping of that OLM vent. Similarly, as you can see on the left, the team entertainment event has appeared on Falcon 9 on that Stromback. And again, as I was saying before, it indicates the start of the chill down process for the second stage. Those lines that go up to the second stage of Falcon 9. Once it stops, just like we can see soon on the right hand side, once it stops, that means liquid oxygen load has begun on the second stage of Falcon 9. And I'm waiting for that OLM vent to disappear because we're waiting. It should be any moment now. And once it disappears on the right hand side with that super heavy booster, that'll be the liquid oxygen load beginning on super heavy. So quite amazing that we are right now on the propeller load of 2 different rockets. One using kerosene and liquid oxygen, the other one using liquid methane and liquid oxygen. It's super cool.
It's in fact cryo chilled even. Yeah, it's certainly a moment where you're very awake as a creator right now because there's so much happening.
Yeah, I
So,
stopped putting all of the times down and everything. I'll scroll back after the stream ends.
Yeah.
It's very clear we're already into propellant load.
Yep, we are certainly doing a lot of things here right now, and again, I think it's kind of cool that we are can cover 2 big things here in spaceflight at the same time with the launch. And just to recap again for everybody who's joining, on the left side you have Starlink 6-50. I will quickly wrap this up, and then you can add Alex.
OLM vent stop.
There we go. We have propellant loading now on the booster for oxygen. But yeah, we have now 2 SpaceX rockets here on the pads in loading. Left side is the Starlink launch, Starlink 6-60 on a Falcon 9. On the right side, you have Starship for the Flight 4 on the pad, which is not launching today. To the right side, Starship will just perform a wet dress rehearsal today, and we also have LOX ring on the LOX tank of Starship. You can see there are reloaded chopsticks. That's where you see a frost line. So, there we can see it. Yeah, I think I see a LOX line. I also think we also see a methane line, right?
Yep, on both tanks, you can see it there.
Yep. What a moment here. I love this. So, let's the next thing we should see on this countdown is methane tank being frosty. It's gonna be a tight race between methane and ship tank being frosty. They will be basically popping up at the same time, right? I think we see.
Yeah, it's already starting on the methane tank. You can
see it on the methane tank.
White. It tends to be first on the methane tank, but the oxygen tank appears really quickly.
Yep. If we, I'm not sure if we have that camera again, Jay, but if we go to the other one, we will see closer. The methane tank now on the booster has a frost ring. There it is. Wonderful. Wow, we are into it here. So let's see.
It's literally cool.
That's very cool. That's very, very cool. And it's, again, we talked about it earlier, Trevor, but it's kind of insane how different the flow rates is on these 2 rockets we are watching right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is super heavy, and Starship is 3 times more propellant than Falcon Heavy, so 9 times more so than Falcon 9 that is being loaded in less time than Falcon Heavy. So at this flow rate, at the flow rate that Starship and Super Heavy are being filled, Falcon 9 could be filled in a little over 5 minutes, which is insane. But I also think we need to get another cloud report from Kevin, because to me this is starting to look very cloudy. I always love seeing all of the cloudiness at the Starship pad.
Kevin is typing. We are getting another cloud report here from Kevin. But look at that. That's like an ocean of clouds. He's saying we are medium to heavy clouds, not super duper clouds yet.
There's a lot of clouds.
Yeah, that's clouds. There we go.
Speaking of loading propellant. Meanwhile, on Falcon 9, we're already past the T-minus 16-minute mark. So liquid oxygen load has already begun on the second stage. Kerosene has been completed on that second stage on Falcon 9. And the booster obviously continues as well. We have 2 vehicles, 2 rockets being loaded. It's kind of crazy, man. This is the future.
Yeah.
We're already living in the future.
I love this. I love this right now. And we are let's check on with Falcon 9 if we can see more frost on there right now. If the
Yeah.
there it is. There's Falcon 9 being tanked, and just 15 minutes away from a Falcon 9 launch here. Kinda crazy what's going on. And you look at how fast that ring on Super Heavy on the methane tank is rising. That's a 9-meter diameter rocket that is being fueled here right now.
Yep. There you can see some frost already on the LOX tank on the booster.
Wow.
On the Super Heavy booster. And yeah, it so far seems like we're tracking that 940, 941 T0 for Starship. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 tracking 10:24 a.m. Eastern. 2 different time zones. That's sort of the problem today, that there are 2 different rockets and 2 different locations with 2 different time zones, 2 different fuels. It's like 2 different everything, right? But yeah. That's why you have the clock for Starship and the Starlink. So you have all of the information available as you watch the stream.
And absolutely thanks, by the way, for everybody that is supporting us in any way, watching this, chatting with us, buying something in the store, super chatting, becoming a member. Like, the fact that we can right now cover 2 of these rockets performing things and at the same time, that's absolutely a thing that we couldn't do without you. So thank you, everybody, for being with us here today as we are moving into a lot of action here coming up on both countdowns. And again, just 30 minutes away from another Falcon 9 launch. Let's see. What would happen if you stood in the clouds at the base of Starship? That's I don't have a good answer, but I don't think it would be healthy, right? I mean, there's also nitrogen.
I want to find out.
Yeah, it's probably very cold. Like you wouldn't probably stand there that long. Did you just say it's fluffy?
It looks so fluffy.
Yeah, but it's very cold, Trevor.
I volunteer as tribute to go up and touch it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Trevor.
Probably not a great idea to do that.
Yeah, NASA Space not responsible. Yeah, please don't do that.
We're seeing now venting from the engine chill pipes. That does not indicate that they have begun chilling down those engines on the ship, by the way. They just usually tend to start venting a little bit early. The engine chill process begins about 20 minutes out. So we're expecting it to begin about 8 minutes, more or less. If they're tracking that 9:40 central kind of time.
Yeah, the engine chill vent on the ship is going, right?
Yep. But again, it does not indicate that engine chill has begun. It's just meaning that they are flowing stuff through it. But the actual chill down begins much later. And you may see and hear, because right now, at least I have audio from the pad and everything, and I can hear the booster venting as they get loaded that liquid oxygen onto the booster. That is normal. So don't fret.
Yep, absolutely. Look
It's
at
regular
you can
venting.
see kind of how this sea of clouds is coming from, because so you can see it being emitted on the right side from the LOX subcoolers. Like the LOX subcoolers emit a lot of, because they are, so just to explain this, there's a bath of nitrogen in these subcoolers, and there's very small pipes into that, and they are throwing liquid oxygen on the other side, liquid methane, or like gaseous, like they basically want to cool it more down, and they flow it to this very, very cool nitrogen to rapidly cool it down, and that of course boils the nitrogen, because if something goes cooler, the other thing goes hotter, right? and the gaseous nitrogen that then is basically boiling off from the subcoolers is being emitted out of these openings of the subcoolers. That's what you see in this venting. That's like, it's all gaseous nitrogen being used to chill everything down right now.
Yeah. One of the
So-
other things that I'm looking forward to, it's crazy the amount of venting from all the tank farm.
I mean,
it's so
that's the
crazy
problem.
that I may not be able to see the start of engine chill, like the actual start of that process, because it's not
Yeah.
very obvious. It's more obvious for the booster. The booster is a lot more obvious.
Absolutely. Let me try to get some thanks in here, because we have not thanked some of the people that were very generous here for a longer time here now. Miss Daisy gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. And Joe Howard also joining with 5 Red Team memberships. And Tim Simmons also joining with 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for all of that support, everybody. And then also we have a super chat from Musical Wolves. Not enough star names. Next drone ship will be Starlander. Please don't. Please don't. That's all I ask. Again, we will not go through every support right now. We will do that after everything has cooled down here a bit. But I just wanted to we're gonna get some thanks here in. And as we are now below 9 minutes before Starlink launch here, and again, this is the launch of Starlink. Let's make sure we are showing Starlink at the Falcon 9 here. And there you can see the frost on the Falcon 9. But yeah, somebody has some cool stats about this Falcon 9. Like, what's cool about this Falcon 9? What's the pad turnaround? What do you have, Trevor? What do we have about this launch?
There's honestly nothing that really stands out. I can hold on. Let me pull up stuff for you. It's the
I love the
341st Falcon 9 mission, 270th with the flight-proven booster, 284th reflight of a booster, 53rd reflight of a booster in 2024, 56th SpaceX landing of 2024.
There you go.
Kind of
Didn't
crazy
you
that we are, by
want
the way,
stats?
I love that we are on a 10th flight of a booster and we are like, yeah, there's nothing special about this.
Ooh,
It's
look at
not
that.
like, I think that's the
that from
footage
Wade?
from that's Dr. WD40, who's also trying to bring us some footage in flight today. So we have Max out, of course, but we also have Dr. WD40 out, both trying to bring us some footage for today's launch. Chris screaming in the chat, I'm on a boat!
There's one interesting thing, I guess, that I could say that I brought this up yesterday. The only problem is it's scrubbed. This is gonna be the 15th booster to reach 10 flights, and it's kind of crazy when reaching 10 flights was like maybe 2 or 3 boosters, and it was this crazy thing that was so rare to happen, and now the 15th
like-
booster.
Like now we are
That's
talking
crazy.
about, this is a relative, like Trevor said it earlier, like, this is a relative booster in the SpaceX fleet. It's just doing its 10th flight. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are there yet.
SpaceX, right. This is 1078, and SpaceX has only flown through 83, so even from a serial number perspective, it's pretty new.
Absolutely, but it's kind of
Yep.
crazy that we are saying that, right?
Yeah, it is a weird feeling that 10 flights is like, oh, this booster is just a baby.
Yeah, it's like it's just a very small new booster. It's only 10 flights. It's crazy. Honestly, it's crazy. And 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go here on the launch of Falcon 9 carrying Starlink 6-60. And meanwhile, on the right side, you also have Starship undergoing its second attempt for a wet dress rehearsal for a flight as early as next Wednesday. That's in 8 days from now. There we go. That's your recap. And we are standing by to see everything looks to be going well on both countdowns here. Which we like. We like flawless countdowns. It's such an interesting question. I wish we had the answer to it. I will ask this just to rant about how I want to have the answer. Ninja Guy Dan asking, how much money does SpaceX save by flying a booster for the 10th time? I wish we had the number. That's the one number I wish we had. I want to see the economics of reusability. I want to see
because you're the guy that studied that, right? So
yeah, that's
Among
my
Us
that's my
3.
up my alley. Like whole economic scenarios and like getting to know like a business case and understanding the cost saving. It would be so impressive to know, but sadly we don't have any good insight into it. If there's ever like a way to ask for that, I would love to ask that. I just want to see like what's the cost breakdown.
Yeah. So as you can see there on the left-hand side, Falcon 9 continuing with a countdown. Propellant load is so the kerosene load has already wrapped up on the first stage. The engine chill is already underway on the first stage as well. Coming out, we'll have the Stromberg retracting. That structure next to the rocket essentially pulling back away just 1.8 degrees. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, you can see Starship, Ship 29, Booster 11 getting fueled, getting that propellant on board, liquid oxygen, liquid methane. It seems like the ship, at least the liquid methane on the ship, might have been completed. You can see, or at least very close to the top. So yeah, the booster is about, I guess, 1/4, 1/3 full, right? More or less, it kind of looks like on Super Heavy. Meanwhile, again, on the left-hand side, we are 4 minutes away from that launch of Falcon 9. SpaceX being very busy today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is honestly impressive also from an operations standpoint. Like being able to fuel the biggest rocket of all time while you're also just casually operating a Starlink. It's honestly an impressive feat. And again, just to point this out again, I know I said this a lot. Left side, we have Falcon 9 right now. On the right side is Starship. The countdown in the top left is for the Starlink launch here. Starship will not launch today. Starship will launch as early as next week, Wednesday. What you see on Starship right now is a performing of the second Wet Dress Rehearsal for the fourth flight of Starship. Just to point this out again. And then there's people joining us, and I want to make sure that you're not joining this and be like, oh, Starship launching. No, Starship's not launching today. Just to point this out.
You know, I really wonder how much manual input is actually needed for these Starlink launches. Like, it definitely seems like SpaceX, if they had at this point the countdown basically fully automated from verifying everyone is go to the mission being over.
Absolutely. It's like I cannot imagine there's like a huge team launched involved at this point. Like it feels, I wonder if it's just like a monitoring of the automatic at this point. It's like a few people watching it and making sure everything looks good, but I don't think there's like a team anymore involved, like for example at Dragon Start as a comparison.
Yeah.
Which is, again, like getting to the point where you're making a rocket launch appear routine. Quite an achievement.
That's gonna be the future of a Starship. That's gonna be like that. We're gonna be like, oh, it's the third Starship of the day. But anyways, I guess I should give the update, right? They have completed propellant load on Falcon 9. It is all ready to go. Just, that final minute and a half. At 1 minute before launch, they're going to go into startup mode. They transition the countdown from the ground computers to the onboard computers on Falcon 9. The tanks pressurized for flight. And then we get, hopefully, that go for launch from the launch reactor.
Ground gas closeout.
There we go. And just to
ground blast closeouts.
And just to confirm what's the plan here going forward, we will go full screen for Starlink here a bit and focus on Starlink because Starship isn't fueling. And then once Starlink has, we reach a point where Starlink is mostly over, we will then focus on the final end of the Starship countdown. So you will not miss anything here. If something happens on the other, we will make sure you all catch it. So
Talking 9
um,
startup.
enjoy.
Yeah, right now Starship is in the mode where it gets full, so nothing big will happen. And we are go for
Absolutely.
launch.
Wonderful.
SpaceX launch director, go for launch.
There
Here
you
we
go.
go. 30 more seconds until launch here off Starlink. Don't ignore the top left with Starship there. It's not. There we go. It's Starlink. And we are just about 15 seconds away. Watch for the plume as the Merlin engines will ignite. The 9 Merlin engines ignite at the bottom of the Falcon 9 here. And we are just 10 seconds away now. You will probably not be able to see the deluge system here at the bottom. That's going to be rather hard with the trees in the way. But here we go. That's ignition. And that is liftoff of Starlink 6-60, carrying 23 more internet satellites for the Starlink internet constellation. There we can see the rocket lifting off, and we will about to hear some sound from it. So let's listen in. Did you see that vapor cone?
I literally yelled like, "Wow!"
Yeah.
That was cool.
That looked insane. I really tried to not make a sound when it happened, but that looked insane. Wow.
The exhaust too, looking like kind of purple. Not in this view, but in our view, looked so cool.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting and very amazing views on this today's Starlink 660. Again, that's a Falcon 9. You're seeing right now on the left side as Starship is being fueled for a wet dress rehearsal or during a wet dress rehearsal.
Yep.
And
that's Wade's view, right? Because that looks sideways.
Yeah. That's an amazing track.
So right now they're preparing for that staging. We're gonna have MECO, stage separation, and MVAC ignition. So stay tuned for that in just a few seconds.
Now throttling down. There it is.
It's MECO.
And stage sap. Wonderful.
That's MVAC ignition.
Yep, yeah, you can see it a few seconds later on the SpaceX stream again from their perspective. That's the MVAC. That's detaching, and here we're being igniting. There we go. Wonderful.
Now fairing separation.
We might be able to see the fairings in the plume here. Hard to see. But there it is. There's the booster.
Oh, that's an interesting looking stack of Starlinks.
You think so?
I'm gonna have thoughts later.
Okay, I'm looking forward to thoughts, but
they just look different to me, but might be my brain.
I'm looking forward to hear your analysis. And actually, when you say they look different, I'm always already curious, because if you spot something, it's usually like
yeah. Oh, that's the exhaust trail.
Yep.
From Falcon 9. Meanwhile, Starship getting fueled on the right hand side. You can see there.
Almost reaching the topper end of the methane tank on the booster already.
Engine chill seems to have begun a while ago already on both vehicles, so Falcon 9 launch on the left-hand side, Starship Wet Dress Rehearsal on the right-hand side. SpaceX keeping
we're-
us busy.
Yeah, it's certainly not getting boring over here. And Trevor, which drone ship is this again landing on?
A shortfall of Gravitas. So that was tugged downrange by Signet Warhorse the First. And then Doug will be supporting for both fairing recovery and as ASDS support on this mission.
There we go. And there we can see on the right-hand side, we are now getting a... what's that? Is that a pan up?
Tilt.
Tilt up, sorry.
Pan is left
It's not
and
here.
right. Tilt is up and down.
Yeah, don't let Jack hear that.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Jack,
look to the left, you can kind of see some of the really blue water at
Yeah.
the bottom. Oh, I could
beautiful.
go there.
It's
right
like a tennis match. You don't really know where to look at. Left, right, left, right.
Yeah, this is like this is probably one of the coolest but also most eye-exhausting stream I've ever done as a commentator. It's like so many things to look at. I love it. This is absolutely spectacular.
Now in the
I love
right,
this.
now in the middle view, you can see the Bahamas water as these stages, as SpaceX switches through the stage cameras on the second stage. Very cool.
Hopefully,
Thanks to
we're gonna get a
SpaceX to-
similar view from Super Heavy in just 8 days from now.
Yeah.
That would be very good.
But coming
And with
up
that-
on Falcon's entry burn here in just a bit, and that will be as usual with 3 engines. So I'll start with just that single center E9 engine, and then ignite the 2 side engines E1 and E5 before shutting those all down. That's expected to begin at T
H1
plus
entry
6
burn
minutes
startup.
and 1 second, which I guess we're past, so SpaceX's timeline must be slightly wrong, which is normal. There we have
There it is.
entry burn.
That's the free switch. I love the switch from 1 to 3 always. When it turns from
Yeah.
a circle to like a line. Always cool to see. There it is. You can see it slowing itself down.
Meanwhile, the Super Heavy booster you can see there, the methane tank is almost full. There's a few more rings yet to clear.
Stage 2
On the Super Heavy
SDS has
booster.
saved.
Oh. Okay, thanks.
Okay, here we go. Next up is the landing, and then we are finally entering the territory where we only have to focus on one rocket anymore.
Finally. But what a rocket,
Yay.
right?
Yeah, you only have to focus on Starship.
You only have to focus on the largest, most powerful rocket in the world ever created. Yeah,
Stage
of
1
course.
Wait, the
transonic.
colors in the ocean today are just gorgeous.
Yeah. Look at that coming in for
Wow.
landing.
Yeah, now pay attention. You won't be able to see it for probably 15-30 seconds, but on the left you will see the drone ship just kind of appear. And again, that is a shortfall of gravitas. That landing burn with just its single engine is expected to start in about
Landing burn.
10 seconds. There we go. SpaceX's timeline is kind of off
Stage
today.
2 terminal guidance.
Can you hear that?
Stage 1 landing leg deployed. Stage 1
I
landing
love
confirmed.
that we have landing audio now, but that marks SpaceX's 313th booster landing and 239th consecutive booster landing.
Wow. Okay, we just did that. Amazing. Love the Starlink break here in the Starship coverage.
And the second stage has reached orbit, by the way, just to make sure.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks everybody for sticking around with us so far. And again, we have still an exciting part here up because we are now
Yeah.
approaching the point that last time in the Wet Dress Rehearsal, was a bit of a problem because they didn't fully reach full fuel load, and they had to do some more things, and they didn't reach to the detonation suppression system. So we'll see where they lead today and where they end today, but it seems like they aborted just short of their goal the last time. So we will see what happens here next, and will stay alive until Starship is over.
Yeah, we're now approaching the final few minutes here of the count on Starship. Again, not a launch of a Starship, okay, but this is the preparation for that launch. This is the wet dress rehearsal, so they really need to get it done and get it done right. And so we are approaching those final minutes, according to the SpaceX timeline, around 3 minutes and 20 seconds before the T0, so to speak. Again, they should have some kind of simulated T0 for today's test. That'll be when the ship propellant load gets completed. So we're expecting the tower event, at the very least, coming back around that same time.
And I want to quickly thank Dr. WD40 and also our very own Max Evans for being out today for today's Starlink and providing us these views. Because, of course, now with all of this happening, we still want to make sure that we thank them both. So shout out some love in chat, and thanks everybody for rolling out for that launch. And let's now focus on Starship. And with that, I want to give you a quick talking about photographers, by the way. There's another way to support us. There's another way to make sure you're basically make sure we are able to do all of these and cover like 2 launches at the same time and get something in return, and that's our store. And I want to quickly give you a rundown of the prints here, because we have our amazing prints from the photographers, which are not only available now in metal prints, but you can see some of them are also available in posters. So if you're in prints, I should say, in paper prints, and if you want to make sure that maybe you're like, no, I prefer with paper prints over metal prints, then make sure to get that. And most of them are now available as paper prints as well as on metal prints. So if you're more a paper person, there you go. That's an option. I want to also, if you can go to the landing page or like to the patch, I want to make sure to inform you all that we only have 40% left of the Flight 4 patch. Actually, that banner that I put there is already outdated again. The Flight 4 patch already gone over 60%. So if you want one and you want to make sure to get one this time, make sure to go to the store. And also you have like all the apparel connected to the patch. You have like the re-entry club still. Everything is there. So again, it's shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you like to support us and get something in return, that's probably the best way to do. And we also still have some Flight 1 and Flight 2 patches. Flight 1 is about to run out. We are very close to that. So if you want to have Flight 1, Flight 2, make sure to check out the store. Thank you, everybody, and let's focus on Starship now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the next thing, sort of like visual clues that we have to look out for. I'm kind of interested in whether we're gonna see some activity from the header tanks. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't paid attention because I've paid attention to another rocket being launched. So I haven't really seen if there was a lot of. But yeah, I'm scrolling back here on our feeds, and yes, there was header tank activity. In fact, I can see it right now on one of the other views. By the way, you can see that on a members multi-view. Just saying, because we also have those cameras available for members. And yeah, so the header tanks are being loaded. You can see there the methane tank on the ship seems to be fully loaded. Liquid oxygen is, let's say that it's healthily loaded, right? It's a very healthy load. Methane tank on the booster is almost complete. Liquid oxygen on the booster is almost as well. It's very close. We should be seeing that tower vent coming up really soon. And also the subcoolers should be essentially turning off because they don't need to load any more propellant. So that'll be one of the things that we're looking for, those things as well.
Absolutely.
OLM,
And we
tower
are
vent.
totally so far looking like a very good countdown, right? Like everything, maybe a bit of a slow start. It seemed like road closure and tank farm spooling up, it took a bit longer to them reaching like tank farm conditioning. But besides that, everything looking good.
I just saw a puff from the liquid oxygen tank on the ship. It was so awesome.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Like we have a few more minutes of countdown here left, and then we are seeing how they wrap like the countdown up here. And again, that's part of the important part of the countdown. When you're like, oh, they reached T0, everything is good. They still have to detank 5,000 tons of propellant.
Ooh, yeah.
That's quite a path as well, right, Trevor?
Yeah, I mean, right, detanking all of this propellant is almost just as hard as tanking it all, since you're basically loading it all into the ground tanks at that point. So it's definitely not an easy process, so it's not over even once they've passed that simulated T0. Right, keep in mind that just like when you're loading the propellant onto the vehicle, how you have to worry about all of the tank pressures and everything. The same is true in reverse. So you actually have to backfill the tanks, the ground tanks, as you fill the main tanks, and then as you detank the vehicle's tanks, you have to like backfill those as well. So it's quite the complex procedure that I think a lot of us just kind of ignore, since it's not as fun or quite as exciting as watching the vehicle get ready for a wet dress or a launch or whatever. But it's still a very important part and a very non-trivial part that we'll be here for.
Absolutely. It sounded more. It's always sounding more trivial than it actually is. I think that's always how I see detanking. Like you would think, oh, it's just detanking. No, it's complicated. It's basically as complicated as fueling it.
It looks maybe methane load has been completed
on the ship
on both stages, because I'm seeing all of the methane subcoolers are slowly going down in activity and dying off. So methane load has been completed. Next up will be liquid oxygen load.
But that's a bit early, right, on the methane tank?
No, the methane tends to be first, and then the liquid oxygen. At
no,
least
I mean from the
like
fueling state.
What do you mean?
It's not full yet.
It's full. It's full. You can see it on the booster.
Oh, the hot staging ring is throwing me out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's throwing me off. Sorry. So liquid oxygen has about like 1.5 more rings to go.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, but remember the liquid oxygen.
Go ahead, Alex.
There we go. Tower vent is back. Liquid oxygen load is complete on the ship. Tower vent is back.
Excellent.
So that is, we are under 3 minutes then to the simulated T0 for today's. That was around 9:41:20 more or less. So it looks like 9:44:40, I guess. Yeah, for the T0. Oil and vent is back as well. There we go. I see it already. Oil and vent is back. Liquid oxygen load on the booster is complete. Propellant load is complete. And if you look at the booster, you see that there's like a ring missing. That was on purpose on Flight 3. On the Wet Dress Rehearsal that we saw last week, that was about a ring lower. So it looks like today they have actually gone through the entire expected liquid oxygen load onto the booster. It is underfueled on purpose.
And now they're probably simulating a pressing for flight. Like they're basically getting the tanks to flight pressure, and then they will cut off the test at some point. That's basically how we expect this to end, right? Like they're basically reaching flight pressure, maybe test the deluge, like the suppression system, the fire X system, and then they probably cut it off.
We always tend to get the detonation suppression system test because it, the deluge system activates at T-10 seconds, and so they stop there. the count. That's what they did for Flight 3. So we're expecting what comes before that is the DSS, the Destination Suppression System, which is around the T-minus 25 second mark. So I'm now looking here for that potential. I'm keeping an ear on all the vents because there's a very specific vent that goes off before the Detonation Suppression System.
It looks so magnificent in this view, by the way. Like, this looks amazing. A almost fully fueled Starship always looks so cool. So, yeah, we are waiting for a potential Fire-X test. But we are in the range of what would be a simulated T0. That's and of course they could always go to the deluge. Like, it's a thing of we don't expect it, but they could have changed the flow, right? They could have adjusted the countdown based on our previous expectation and experience.
If there's one thing that's not constant, it is Starship's countdown.
Tell me about it. The one day with the SN9 countdowns.
Keep an eye on the OLM. I think I heard the vent.
Oh, the close to T0 event.
Yeah, the one that happens at T-minus 40 seconds. It's the vent down vent.
Yep.
But we have already passed the expected T0. And nothing has happened.
I mean, they might also hold at T-minus 40 again, right?
Yeah, that can also be the case. We also talked about that on the last wet dress where it was like, you know, sometimes when even doing a wet dress, it's kind of good to simulate a hold because then that keeps the teams trained on what might happen, right? So you always don't want, obviously you don't want to hold on your count, but you can train for it by simulating one when you're actually doing the wet dress rehearsal. So even if it's not, you know. So we are right now waiting for that detonation suppression system.
Yeah, I would bet this is a 40-second hold because that's the hold point they usually go for. So at some point they might clear this hold and again go all the way down to 10-ish seconds where they stop the test. Yeah, looks fantastic. You can also see how it kind of is in a hold right now because you can see the tank farm almost dying down. Like the tank farm is no longer needed. It's just the vehicle now. Kind of impressive always to see. I'm staring at this OLM.
Yeah, and I'm looking right now at our footage from the wet dress rehearsal of last week, and it is indeed much more complete. The level of that liquid oxygen tank on the booster is a lot higher today, by about a ring or so.
Yeah, this looks more like a complete WDR. With you also hearing the OLM vent, I think we can confirm like they are somewhere in the range of 1 minute to T0.
Yeah, I think they're probably in the hold, and we have also not seen the usual signs of detanking right now, or even the depress vent when they abort. So they're probably still in the hold and trying to get through the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, simulating like a hold, simulating problems. It's honestly so impressive.
Just imagine this is like 8 days from now, lunchtime.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Everybody watching right now, just imagine, you know, that kind of situation in 8 days. Ready to go, about to light the fires and kick the tires or whatever.
Yeah, 8 days from now. Actually, in 8 days from now, we might just already be through with the launch.
Yep. Because if it's at 7 a.m. by now, it's already well past even the landing part for the ship.
one of the vents in the recondenser system has returned.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, same.
Because you and I know what it might be.
Yeah, we both stare at that vent, I think, at the same time, and be like,
Well,
don't like that. I think.
yeah, I don't like that vent.
Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes
it's getting more
it is
intense.
detanking. Yeah.
I mean, there was always a chance that they changed the timing of the deluge or like the fire eggs to a later point in the countdown, or might just not do it at all, like for all we know, and they just abort earlier. So this is all based on previous observation, right? So them potentially moving into detanking is not something that is completely crazy bad. It's just different.
The good news is
One
this
thing that I've noticed.
definitely made it further than the previous attempts. But
Yeah.
go ahead, Axe.
I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but over the last like 10 minutes, like I'm literally doing like a quick time lapse kind of thing by going through the. It kind of looks like they pressurized the rocket, because the ice was falling off, especially from the methane tank. You could see that on the booster methane tank. We're holding that same view. Yeah, we're holding that view for like 10 minutes or more. And it was like, wow, you can actually see like as they pressurize the tanks, how the ice comes off.
Yeah, and you start to see now this tank farm to live up again and to awake again, as they are probably preparing to detank operations here. Oh wait.
Yeah.
But it seems they're slowly moving into detank. Oh yeah, you can. There's a tower vent.
Yep, it's back. Ironically, when it's back, they're not draining.
Yeah, they're not draining right now.
Before. Exactly. Unless what they're doing is like draining through the event. It wouldn't be unheard of. I know that at least at some point they have used that, but yeah, anyways.
Yeah, but you can see how the lock side is also spooling up again as they're starting to the whole detank, recondensing, rechilling process.
Yep.
Kinda interesting. Honestly, always cool to see this activity shift from tank farm to booster to staring at it, and then we are back at the tank farm.
So I've seen a really great question in chat right now, even though they didn't have at NASA Spaceflight and everything, but I read chat anyways. Does this mean that they need to get another wet dress if they really haven't gone through the entire thing? It's a great question.
I would say the answer is it depends if they didn't reach all the way. Like the first question is, did they reach the point they expected to reach? We don't know that, right? We cannot confirm that this was the planned outcome or not. And then the second question is did they reach enough to gain confidence in the launch? Because there is a gray zone where maybe something minor came up, and that's why you why you had to kind of stop your fueling and you stop your countdown, but you still have confidence that you fixed that problem and you're fine going all the way through, right? So it's a bit of a middle ground. Tara, do you think this was a successful test?
It certainly looked pretty good, but it's always so hard to know. Like, right, we thought last week's looked pretty good, aside from, as Alex was mentioning earlier, being about a ring and a half low on the booster liquid oxygen tank. I would be pretty surprised, frankly, at this point if SpaceX decides to do another, unless something went really wrong. I think it would be better to just move into launch preparations and, worst comes to worst, do like they did with Flight 1, where you turn a launch attempt into a wet dress.
Yeah, totally. Like, I mean, basically every flight attempt you do is a wet dress, right?
Yeah.
And until you ignite the engines, and until you, well, that doesn't work for Starship, but for most other rockets, until you release the clamps, it's also a static fire. For Starship, that's a bit more complicated because there are no clamps. But it looks interesting, for sure. What's happening here? The tower vent stopped again.
That's good news. Yeah, one of the
Yeah.
things I was typing this thought in the back channels that I don't like it when they're supposedly in drain back and there's a lot of venting from the OLM and tower, because it can just mean they're dumping liquid oxygen, right? Dumping liquid oxygen should be a thing that they do on an emergency situation. That's why I said in a back channel that I don't like that. I was worried by how much of it was being dumped. We've seen that in the past. If you remember Booster 7's explosion, right? Remember? They dumped a lot of the liquid oxygen that it carried because they were essentially like, oh, let's get it detanked rapidly, and they dump a lot of liquid oxygen through. They have like special ports to dump that, but they can also do that through the OLM and tower vents. Yeah. It seems like it stopped though, so that's good news. It might have been just a little bit.
Yeah,
Like
so
popping
I
off maybe
think
the champagne or something like that and throwing the little top off. I don't know.
I mean, at this point, we are basically waiting for confirmation of proper detanking, like frost line receding, stuff like that. So that's certainly happening now, but we are waiting for the frost line to properly recede. And again, they could just throw in a quick and cheeky like deluge test or fire X test or whatever in there. Like, that's always possible. We sadly don't get a good overview from SpaceX what tests they are right now. There's no countdown for these tests. That would be. Can you imagine how cool that would be if we get like a SpaceX web post about a wet dress rehearsal? On the other hand, it's kind of fun to try to decipher it.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in the middle. So let's see here. If you have more questions about today's test, make sure to tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat. In chat, that's the word. And we will answer some more here. So let's make sure to ask some more questions so we can answer more questions. Kane L is asking, could the tower OLM vents being back be a sign of top off or loading while waiting in the hold? So basically be that these are signs of a continuous top off. Alex, what do you think?
There shouldn't be any need for a top off, I think, unless they really are going into a really deep hold in the count. But I have no idea.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Trevor, if Starship and Falcon 9 launched at the same time and raced to the Kármán line, who would win?
Ooh, presumably Starship longer. I'm long term definitely Starship, and even right now I'm pretty confident Starship since it has a higher thrust to weight ratio at liftoff, and you save time with hot staging. But then again, ship thrust to weight ratio is probably a bit lower than Falcon's second stage. I don't know. Long term, I would bet Starship. Right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcon's a bit ahead.
Oh, Interesting question though. Like I like the race to the Carmen line idea.
Alex,
Like just
is that
having
reasonable to you?
Oh, I'm literally looking through right now. Haha.
Oh, you're looking it up?
Of course I am. Don't you know me already? Okay, so 334 on Starship Flight 3. T plus 334. I'm mostly sure Falcon 9 does that about maybe 10-15 seconds earlier. But I can also look that up because we have had a Starlink launch today.
Oh, we kind of have that race, yeah. Interesting.
Yep,
Yeah, certainly. Good.
317, 318. So yeah, about 15 seconds earlier for Falcon 9. Falcon 9 reaches 100 kilometers earlier. At least right now, it will win.
Certainly. But as we talked about earlier, thrust on Starship is only going up from here on. This is the weakest Starship version you will ever see in your life. Is that... Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. So... Kind of crazy. And, I mean, they want to get this up to what, like, over 100 meganewton of thrust at liftoff. Oh, hello, Starship.
It's venting.
I don't know. Future Starship iterations are just kind of like bonkies, to use Jack's term. Like what we already have is so insane, and the fact that it's just going to get even more insane in these coming years it's insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what other word to use.
I mean, from now to like version 3, they're aiming for like what, a 40% increase in liftoff thrust?
Yeah, and that's going to increase payload to LEO by a factor of 3. It's impressive.
It's a beast. So let me thank some more people here because we are. Oh, apparently not.
From the methane tank. You can see it up there near the hot station ring.
Oh, true. And I mean, I think we can at this point confirm detanking operations, right? But if we are seeing the lines recede.
I don't know.
Interesting.
You see, it looks like they're still holding or something. Right now, it's very complicated because we saw the reconnaissance active. We're seeing tower and Olin vent appearing and disappearing and reappearing and all the appearances with all the prefixes and suffixes, whatever you want to call them, right? But yeah, we're right now in a very weird moment here, where it's like, are they done then? Are they draining back?
I mean, they could also hold, right? So.
Yeah. But we're probably way past the capability of them holding. But they may also be testing that, how much they can hold.
I hope they don't test it to failure. Like, don't do a whole test to failure.
Yeah, please, no. We don't need that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about the fact that we are with this. We assume this was a successful test, just for the sake of this argument. I mean, it's almost time to pack your bags, right? And to get your travel stuff ready if you want to see this long. Because it's just 8 days away.
Yeah,
and
just make sure you're flexible, just in case.
Yeah. And this is not like us predicting a potential launch or like somebody like suggesting it. It's on the SpaceX website.
Yeah. Yeah, we posted the twist with a June 5th date, and people were like, "Oh, that's clickbait. It's not confirmed. It's pending FAA regulatory approval." And I was like, "It's confirmed because the SpaceX literally said June 5th. Obviously, it's pending approval. That's we already explained that as well on our story, and then on Starbase Update we also explained it again and everything, right? Like that's a given. It's always pending approval until they have the approval. So, but the day they're targeting, the day that they're shooting for is June 5th.
I love the fact, by the way, that Chris suggested that Ship 26 should be tested to failure, and Chad started a semi-big riot. I love this. So, yeah. It's we are still looking at. I see some frost on the left side of the empty part of the LOX tank, but that's mostly down probably to some boiling now. Yeah, or like there's effects here in play. So we'll see what happens here, but still a lot of venting, and I'm not seeing like crazy receding of the frost line yet. Like I'm doing A/B testing here, and I don't see like a.
We haven't
crazy
seen
going
either
down.
a depress vent, which we usually see.
Yeah. It's a weird situation. Oh. That methane tank vent. It's loud.
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of needs to get, needs to be powerful.
Yep. For the people, by the way, who are searching for that vent, it's just over the methane frost line on the booster. It's like a small, tiny vent that just goes from time to time.
It is right above the level of the grid fins. Right below the hot staging ring. If you can think about it, the methane tank has this top dome, right? So they have these little pipes coming out from that top dome that go right to the level of the grid fins. That's where the top dome is located, and so that's where they have those vents. They have a set of older vents that they don't use anymore, which are below the grid fins, but those are the old vents. They no longer use those. In fact, I think they have already been eliminated on future vehicles.
This methane tank vent, which is another interesting vent to go right now, right? Because this kind of vent pattern is more of it's almost more of a hold pattern, because they are kind of controlling the pressure. It's not a full depress they're performing right now. It's more of a holding a certain pressure inside of the tanks and making sure that you're not leaving a certain corridor. Because as, of course, a test goes on, you will have more boiling inside of the tanks, which would raise the flight pressure, the tank pressure, if you're not venting it out, right? Because the boiling would increase over time, the pressure. Which is the effect they kind of use for the test tanks, right? They fill them up and then they close the vents. And then they just wait.
Yeah. It's interesting because we have the OLM vent back, but the tower vent stopped.
Yeah.
And then before we had the tower vent going off, but we didn't have the OLM vent.
This is new.
It's weird, very weird.
Also, as you said, like, we didn't like the amount of venting.
Yeah, it was a lot of venting from the tower and the OLM, but maybe they're trying something new that we don't know about.
Also, the tank farm changes a bit in activity now. You can see how you can now see the OLM again, where earlier the venting was going all the way to the. So there's still a change in activity. which is interesting. Sorry, this is like us live observing this while you also witnesses. So sometimes our comments are a bit unfiltered weird.
It is pure tank watching if you think about it. It's just
for sure.
seeing something that is weird and trying to make sense of it.
Yeah. It's
I mean, that literally is not tank watching. The tank watching is like the part where we see the tanks getting frosty and everything. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, the problem is just that 3 people on the stream are all tank watching. We are like all like, interesting, writes down. And we're then sometimes falling into this pattern where we just note what we observe. But yeah. It's hard to sadly see the ship tanks from here out. Because with the tower vent stopped, I wonder if the ship is being detanked right now. But it's a bit harder to see.
And now it looks like OLM vent stopped, just as the tower vent came off.
And the OLM vent is back again.
Yeah. And
This
tower
is-
vent is off. Like, what are they doing?
What's happening here?
It's like they're playing with the vents.
It's like, turn that on, turn that off.
Yeah.
Look at
And
that, the OLM vent is getting more powerful.
And it still doesn't look like there's a substantial, defrosting going on. Like, you can see some of the frost flaking off, but that tends to happen when, there's a lot of frost already accumulated as it sits there, and things like that. The wind also affects that. The pressure inside of the tank, if it gets too much pressurized, then just the pressure itself can pop off that frost.
And also, we didn't see like a vent test or something, right? They only used that one single vent at the top constantly. But we have not seen like them firing vents or anything.
Yeah, we haven't. Ironically, they could probably get a better test of those vents if they actually did a depress vent, which is also another thing that we haven't seen and normally happens when they detank.
Yeah.
When they detank, we usually get a first depress vent, and then after an hour or so, once the detank has been mostly completed, we get another one.
And the OLM vent stopped again. And look at the logs saying they're obviously not detanking logs right now, because look at the logs tank farm.
But then the tower vent is back as well.
Yeah, but there's nothing going on in the logs tank farm.
But also at the same time, the ground tanks on the liquid oxygen side are venting. So.
Interesting.
This is interesting, yeah. Like, I wish I had more in-depth to say about it than interesting, but right, Trevor, it's like, it's just new, off? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh! FireX!
Oh? There's DSS?
And
that's our T0.
That was the T0.
Yeah, 10-12. So it seems like it was an about 30-minute hold that they did here. Wow.
Yep. That was interesting. Hold. And now we should see, if everything goes to according to, we should now see a spooling up of the detank operation. This was
a really long hold, if you think about that, right?
It's impressive that Starship can possibly hold for half an hour now.
Yeah. That was a 30-minute hold. Wow.
Not to the minute, like it might be like 20 something, but yeah, around 30 minutes exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Definitely a lot longer. I wonder if, this is precisely what we were talking about before, right? When the hold kind of seemed to have come up. We said sometimes holds are good because you can test, your teams, your procedures, and things like that. And in this case, if you want to have a really long hold, then you can test the capabilities of both the tank farm and the rocket to do all of that. So, because we haven't seen frost going down, right? It's like, again, we have seen it flaking off a bit, but that happens with the wind, the pressure in the tanks, as I was explaining before. But not going down. That's a whole different thing. That 99.9% of the time that happens, it just means that it's going down, it's being drained. So it also probably means now that we have passed that potential T0 that we might get a depress vent. So
yeah, but also they have not done it yet. They're still holding.
Yeah.
We expect them now to hold at probably around T-minus 10 seconds, right? Like this is a hold around 10 seconds. Because everything below that would start the deluge, like the Australian showerhead, and they can, but they're getting there. Tank farm is not fully. Look at the event is not up yet. Again, our Vori event.
Yeah. We may even get a deluge test. Usually when they do wet dress rehearsals, they don't do the deluge test while the rocket is fully loaded though. They tend to do it, or, maybe today is going to be different, who knows. So like we should be open to that possibility, but oftentimes in the past, it's being after detanking is already well on the way. Like maybe when there's like a few rings of frost only.
The pit has started again with the engine chill.
Yeah.
The
tank farm is very quiet as well.
Yeah, it's holding. Like this is for sure. Like if I see this tank farm, I would say like, oh yeah, that's a. They're probably holding and like looking at everything right now and basically verifying. Okay, this looks good. That looked good. Kind of a full system performance check.
Yeah. But
they will not perform a set chat. They will not perform an 8-day hold until long.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, like just keeping it there for 8 days.
Hey, long endurance.
Like a constant top off for 8 days.
Yeah.
Would be crazy.
Kind of crazy to see, Starship fully loaded for 30 minutes straight.
Yeah, you can see the tank farm. Like, there's nothing going on at the tank farm.
Mm-hmm.
They're just waiting. And looking at it.
Someone asked, how long can a Falcon hold? Ah, there we go!
Oh! There it is!
That's depress. We have our depress there.
Yep, and there's the OLM vent.
There we go.
That's what we want to see.
Yep. It sounded like a whale. I don't know about you guys, but it sounded to me like a whale.
Really did.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, with a black and white kind of thing, right? Kind of goes hand in hand.
That's what we want to see. Like, this now feels better. Wow. What a test.
That was cool because, it's always important to test the limits, I guess, of your systems. And it kind of looks like they did that today. And
yeah, and now you can see the tank farm spooling up again as they are starting, like, the detank operations. Yeah, we are definitely now in the depress because chat is making a lot of depress jokes. It's always happening. That's always the big indicator. Yeah, I think you can see frost lines now receding.
Yeah, definitely.
I wonder if they also can faster detank now than they can, since they can also faster tank.
Would help
that a
them
cap-
save. Would probably help them save on propellant losses, right?
Yeah, right. Because if they can detank faster, you have less boil off, which means you can recycle more. Also, you need to cool your system shorter. So in theory, it should be a situation. Let's see here. Trevor, is the FTS installed yet?
No, the FTS is not installed yet. So that's one of the next steps that we are expecting. That my guess would be at some point, very near after this test being completed, they will destack ships. That could be honestly as soon as later today, if not, at some point this week. Destack ship to do FTS install on both ship and booster, and so there's just a little bit of work left to do that we know of right there. As we can see in our other main view, there are like 3 or so tiles missing still from the ship, and we expect that there's still a little bit of work to do beyond those 3. So they need to finish up that work, and then hopefully start FTS install on both stages, and then hopefully they're in a launch position, assuming that they get regulatory approval for launch next week.
Also, they need to get that crane out there, probably.
Yeah, they probably don't want that there.
That's suspiciously close. You can't park there, mate. They can detank it faster by spin priming it. I don't think they should perform a complete detank using a spin prime. I deny that idea. Let's see. What do we have here as further questions? Is the booster still wearing the booties at the Raptors? Or are the Raptors free at this point? Do we know that, Alex?
I don't know, to be fair. I haven't really seen anything in that regard, because it's very complicated to see the engines when you have an OLM in between the engines and your views, so...
Yeah, it's we are kind of having a hard time spotting the engines because there's an OLM in the way. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's complicated. I mean, there are some times that we see them by, when they drop the dance floor, the work platform, right? We see the what are they called? The booties, as you call them, right? We see that they are located there. Like, they use the dance floor, some sort of like a lift kind of thing for cargo, and they go up and down and use that to lift all of that. So I really don't know, because I haven't really paid much attention to that side of things, to be fair.
Yeah, I also focus more on the operation. I think we all 3 are operations people, so it's like, that's a thing. Let me thank some more people here, because we got tons of support during the Falcon activity and the Starship activity, and like a lot of I'm 2 hours behind. Coordinating with Store's message saying can't make number 4 in person, but planning on being there on number 5. Love you guys. Honestly, highly recommended. If you have the time, if you have the window to see Starship live, do it. It's amazing. Also, the community around this is amazing. Like, there's just a huge amount of hype, and it's just fun. So make sure you check it out if you can. We have Mikael with Storm Message saying NSS is always the best when there's something going on at Starbase. Love your streams. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Robert Blake with Storm Message saying let's go to Mars. Indeed. Might take some more transfer windows. So how many transfer windows? What do we think? When Mars? With the emptiest starship, just like Trevor. If SpaceX goes for let's just send something to Mars on Starship, what do you think? When
Well, I think there's the next Mars window is like what, the end of 2026, I think?
yeah.
Or is there one this year? I actually can't remember.
No, there's one this year because of New Glenn.
Oh, right. Well, it's definitely not this year, I can tell you that much. I mean, maybe, I bet for the I think late 2026 window would definitely be possible if SpaceX really, really wanted to test, getting one of these basic starships out there, but I don't know if it would be all that useful from just how bare bones it would have to be. So I bet it's probably more like, I think it then goes to the 2029 window, would be my guess. I don't know. It's such a hard question.
I want to point out, by the way, I meant that there is a transfer window at the end of this year that New Glenn tries to utilize. Not that somebody put a transfer window there because New Glenn wants to launch.
Yeah.
I see the comments, not only from people in the chat, but also from Jay. I see you. Timothy with a star message saying, great coverage, always love the commentary and the puns. I mean, not that many puns today because Sawyer is not here. He has a certain influence on the amount of puns that happens here. Anonymous with store message saying, when hop? Well, I cannot say hop when, but we are hoping for a flight next day, so there you go. And there's so many store messages. Rian with a Flight 4 patch, and saying they're frustrated they'll miss the Flight 3 patch. Yeah, sorry. Once the patches are gone, it's a thing. Once they're gone, they're gone. But still glad you can get the Flight 4 patch right now. So, but yeah, thank you so much for the support here. And we continue to watch the frost lines recede. As we are getting there. Yeah, let's see what we else here have in the questions. We asked this before, but I still will throw it again for one round because maybe some people missed it. Why will SpaceX remove the hot staging ring mid-flight? Isn't this the opposite of reuse?
Yes. We think it's probably because of a CG issue where that's a lot of mass at the top of the booster, so it will bring up the center of gravity by a large amount, which therefore makes controlling the entire vehicle a good bit harder. So that would be my guess for now.
Yeah, I think also like it's a short-term thing. They will not all the time throw away the hot staging ring, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a temporary thing. Like, they're not going to make a new hot staging ring for every single launch when this thing is launching thousands of times per year.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. A thing. What? Oh, that's a. I wish I would know. What percent? Of some of these questions you get that you're like, I wish I know. What percentage of methane and liquid oxygen is saved in a detanking ops? We don't know. Methane probably a lot. Good.
Yeah. I bet it's like 95 to 98%, something like that. And that 2 to 5% is probably, when you have so much propellant, it's enough that they need a day to refill the tank farm.
Yeah. I mean, nitrogen is a big driver, for sure.
Yeah.
So, will they catch the hot staging with a boat using a giant net? I do not think they will try to catch a 9-ton or so. I have a hard time seeing a net for that.
I find that unlikely as well.
Yeah, I don't want to be in that boat. That sounds rather dangerous.
Just put a parachute. It works in KSP, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Famous
just
last
put
words. It works in KSC. In case
No,
it's-
my KSP moment is always when I forget the parachutes. I'm like, yes, this rocket works, and then you're in orbit and you're like, shoot.
parachute.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, just got here. Can we get a summary of what happened so far and what we are waiting for? I will give you a quick summary. The road closed early this morning, and residents were informed to evacuate the village as SpaceX was performing a wet dress rehearsal of the next Starship Flight Stack, as you can see here. The Flight Stack is currently expected to launch as early as next Wednesday, so 8 days from now, and they are they're basically getting ready for. I lost my train of thought. This is the second time they are doing a wet dress rehearsal, because the first one appears to be not fully successful. This one, however, we saw even the activation of the detonation suppression system, which probably means this one went all the way to where they are supposed to be, and we are now seeing detanking operations as they are getting ready to save both vehicles. So yeah, that's your quick summary. I hope that's enough. But yeah, there's certainly some detanking going on, although they are slower in detanking than I thought. I have to say that.
The Ariga nursery is definitely going, which again, sometimes, not always, we already seen that sometimes it does mean that they're detanking. I don't know if we may be able to go to one of the beach cams from the north, because we can see the ground tanks for the liquid oxygen venting. There we go. Thank you, Jay. And so, you know, when they load the rocket, I always say, you see it venting, and that is normal because they're keeping it in check, the pressures and things like that. Because as you load propellant onto the rocket, you have this little, this volume of emptiness. It's not actually emptiness. It's usually loaded with some kind of, inert gas, nitrogen or whatever. As you load that liquid, then the volume, and I'm hearing me double now, that volume decreases, and so the pressure increases, and you need to relieve that pressure, and so you vent out. But now think about what happens when that liquid is on the rocket and you needed to put it back on the tank farm. Now the tank farm tanks are near empty, or their volume are definitely a lot lower than before, and now you need to load back. So now what do? You do the same. You now vent the ground tanks to be able to free some of that pressure off and be able to load back that propellant. And so that's why when we see that heavy venting from the tank farm, from those tanks, when we are expecting a drain back, normally means that they are indeed in that drain back. Because it's like you expect a drain back, you see all of those tanks venting off and everything, it probably means that they are indeed in that draining. If it speaks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck, right? It's something like that.
I mean, usually, but it could also be a person imitating. Stabby Unicorn with a $100 tip here, using tips.nasaspace.com. Thank you so much for that, Stabby Unicorn. And also asking, what's your uninteresting fact of the day? That's a good question. I don't have any uninteresting fact of the day prepared.
I heard they asked that last week, because I watched the stream on the airplane going back.
I had matcha coffee before the stream. That's my uninteresting fact. And Kevin criticized me for that. That's there you go. And with that, I think Alex, we allow you to step aside here a bit and take a rest as we are moving into detanking operations, and we are bringing back the man, the legend, the Brit, Chris Bergen.
Ooh. By the way, the Alex echo was me. I was logging in and I forgot to hit mute before I did. So basically, you heard Alex through the actual live stream, through my microphone, and back through the live stream again. That was quite surreal. Bit of inception for you there. Sorry about that, Alex.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, now I'll leave you all with the Bergenator.
Oh God, he's getting his own back. Right. So, what do we think? We think that was not only a successful. Well, we say successful without knowing for sure, but it looked more successful, more full than last time, and then the hell for 30 minutes. What's going on there?
That was confusing, like we're sitting here and like first thought, oh, that's it, test, and then it just seemed off. So yeah, 30 minutes of holding. Apparently Starship can hold 30 minutes in a wet dress rehearsal scenario.
The more you know.
Yeah. That's your interesting fact for today.
Well, you know what I'm kind of still hoping for? I know it can come at any time, even when it's completely defrosted. I do hope we get a water deluge test. I do like our splosh tests. They are fun.
Yes.
I know we had one yesterday, which was like a mini one. It was almost like not full pressure at all. So maybe they're valid. I was hoping that was them just cleaning out the lines, basically. Give it a little bit of a test. Clean the lines out for the wet dress rehearsal tomorrow. That's
they
what I
need
was
to pay
hoping
their
for.
water bill before they do a full deluge test.
Well,
Anyway, that's my joke.
Oh, where's Sawyer when you need him? But the fun thing is, don't they have a limitation on how many they can do? So would that small one yesterday have counted? Because if it did, then maybe they should probably be more sparing and maybe not do one today and hold it back for the launch attempt, maybe? I don't know. We're going to have to keep a camera on this view. I know people are saying, zoom in. But you know what Sod's Law is? Sod's Law is as soon as you zoom in on receding frost, you hear this whoosh. And we're thinking, oh no, we could have had a camera on it. So I'm tempted not to direct any. Oh, that's quite a good view there. That'd be quite handy if they did. There we go. Jay's just proven a point that we do have more than one camera. But it's something to keep an eye out. I'm not going to say they're not going to do a water deluge test until the cars are back and people are on the pad. I am actually watching in the back. And members can on their multi-view, by the way, if you remember, and all member levels, by the way. There is the camera on the further roadblock, the one that they do for the wet dress rehearsals to cover the blast danger area. And so far, the police cars have not moved yet. So I'm keeping one eye on that. And, oh, there we go. Thank you, Jay. It's almost like Jay's listening to me. And he's changing camera views as I'm talking. It's a miracle.
I think he's very much listening to you.
Yes, it is. Well, not many people do, so that's quite nice. And there's the sheriffs. They're with their fancy cars. They're very nice police cars. American police cars are awesome, I must admit. So hopefully that starts to move as another sign that they've completed a test. That's me. I've run out of things to say now.
No, I would hope so. I mean, so of course, still a dangerous operation, but they are decreasing now the potential danger of this test step by step, because you can see the defrost now, right? You can just this U shape there on the tanks, which is the defrosting.
I'm hoping that SpaceX, as they did with the last one, put out a tweet and rather than saying complete, which was completely correct, and there was no like hiding anything there, they simply just said complete. I hope they put something out saying further. I don't think they'll call it a second wet dress rehearsal because it just looks bad saying that. I think maybe Chris G would be put in charge of the wording of it to find some colourful language that will kind of like play into a positive turn, saying an extra validation test was completed today and we are all go for June the 5th. Something like that would basically be, okay, they've said it now. They've said they're absolutely finished with the testing, and next thing will be for the D-Stack for FTS and then launch day. So that's what I'm hoping for later on today. Probably with some nice drone pictures. You know what they're like with their tweets. And by the way, you can usually tell when Chris G has been given charge of the X Twitter account.
you can.
The X Twitter account. The X account, because the wording is more Chris G like. You can tell there'll be something like, normally it'd be like Starlink 660 scheduled to launch later today. Vehicle is healthy, blah, blah, blah. Chris G would be like, Starlink 660 due to launch on this wonderful morning in the glorious Basques of Florida. That'll be a Chris G tweet. By the way, Adrian, have we caught up with the panel? I bet we haven't.
No.
But, no. Shall I have
No.
a delve? I'll have a delve in.
I
and
mean,
see
you can do it, but it started to be. I will not say what it started to do, but it started to do something for me. And
that's good when it does that, by the way, boys and girls, because
Yeah.
that means we have lots of questions and lots of support, and that's always very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Let's click on it and see how full it is. Have I clicked on the right one?
it's
Is it event?
it's screaming at me that I'm too slow.
Is it Starbase event?
It's Starbase event.
Oh, I've got nothing.
It takes time because it's
Okay.
slow a bit.
Loading.
Give it.
Press play on tape. Anybody in chat remember that? Press play on tape.
I don't know.
No, you won't know. And Trevor definitely won't know. It's of people of my age. I'm just waiting for chat to catch up. Yes, press play on tape to load something.
Nope.
There we go. Here we go. ZX Spectrum. Be kind, rewind. That's VHS. I remember, says Taylor. VHS. No, it's actually Commodore 64 and things like that. It was when you had games on tape and you would put them into a tape deck and then load them over the space of about 10 minutes to play your game.
Yeah, I missed that generation. My first game console was the Nintendo, like the NES.
Have a look at chat. James had an Amstrad 464. I had one of those. Yay. CPC. That was Sinclair, wasn't it? No, it was Sir Lord Sugar. He was Amstrad, and he bought a load of computer companies out. Oh, sorry, we're going down a rabbit hole here now. So I just got completely carried away by chat.
I'm completely lost, by the way.
Look at chat. Everyone knows. It's just you're young.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out of touch here.
Hey, let's do some thanks, because I can see the panel is full. So let's try and go through some of these. Patrick became a Padre member. Welcome, Patrick, to the squad. Alan gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Wow, that's crazy. I see you made a panel. Yeah, it's absolutely full. Jim, I had something from the store. He just says up you go. So I wonder what he got from the store. Let's press on that and see how laggy this is when I click on it. Yeah, it's a completely full panel, but there we go. It's working. Waiting for the banner to come across the top. If the banners have been turned back on again, by the way. I think we turned all the banners off for the actual potential wet dress rehearsal. Deluge says, no, you got a patch. There we go. It's come through. Thank you very much. How many patches? We're over 60% sold now, aren't we, Adrian?
Yes, we are.
You know what's going to happen on launch day?
I at this point, I don't expect it to reach launch.
Really?
I mean, with countdown to launch starting tomorrow. I leaked that, by the way.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's...
Right.
We'll see.
When we say this, we're not being some clever sales tactic here. I say this every single time. We do mean it. We can only get a batch in. Otherwise, if you start reordering smaller batches, it just costs too much. That's the way the economics work. So we get a big batch in. That's what we do. And then we hope that it either doesn't leave a lot of stock left, because that'd be bad, or it doesn't completely sell out too fast. And it's so hard to get the balance. But because Pauline does such amazing work with the designs, they tend to sell very well. So I would say, if you are tempted to get one, do get one, because it will run out. And then when people start emailing me saying, Chris, when you get more in stock, I have to say we can't. That's what the deal was. We can't then reorder the same amount again, because then we'd be left with loads of stock and it'd be like a massive loss. We just can't do that. So that's what we got to do. We've got to basically say, we'll keep saying as we run low on them, that, we've got this much left, and we do mean it. Adrian is literally looking at a screen that tells him how much is left. So that's what I always say. It's not a sales tactic. We're not trying to say, get one soon, and, nothing like that. It's not like one of them closing down soon signs on a store that never closes down. It's not like that.
Yep. It's like we are not like this is me more being worried that we don't have enough than me using it as a sales tactic. That's how I think about this.
to the point that we might not actually promote it too much in the next few streams because we want to probably try and hold on to some for launch day.
See,
Just
No,
people-
so you see why I want to promote them
Yeah.
because before that, because this is like who's around for our like countdown to launch and everybody like that's really like the core
yeah.
people, like the core audience, and I
Yeah.
want to make sure they all get the chance to get it. And if new people join on launch date, that's just how it is. But I would rather have our like core audience here that are there every single stream get a chance.
Yeah. No, that's a good point because you do get a lot of people who only really, and you can understand it. That's how it works. People only turn up for the launch, and that's perfectly great, and they're all welcome. Very much appreciate them all coming in. But the hardcore audience are the people who are like watch Raptor sides, watch Starbase live during the day, you know, nothing else is going on. They are the hardcore audience, and if any of those missed out because we didn't notify that we were getting low on stock, then that would be quite bad, wouldn't it? So I understand where you're coming from there. Right, back to the panel. Paul Dawson, who's been so nice because Paul Dawson was at the UK meetup, and I've seen about 3 of these already, where Paul goes, can you do a shout out for all the chat mods on here and tell people how cool they are and how hard they work? Thanks again, guys. Paul, you're such a nice guy. That's not the first time I've seen you say nice messages about our team and what have you, so I very much appreciate that. I've got lots of store messages here, so I'm going to just click on them and see what they got. A lot of them are like Go Falcon 9, so that was back when we were launching the Starlinks, wasn't it? I am really catching up now. Anonymous got, after reading his book, now I know why Elon sent his roadster to Mars. Was that Lance, what's his name? Help me out, somebody. The guy who writes the books for it.
Ashley Vance.
Vance, yeah. That'd probably be Vance's book. Cool. Jan Anderson became a PadRat member. Let's click on these things. It's so slow, isn't it? It really is. It's full. It's completely full. It's going. I'm clicking on the green thing and it's... There we go. It's moving now. Jan became a PadRat member. Swordsman gifted 5 red to memberships. Thank you very much for your support. Stephen obviously got a patch because his message was impressive looking patch. Very nice.
Yeah, that would be confusing if you say like impressive looking patch and you get like a metal patch.
Yeah.
Like,
There we go. I'm gonna interject this with questions because I don't want to be just spending like 10 minutes just sort of like saying thank you for your support. As much as we appreciate it, it might get quite monotonous for people listening in. So let's look at where we are. We're seeing that Starship Flight 4 vehicle is now detanking and the defrost is receding. And hopefully before long we see the police people from the further roadblock covering the blast danger area moving away, and then the roadblock at highway where we normally see it will be returning, and then they'll start lining up, all the SpaceX vehicles start lining up and they'll all go to the pad. And that will see, that's where they'll go next. That's the roadblock where they'll go next, where we're looking at now. And then when they get further down in the detanking process, they'll be safe to return to the pad and the SpaceX vehicles will return there. And before long, then the road will open for everybody. And that'll be a while away yet, but we're getting in that process because the vehicle is obviously detanking right now, as we can see.
Yeah.
Looking at the questions here, Astro Playground asks, June 5th is a tentative date for IFT4 correct? Right. It's a bit more than that now, I would say. With SpaceX with SpaceX actually saying it and using the 5th, I think that is pretty much their absolute target launch date right now. It can still move to the right. There's no definitive, we're definitely doing it what may. I mean, they had this wet dress rehearsal to come yet anyway. If this had gone wrong, then you can bet June 5 was off. But so far, it looks pretty good. So I would say... Go on, Adrian.
You can basically ignore the other road closures that said flight closure before that on June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Like, they are not happening. It's
been typically internet over the past several weeks, if not months, where you will get a lot of misinformation on the internet. People saying launch date confirmed, and it never was. The only time it was confirmed was when SpaceX put out that June the 5th. Looking at WB57 schedules, looking at even right down to the FCC permits, which absolutely have no relevance whatsoever to launch dates. There's so much out there that can be misconstrued innocently. I'm not blaming anyone here. Absolutely innocently to claim that it's a launch date set. It really doesn't work that way. It was too far out as well. because you can't really know that they're going to be on target for that until certain things are completed. And we do still have some milestones to come with this vehicle. Once it's detanked, they will set the stage, so to speak, where they'll be saying, right, okay, we're now definitely going for the 5th. Let's choose the 3rd or the 4th, something like that, to destack one more time. And that will allow for the full installation arming of the FTS. And then they'll restack, and then it's in a configuration to be tanked for launch day. And that's how it works. So that's the next things to look forward to. They're ticking the boxes. They're getting very, very close to it now. I think if any movement from June the 5th happens, it won't be for long. It'll be a matter of a day or so. So hopefully all that goes to plan, because I am personally looking forward to the 4th flight of what is the world's biggest, largest rocket ever built, ever.
I mean, the
Until
big if
now.
on that is just the obvious caveat that there is no regulatory approval yet. SpaceX has filed for that exemption to not finish their Flight 3 investigation, but the FAA has not agreed to that yet. I suspect they will. I would be quite surprised if they weren't, and SpaceX seems to think the same, but it's certainly an important thing to note.
Can confirm that I have sent a new email to the FAA during the stream, and we'll see what the answer is. Exactly about that, right? Because you're getting into a situation of like, hey, SpaceX is saying next Wednesday. What do you think that's feasible? So yeah, that's the situation.
EJ was in chat, by the way, to correct my ever-decreasing mental capacity to remember names. It's Ashley Vance, as you probably correctly noted to me when you replied. But yeah, he was great. He was on one of the NSF shows, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, we had an interview with him, which was really cool because actually his book got me interested kind of in spaceflight. So I kind of found it very cool that we had him on. So thanks again, Ashley Vance, for being on.
Right, I think we've kept hold of Trevor for longer than we should have already. So I'm going to say thanks to Trevor for being on this stream and the coverage he's provided. And replacing Trevor will be Sawyer. So first of all, bye-bye to Trevor. Thank you, Trevor.
Of course, I'm going to go get some much-needed sleep. Have a good one.
Sleep? What's that? And then, Sawyer, do we have you on microphone 5x5?
I heard there was a lack of puns and shuttle references, so I had to jump in.
I'll tell you what, I'll take the shuttle references and less of the puns, maybe. I don't know. Actually, to be fair, with you coming on and helping Trevor get some sleep, I think we can provide some pun tokens into the pun bank account for you to spend at your pleasure during the final part of the stream.
Deal. Sounds like a deal.
And I'm also noting, Chris, I'm also stepping away here, so we will leave it to the shuttle show here because there has been a long commentary going on from Alex, Trevor, and me. So we will lurk a bit of background and leave you two to it for a bit of the detank operations now.
Very good. Thank you very much. Look at chat. Look at chat. Sawyer, what have you done? You've started a pun army.
Yes, I have, and I love it. They're mostly on my side.
Oh, God. I have actually seen a question. I'm going to click on it. Hopefully it'll come up on the thing. Josh Game asked a question which I think we're all asking ourselves as well, which was, will you make cell patches for every launch, not just the IFT flights? Okay, right. So I'm going to leak because Adrian's gone, so he can't tell me off. We have already drafted the Flight 5 patch. It is incredible, as you'd expect, but I think it might be the best one yet, personally. That's just me. I think it might be the best one yet. We will keep going until it gets to the point where the time between flights would not make it viable for Pauline to design something on topic with that flight and to get it off to the people who make the patches and for the patches to be made and then shipped to us and warehoused and then sent out. So once it gets to a point where that gets silly, the timeline, I think that's when we might have to just either concentrate on big flagship missions, like we'll have obviously Artemis and things like that. We're going to have to do a patch because it'd be just like a massive thing. But I think every single test flight, if they even call them test flights still, after a while, let's face it, if they start getting these vehicles to the point like say Flight 5, where they actually bring it back to chopsticks and the ship does a re-entry and everything's happy, they might even get part of that done on Flight 4. Then you start thinking, do you still call it a flight test? I don't know. What do you think, Si? Do you think that we'll get to a point where pretty soon where we'll stop calling them flight tests?
I mean, I think we definitely will. I don't think that'll happen until after we get a full orbital flight, though. I think once we've seen it actually make it to orbit and have both the booster and the ship either be caught or make a simulated catch landing, then I think they might do it. We might have a situation like the shuttle where it's still technically experimental, but considered operational.
It's funny that because I was literally, as I just asked the question, I thought, let's bring up the 4 test flights of the space shuttle. But we could also include the alts, can't we? The Enterprise alt tests, where they basically learnt that the vehicle with its shape, the outer mode line, as they call it, could actually land like a plane.
Yeah, kind of like the old flip and burn tests from the early days.
It's literally, you could, it's rough to do this, but forgive us, chat, we're both shuttle fans. You could use the hops as the kind of like the alt tests almost, and then you could take the first 4 flights of Columbia as test flights as Starship. Again, the massive difference of the vehicles, but also the fact that the first 4, and it is still incredible to this day, the first 4 test flights of the space shuttle were crewed. Can you imagine putting a crew on IFT-1? I mean, that would have ended badly for a start, but that's the risks they took with STS-1, wasn't it? It was. Let's not sugarcoat this. It was a proper, real threat of death test launch for John Young and Bob Crippen.
Yeah, that's still steely-eyed missile man had quite the calm demeanor through it all, but yeah, there was always that huge risk that mission was not going to go well, that we would have seen something similar to an IFT-1, although with people on board.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things where I think we've seen it once and we'll never see again of a first ever vehicle test flight with crew on it, but who knows?
And before anybody in chat says, but they had ejector seats. Trust me, there was no use of those ejector seats during first stage ascent. It wasn't a thing. The only time they probably could have made use of those ejector seats would have been a minute or so before landing, or even less, when they realised they were either well off track or the landing gear didn't come down. They would have then used the ejector seats, and that'd have been fine, because that'd have been more like a jet fighter ejection seat use. That's what they use it for. No way would they have got away with it during launch. It would have ended badly for them. And they're the type of people who would have gone down with the ship. That's how. It's a different breeding with astronauts. I've always noticed that whenever I've talked to them and interviewed them, they just come across different. There's something about them that Sawyer, Sawyer Flex time. You've spoken to enough astronauts. Don't they come across just like a different breed of person, if that's the right terminology for it?
Only 106 of them.
Sawyer Flex.
Yeah. No, I mean, they really are. You get these people, I mean, obviously they're amazingly kind people. They're so happy to share their experience and the whole overview effect and what it's like to see the Earth from space. But you definitely get that feeling of it took a little bit of craziness to strap yourself on top of a missile, basically, and say, yeah, you know what, let's do this, and go to space.
Awesome. By the way, EJ's in chat saying, I am not on Team Puns.
I saw that. I was trying to ignore it.
Well, I'm going to put it into the ticker itself. I've clicked on it, so it's going to come up. So now we can screenshot that, and then on the flame trench, if both of you are on the next flame trench, you can take him to task on that.
Oh,
that would make a good segment.
Call
This
me
is where
Greg
Sawyer.
Davies, because I'm about to be the taskmaster.
Well, I only ever see you smiling, Sawyer. And to your credit, by the way, I want to see a Sawyer frown as that screenshot is shown on the flame trench. And
Oh,
just
jeez.
to nail it home. Oh, there we go. You see, I'm already thinking ahead. I'm going to try going through a lot of support. I don't, because I don't want to say, well, thank you for your support every 5 seconds, but it's just so important. I'm seeing the messages and they're just so lovely. I have to really put them on screen because they're just so awesome. Anonymous, I've done that one. I'm catching up with it now, you see. I'm just catching up where I was. Here we go. David, thanks for everything you do. The excellent live coverage, great insight and awesome commentary. This is someone this is why I was like the UK meetup on this. It was like so surreal to me. This is where somebody has purchased something from our store, which basically let's face how it works, no one will say it, but it's true. It's economy of things. It pays for what we do because we make a profit out of the store. Obviously, we don't, otherwise there's no point having a store. And all stores work that way. I don't care what they say. All stores work that way. And then thanked us for it. Just put yourself in my shoes for a second, chat. I apologise to the 5,800 people in here listening to me ramble. But just put yourself in my shoes for a bit. You start a site as a bet 20 years ago, thinking it'd be like a cool hobby. And then 20 years later, there's a channel associated with it where there are 1 million subs, and people are buying things from a store and then thanking you for it. It's not, I will never lack appreciation for that because it will never become a norm and it will never not impact me. It is a massive thing that always gets me every single time. So that's why I was just making a little bit of speech there. Pardon me. I'll carry on. Ingo has got now to figure out where to put my 4 patches on. Oh, you got all 4. Well done, because Flight 3 sold out. So well done for getting 3 as well. You have got all 4 now, because I've just seen it come up. There we go. Another one saying, my friends and I have a bet as to when Starship flies. I'm about to win. So patches for everybody. Someone did a June 5th bet then. Well done. A question here, actually, which is quite good. How much is Starship shrinking by cooling down? So it's a big metal tank, isn't it? Let's face it. And it's being made super cold. And that would... I don't think it's good that it would shrink and stuff. What do you think, Sawyer? I mean, there must be something I'm missing here.
Well, I would think that part of it is also the fact that you've got these tanks pressurized as well, so I would think that might help to negate some of it. But yeah, you're basically talking something that is super chilled, super cooled with the metal on the outside, so it's going to shrink. I don't know if it's that dramatic of an amount, but put anything negative 230 degrees in there, and that will happen.
Yeah, it can't be too much. It's not like it's going to shrink when it falls through the orbital launch mount. It's not going to shrink to the point where the QDs fall off because it's lowered or anything like that. I want to bring up shuttle because the space shuttle's version of this would be the external tank, and that was covered in insulation foam, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, the Sophie. So this one, it's basically, if you think about it though, if you were to remove the foam from most of the external tanks, this is basically what you would see.
Yep.
It's kind of like Starship plus foam.
It is, really is. And people bring up the risks of shuttle compared to Starship, and I'll say, well, they're night and day, because 1, there is no foam to fall off and hit any TPS. 2, it's in line. It's not going to be able to hit it even if it was covered in foam. So it's a lot safer. I say a lot safer. It really is. I mean, there's not many things that wouldn't be safer than the space shuttle. As much as I love it, and I'm sure the same, Sawyer, we love it because we understood the risks, and it was the fact that they had so many successes despite those challenges that make you admire it and admire the engineers associated with it. When you get to know the engineers, space shuttle engineers, they treated those orbiters like children. I'm not even joking. They really cared for them, and it was something you saw sometimes in pictures during rollovers to the VAB, where they're all rolling with the vehicle and got the banners out, and they've all signed the banner with good luck messages to the orbiter. I mean, if you said that to anyone in the street, they'll go, why would they say good luck to an inanimate object such as a spaceship? They did that. They did absolutely care about those vehicles, and that would have really helped.
Ask anyone who worked on more than one orbiter, and they'll tell you they each had a personality.
Yes, absolutely. And they all said Atlantis was the best.
Well,
right? I'm sure they all said that.
I'm sure they all said it was Endeavour with how new it was and the less tiles and yeah.
Hang on a minute. Endeavour was made of spares. So how new is that?
Well, they've refined it down in terms of being able to get fewer tiles on, even though there's still a lot, and making it lighter. And
see, if Kevin Michael Reed was on right now, he'd be doing the ding ding. I'm going to keep going with these messages because we are so far behind, and I hope a lot of people are on it or to listen back on it and realise we didn't ignore them. I always hate that. I really do not ever want people to think that we just ignore support. We'd never do that. It's just there's so much of it. We'd be here for another 3 hours. That's the only reason why. And if anybody ever sent me an email saying, I sent some support. I bought something from the store, sent a message. If we didn't get to read it out, I will email them back personally and say, oh, look, that's completely, because it was just so busy. We weren't able to go through it all, and then thank them in the email. So never think we don't appreciate it. Maddox, got to say, love the stream, love the prints. Got to love Frosty Starship. What did you get? I've got a funny feeling that might be a print. It is Attack of the Dawn. Attack at Dawn.
Ooh, IFT2.
Yes. Hopefully, I mean, IFT3 was weird because the weather conditions weren't brilliant. So a lot of the Mega Mark Diamond photographs didn't have the clarity as the first one did. So the second one and the first one wasn't really Mark Diamonds. It was losing engines left, right, and centre. But the second one, with the 33 engines running, had a really nice Mega Mark Diamond, and those prints came out really well because they were just really crisp and clear photographs. And I don't know anything about photography, so forgive me, but I do know that photographers were saying that the weather conditions for the Flight 3 weren't optimal for that sort of thing. So hopefully Flight 4 is, because we'll have our entire team down in Starbase snapping away at their cameras, getting us some lovely photographs for members and for the X feeds and for the streams and for the metal prints and for the poster prints, which we do now as well. We do them not just in metal, we do them in posters on some special, Adrian said, best quality paper we could find. It really was. We had options of paper quality and we went, best one please, and that's what we did. Anonymous asked the question I was just talking about earlier, but it was ages ago he asked about the patch 3. We don't have any more patch 3s. They are sold out and we can't get any more in. So that's really sad to say, but the only way we could get more in is bulk order a massive amount, which we'd never be able to sell. It makes zero sense doing it, unfortunately. As much as I'd love to, just to make sure that no one missed out, it would be just like throwing money into a dustbin and saying, oh, well, yeah, what do we do now? And we have to buy more cameras and stuff, so we have to make sure we don't do that. Brent says, press on. G-Man became a Padra member. John, from the beginning, thank you, Mary. Well done. Yes, Mary is the reason we started the channel. I've told this story 100,000 times. I've told myself a million times not to exaggerate, but do you like that, sorry? Do you like that?
I use that line all the time. I love it.
Oh, damn it. I thought it was unique to me. Anyway, not to worry. But it really is. That's why we started the channel. It was a news site and a forum. That was me for 16 years or so, until Mary was uploading her clips onto the forum. And because Mary's clips were amazing, and from the early days of Starship, and everyone was taking interest, they were getting downloaded and hot linked and everything, and the servers were like, we can't cope with this, and it was knocking the site down. We're having to spend more and more on the servers just to keep the site up. So I said to Mary, can we put these clips on YouTube and then link the YouTube videos into the forum? And that way everyone gets to see the videos you put on there, but this time YouTube's taking the server cost, not us. And that was the reason for it. No, like, oh, we've got ambitions for a channel. It was literally just to save the forum server costs. So Mary said yes. And I started taking Mary's clips and putting them onto YouTube via Bandicam. Yes, I'm well-known terrible editor. But luckily, because Mary's clips are amazing, it didn't really matter about that. And they got momentum. And then suddenly it started getting some big momentum. I thought, hang on a minute, this channel might work. And we got proper editors in, and we did a better job with the videos, and it just expanded from there. And we started doing live streams because Daz was at Falcon Heavy's maiden launch. I'm babbling again. I'm sorry about this chat. But Daz was at Falcon Heavy's maiden launch, and we got to know Daz and the team there. And Daz joined us, and now Daz is pretty much the most important person at NSF. So it's just amazing how it's all transitioned into this crazy 1,32,000. Hang on, here we got. I'm gonna look at the live view. Pardon me a second. I'm just going to have a look. Ignore me for a second, chat. 1,035,938 subscribers. That's bonkers.
Wow.
That is bonkers. It really is. And that reminds me, we should ask Mary if Mary could take a picture of the plaque that we sent her. Because Mary started to chat. That's right. Mary got the plaque, the gold plaque for the 1 million subs, because Mary deserved it. Because Mary's the reason why we had the YouTube channel. So we could do with Mary taking a picture in front of the full stack at one point, and then we can share it somewhere. Maybe she can put it on X. I'll ask Mary. It's up to Mary. It's not up to me.
Oh, yes, really the play button in front of Starship. Yeah. That would actually be really cool.
The main thing was Mary got it. And that was, to me, the most important thing, that Mary got it, because Mary's the reason why we got the channel. So that was cool. Another one saying, buying my Flight 4 patch. Can't wait to get it because it looks very high quality. It is actually very high quality. Once again, thanks for NSF for all you do. Again, that's another person who is thanking us while supporting us. How do you deal with that, Sawyer? How do you deal with that?
It still blows my mind every time. It's yeah. I don't know, but I'm extremely grateful that people want to support us and enjoy what we do, because I enjoy doing this. I mean, this is just so much fun. Being able to talk space with everyone and talk Starship as we're literally watching the vehicle defrost and detank here after Wet Dress Rehearsal, potentially days away from the next flight. The fact you guys all want to be here, just, I love it. Thank you, everyone.
It's fun for me because there's absolutely no way in hell any other channel would take me on. They'd be like, no, we don't want that. We don't want that idiot talking on our streams. But because I'm so involved with NSF, I get to talk on streams because I could say, oh, come on for a bit. I usually relieve people because we let the talent talk first, but I just come on when people are tired or need relieving. But that's really cool for me because I get to talk to you all.
I mean, it helps when you found the website that you get to be on.
Yeah, I got a little bit of pull. A little bit of pull. But I tend to remove myself from when they ask for live stream commentators because I know we've got far better commentators than I am. I mean, that's why people are saying, why are you going to Flame Trench? I'm thinking, no, we've got Sawyer, we've got AJ, we've got Jack, people like that. There's no way in heck I would be on above any of us for being good on a live stream like that. And you don't want to see my ugly mug on a stream. So I thought, well, there we go. That makes sense. And I don't mind coming on Raptor sides and things like that. That's fine for me. That's cool. Christopher, store message. Fairbanks AK watches daily. Fairbanks AK. What's AK?
Alaska.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
Let's see what you got. Just takes a second for me pressing the button for it to come up on the screen. There we go. It's come. Oh, hello. I've annoyed the camera. I've annoyed the camera. There it is. Back now.
You pressed the wrong button.
You want me? I always say I like tripping over wires and stuff. Oh, hello. Roadblock's moved.
Yep, we see cars back at the roadblock there.
I always think that's a horse box. I do. I keep thinking it's a horse.
I can see. I get it. I kind of see it.
I'd love that door to open and some like Mustang just start galloping down Highway 4. On the muddy part, by the way, don't ride your horses on tarmac. It's bad for their hoofs. Horse facts in chat. So that's a good sign. Oh, look at that. The other roadblock has gone. So we are well through the point now where we're getting close to vehicles return to the pad, which I think is when we'll stop this stream. Jay, in the background, I've forgotten where we are with this. Do we continue until vehicles back to the pad, and that's our end point for the stream, especially with chat might want to know as well. We've got SBL, we've got Starbase Live, so it's not like we're stopping the views, just going to be stopping the talking. If you're both up for it. Are you up for it, Sawyer?
I'm very up for it.
I'm up for it. Let's keep going.
Let's
I'm
do
game
it.
if you're... Jay says, I'm game if you're game. Jay's in the background producing this. Big shout out to Jay, who does incredible work. He was really good. I mean, today we had the double streams. I know Kevin helped out as well, so thanks to Kevin. But that was tough. Split screen with a Falcon 9 launch from the Cape, from our cameras, and Starbase Wet Dress Rehearsal with our cameras in a split screen. That can't be easy. I have no idea how that all works, by the way, but I know it can't be easy. So well done to Jay and Kevin for that.
Also, it feels a bit ironic that I'm on for the Texas part and not the Florida part.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah. Although Max did a great job, as always. And we had WD-40 as well, with some tracking shots. That was cool. A-Train Games asks, how would SpaceX support rapid reusability with trucks as opposed to on-site? Sanchez, consumable production and pipeline to the pad. Oh, I'm thinking about the when we start seeing all the tankers going to the pad and stuff, why can't they just do a pipeline? I think they thought about that at one point and then decided there's probably too much messing around with environmental reports and the potential that it'd be disrupting the highway, which they need all the time. It's not like they can, take Highway 4 out of commission for a week. They need people to get to the launch site. So I think they just simply decided not to do it and keep going with tankers. But I always thought that myself. I thought, well, if they got a pipeline, that'd solve a lot of problems. It would probably be less expensive in the long run. I really don't know. Do you have any insight on that, Sawyer? I can't think of anything else.
Well, I mean, the fact that they actually are, working on adding more tanks to the tank farm, I'm sure is a big part of it, and that If you have to truck it in, you load up more tanks, you have more fuel in reserve. Obviously, you try and get, some of the fuel back as you drain if you need to for something like this, to the point where you can have multiple launch attempts without having to wait for those tanker trucks to come in and refuel if for some reason you need to scrub or, you start tanking and then realize something's up and need to detank and try again. So I think that's going to be a part of it. I mean, again, at the Cape, there are a lot of times you'll just see them truck in some liquid oxygen to fill up some of the tanks. These just happen to be a lot more and a lot larger tanks.
Yep, indeed. Stuart became a Padrat member. Thank you, Stuart. Daniel, with a storm message, just says, "Let's go." I'm reading it
I think
out.
you forgot no.
There you go. Look, there you go. Sitting on the panel there. Let's go. I wasn't making it up. Let's go. Oh, is that SpaceX vehicles already lined up as well?
That's what it looks like at the roadblock there.
Wow. Well, this has gone very smoothly. And it has detanked quite well. I mean, the frost line has really gone down now.
Yeah, it's picked up speed, it seems like. It seems like it started very slow in terms of the detank, but it's picking up.
Absolutely. That's good. So let's try and get through some of these supports because I really want to make sure I don't show any lack of appreciation. Trust me, I'm not anyway. I would never lack appreciation for support, but I want to make sure to try and get a shout out. Apocalypse Cow, absolute regular. Danger Moo is what we call him because it's become a thing now with the usernames that they become so regular. We actually find a second nickname for him. Gifted 5 Red Team memberships. If you got a Red Team membership, and a lot of people did in this stream, for free, it's a month of membership for free. No commitments. It's literally just free. Via the good graces of our community, just say thanks in chat. It doesn't. YouTube's great in doing that, but they don't actually tell you where it came from, which is really annoying. So you don't get to thank the actual person who may have made you a member. But if you do become a member, you can guarantee that if you say thanks in chat for the membership, that one of those people who've been doing gifted memberships will see that and say, "Oh, no problem at all. No problem." Finn says, "Love the patches. Does the team think that Starship could be launched using a giant elastic band between the chopstick arms?"
Like a slingshot? I mean, you got spin launch, so why not have slingshot launch?
You know what? You can tell I don't pre-read the questions, which I really should do, because one day someone's going to catch me out. I just saw Loving the Patch. I thought, I'm reading that one out. And then I saw the elastic band part of the question. I thought, hang on a minute. Well, no is the answer, but thank you for the humour, Finn. Okay. Showing support for number 18, Jodie Fieldhouse. Oh, that sounds like something personal, but very much going to put it in there. Thank you, Robert. That's cool. Nick says, going to go to collection. Keep doing the good work. NSF. Thank you, Nick. Anonymous. Again, you don't have to put your name in, so you don't have to worry about us reading your full name out on chat. Anonymous says, just want to say thank you. Everything you do. It's honestly such a pleasure being part of such an awesome community. I like that too because it is. And I'll give examples. Rabbit Hole time. I go on other live streams like different subject matters. Now, I'll say it. I'm big on herd. Oh, no, I won't mention horse channels and things like that. I could go on down deep into a herd behavioural thing, but it's kind of like one of my interests. Don't hate me for it. And they have less people in their streams, but it's absolute chaos. There's like fights about bridles and like report the gang, by the way, and things like that. And the moderators are in there and they're trying the best. Our moderators do such a great job here, but they don't have to do much of a job because the community is so nice. It really is obvious. And I'm not just saying that because it's NSF's community. I really find that around YouTube. There's many good streams and different subject matters, and they're just every single time it's like, ugh, I won't want to talk in there. Whereas ours is really, really cool. So thanks to the mods for making sure it's like that, because you do get the occasional numpty who comes in and tries to cause trouble, but the mods deal with it, and that keeps the rest of the community great. And I guarantee you most new people who come into this chat will see that everyone's really nice, and they tend to be nice as a result. So it's really cool. Yeah, Ryan Caton saying, dear me, Chris is talking about horses. I nearly did, Ryan, but I didn't go too far. So there we go. So I could have gone deep into herd behaviour and herd mechanics and what have you, but I didn't. Robert, if anyone's got a horse in chat, by the way, let me know, because you'll understand what I mean. They're much more interesting animals than people think they are. Robert says, keep up the great work. Can't wait to light this candle. Thank you, Robert, and I agree. We need more stickers in the store, says Michael. Well, we have a problem with stickers because the sticker company who we used originally decided we did so well with the stickers they wanted to overcharge us a silly amount of money. And we're not going to start doing stickers in store where we're asking the customers to pay stupid amounts of money. So we just said no. We basically folded our arms and said no. And that's where we stand with that. Yes, thank you. This chat's agreeing. Horses are cool. There we go. Anonymous, nice coverage today. So many stars up in the air. Oh, Starlinks, I assume by that.
Starlink, Starship.
Yes, here we go with that.
Hopefully this weekend Starliner.
Ben says another patch that will go in the frame. Sorry, my mistake. I can't read. The frame on the wall and the other three. By the time this is done, the frame will be the size of the wall. Awesome stuff, Ben. Oh, dear me. Cool. Everyone, lots. I'm just going to click on them because it's just like one word answers, one word thanks, and I do appreciate it. I'm just going to go through them as fast as I can to make sure we don't miss people out. I'm going to try and get this done, by the way, before we finish. We're getting closer. Could you point out... oh, I thought... right. JK Video asks, could you point out on the screen where the rocket... And I thought that's what he was asking, where the rocket is. Where the rocket ranch is. I don't know. I don't know where it is on our things. If Jack or one of our guys who was in at Starbase was on, we could look at it. Rocket Ranch is awesome, by the way. I think we've got a chat command for it. I'm sure we have. Hang on. Let me look in the back panel. 1 second. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to go try and multitask, which I can't do.
And Jay is saying it might be possible to see it with our cameras, so we got some people that might be able to swing it.
Yes, we do have a chatbot command because they're really lovely people. They really are nice people. So I've got a chatbot command for it, which links to their site. It's over near our river site. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll keep it on the back burner. We've got the chatbot command there, so you can actually see their website, which is really cool, well worth visiting. And then maybe on a Raptor side in the future, something like that, I'll make a point, I'll write it down, and we'll move a camera over there and have a look at it, if we can see it from our cameras. I don't know if we can see it from our cameras, but we'll have a look. Anyway. There we go. Moving on. They are cool people, though, so that's why I wanted to mention it. There we go. Helps if I put it onto the actual panel so people can see what I'm talking about. Adam says, love listening to you guys. This is before I came on, by the way. Love listening to you guys. Keep up the great work. I can't wait for the next meet. Oh, yes, the meet was brilliant. So cool. So many people, Sawyer. Seriously, there were so many people there. It was daunting. You know me, I'm not shy. I got nervous because there was that many eyeballs looking at me.
It looked absolutely fantastic. It seems like a great group of people, a great meeting, especially once people started holding the sign the correct side up. It was...
Oh, yes. That was outside as well. And the funny thing about that is the outside was we held up the banner and said, can we have the team in front of the sign? And then about 30 people got the cameras out, and I'm thinking, this is the most famous I've ever thought in my life. This is crazy. But the meeting
now you know how Starship feels.
Yes. But you know what I mean? It's funny. We were doing a Q&A and stuff like that, and there was a room, it was literally a big room full of people, and they're all in our merch, and they're all looking at us while we were answering the questions. I found myself looking down a few times because I could not look at all those eyeballs looking at me. It was like, this is surreal. But it was so much fun, and they're great people as well. Again, our community is awesome, and when you see people in the flesh, and they're awesome as well, you're thinking, well, there you go. That just proves it. Thomas, Star Message, thanks for the great patches. See you in the Indian Ocean after a successful re-entry. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to too. Sawyer, shuttle time. We never saw a re-entry through the plasma on the exterior of a space shuttle ever, did we?
Only through the windows from crew video.
That's right, yeah.
Never.
Not from an outside camera, though.
Right, nothing like we saw for IFT-3. And imagine now with the added control surfaces that they've got, basically the added stability to hopefully have it oriented properly for re-entry this time. Just imagine what that's going to look like to see the actual heat shield taking the brunt of it and then see the plasma as those flaps are moving. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Oh, quick one. We've got a view of Rocket Ranch. Jay, press the button. There we go. There it is. There we go. So that's cool. Again, I'll put the thing into chat, the link to their URL. Ranch. There we go. Thank you, Jay. That'll do. Hazelnut, I just saw yours in chat as I was typing that. I found it said that pictures were only in member Discord, but none in Red Team members. You will find they are in Red Team members. I put them there. I don't know where you're not looking, but if you can find the membership area of our YouTube channel, I daily put loads of photographs in there. So Hazelnut, seriously, we do put lots of photos in the Red Team as well. if you get stuck, send me a message either on the Discord, or maybe not Discord, you're not in Discord.
Too many pings.
Send me a message, an email, anything. Carrier pigeon, smoke signals. Just send me a message and I will find the absolute route to the URL to find that membership area. It's probably the community page on our channel, something like that. Any Red Team members in here can help out. Just post in chat to Hey Hazelnut out. But Hazelnut, absolutely 100% there's photographs in there. And
Well,
I put
easy
them in.
enough. If you go to youtube.com/@NASA Spaceflight, then just add /membership. And if you're a member, you'll get to see all of your perks.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, there we go. You see, because I'm logged in as the site, I don't get to see how that works for someone who isn't. There we go. Just
As
the
a Red
membership
Team
tab.
member myself, I'm proud to be able to see it.
There we go. Cool. But Hazelnut, yeah, I wouldn't want you to think you're missing out. I really wouldn't want that to happen, sir. Absolutely.
By the way, I should point out that was the Rocket Ranch viewing outpost. The whole thing continues a couple miles up the road too. So
there we go. You can tell I've never been. I'd be like wandering around blind. I don't know where things are. But yeah, thank you for that correction in the back there. That's cool. That's good to know. DJ Esmeralda, that's a name I recognise as well. Became a Capcom member. So ironically, you are in our Discord now. There we go. I think it takes about an hour for it to link up because it's YouTube talking to Discord. It's nothing to do with us approval. It's an automatic thing where YouTube finds your username, adds you into the Discord, and it takes about an hour at most, I've noticed. At most an hour for it to sync up. And so just give it an hour before you find you've got your access to the Discord. Someone called Ryan Webber. I've heard his name before as well.
Oh, him.
Yeah. Oh, who are these guys? This Starship Not Shuttle. Love you guys. Kind of wish I was on stream. Ryan's on holiday right now, so hello to Ryan on holiday. Still took time to post it now, obviously when we were both on because he's mentioned the shuttle there. So we've caught up nearly, haven't we, with the panel?
Hope you're enjoying the B&B wherever you're at.
Yeah. Roshi says, I met Ryan's dad as well. Ryan's dad's great.
Oh, he is.
Roshi says, you guys are great. P.S. I'm in regrets. I didn't catch up with Patch 3. I know I feel so bad about that, but that's why we keep pumping Patch 4 because we are over 60% sold. We don't want people to be in the same situation with that either. But very much appreciate your support. Thank you. Astro Media, I always say Astro Media 95. Astro 95 Media, and that's Nate. Hello, Nate. He did our original him. It was Nathan, Brian, and Larry and Stephen. There we go. They did our original first ever people on site photographs of Space Shuttle for the site, and I will never forget that. It was so cool. We've got them all in L2's archive. They are really good photographs as well to this day. I still put them out on Shuttle Sundays and stuff. And when we do our next Shuttle Sunday show, where we eventually get to the later missions and return to flight missions, we'll have loads of our own photographs to put on screen. So that'll be really cool. Of course, our photographs, I say ours as collectively with Astro 95 Media before Nathan goes, what?
Yeah.
Just steal ours as in collective, ours. Yes, there we go. That'd be really cool. But yeah, Nathan, I think you're going to Starbase soon, aren't you, Nathan? So we'll make sure you meet up with our gang because that'd be really cool. You're a really cool guy. But thank you for your support as well because you obviously just a super chat just to say that. Mad, you could have just emailed me. Lance Jones became a Padret member. Eric asks, when Shuttle Marathon stream? You promised that after 1 million subs. I love the stream. Thank you so much. So I thank you. Hang on, what was that last bit? Thank you for your hard work. There we go. Sorry, I clicked on it too fast before I finished reading it. We do Shuttle Sundays. We've done 4 now, I think it is, or 3 or 4. We're trying to do them on Sundays. We're not overlapping with the stream, otherwise it'd be quite silly. We will keep doing them. We're going through the missions. We're up to STS 8 and 9 next, I think it is. And then we'll keep going. So they'll be doing those 1-hour shows on a Sunday. The Shuttle Marathon, the 12-hour Shuttle Marathon that I promised after 1 million subs, I promised when I was feeling a little bit more healthy than I am right now. And that might be quite tough to do 12 hours, but I promise you one day, I do want to just go crazy on a shuttle stream.
93?
Yeah. I'm thinking that the best solution would be to do a launch as if it was live on a stream with all the resources we've got and just go through the mission in the exact timeline it was actually shown on TV. So I think they're really cool. I think STS 93 will be an amazing one to do because it was so eventful.
Yeah.
So
that's Flex, I have actually done live launch broadcast of a space shuttle launch, so I gotcha.
There we go. So we can do that again as if it was live. That'd be awesome.
And also, by the way, there was an additional question tagged on to Nate's message asking if they'll have to destack again prior to launch? And the answer is yes. There will be at least one more destack still, as they need to arm the flight termination system.
There we go. Cool. Right. So we have come to the end of that. We've got one more for Joseph here, saying can't wait to see Flight 4 and 5. Managed to see Flight 3. Hope to make it down for Flight 4. Go Starship, go! Awesome. Yeah, I mean, imagine being able to go down and watch that. I think the viewing areas, we can talk a little bit about the viewing areas, Sawyer. I do believe that Isla Blanca Park, South Pedro Islands, that's where you want to go for a launch, because that's where it's outside the exclusion zone. You can't go down, obviously, as you can imagine, you can't go down Highway 4 like you can right now and just see Starship in personal. They close it all down, a big exclusion zone for the launch itself. But those viewing areas, we've seen videos from people taking videos at the viewing sites across the water there, and it is an impressive sight. It's such a big vehicle, you're not going to miss out. You don't be like, I need binoculars. You will see it with your naked eye.
Yep, you've got that. Again, the first roadblock that we saw, the farther one out, will be in place as well on launch day. You mentioned Isla Blanca Park. There are people that will charter boats that will stay out of the keep out zones, because keep in mind there will be no TAMs for the air and not Mars for the water, of areas to keep out. And when you do go to these parks, you're probably going to want to get there hours early, because Starship puts on quite a show. People want to come out and see that show, and as we've seen in the past, there can be quite the long line of cars. And also, bring snacks and things, as there's not a lot of food out there, and getting out once it does launch seems like it's quite a chore, just like getting in.
Yep, and I've just seen a correction from Hazelnut and a relevant one from Gina G. They weren't talking about photos like the Starship photos like Jack, Mary, and Sean take, which we do put in daily. They were talking about the meetup photos. Oh, I didn't think in advance, because Gina G also asks, I was so upset not to be able to go to the meetup. Any chance of photos in the red team area, please? And that's what Hazelnut was talking about. So apologies to Hazelnut and to Gina G as well. Yes, I will make sure that's done. I think sometimes you've got to get clearance from people. Can we put your photographs out there? Because you've got a lot of faces in the photographs. But I will find a way of working out which photographs we could put in there. And I will put them in red team. So Hazelnut and Gina G, I will do that. Thank you for the correction, because I thought you were just talking about photos in general. There we go. Cool.
Yeah, it's a good thing my face isn't on the internet, because I'm wanted in 6 different countries.
Are you really? Is that a pun, or is that...
That's a pun.
Oh, there we go. You've not used many of your pun tokens, eh? I think you're saving them back for another stream. I'm very careful here.
I'm trying to be professional on the Starship streams here, especially with you around.
Oh, Flame Trench is where you can go wild, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, the girl says, I've got 16 quarter horses on a family farm. I'm happy I'm not on a large part of the upkeep. Wow, 16 of them. That's awesome.
By the way, I do want to point out really quick, I have been seeing the questions as they're detanking here, if they've done any other tests so far, and I believe all that we've seen so far is the test of the DSS, the Detonation Suppression System. We haven't seen any full-on water deluge test or anything else like that. But we did see them, surprisingly, hold what appeared like a hold during the countdown for almost 30 minutes. So that was a new type of test as well.
Yeah, I'm not ruling out the chance they'll do a water deluge test. We've seen on a previous Wet Dress Rehearsal that they did it late, real late, almost before the cars went back to the pad. In fact, I think the cars were back at the pad, but they were around the pad, which makes sense. So that's something we're keeping a very close eye on. I guarantee that if we're coming to the end of the stream now, which I think we are, that we have Starbase Live, which will all get redirected into. And if they do a water deluge test, I can do what's called a row pull, where it's the one single camera view. Say if we've got like 3-4 cameras on screen and they do a test, I can take the one camera that's got the best view of the water deluge test and put it onto X. So that's one thing we can do. Also, Elisar did an amazing tweet. I'm going to find it. Hang on one second. Bear with me. Multitasking while talking is not easy for me.
And I will be planning on doing a nice little short of today's tests as well.
Oh, shorts. Yeah, they do very well, sire.
Yeah.
They do very well. Here we go.
If you haven't checked them out, we do have shorts as well.
There we go. I'm spamming it because I'm allowed to spam.
Are they shorts?
Oh, Alex is back.
What can I say? I wear shorts.
That tweet in chat is Elisar, who did a nice little split screen of the small deluge test that occurred yesterday. And that is an example of what we can do if they do a test on Starbase Live or if in a live stream, whatever, we could do a special kind of like a replay of it. So if they do a water deluge test anytime later on today, we will pull it and we'll put it out on X. So if you're following us on X, that's one way you'll definitely won't miss it. I mean,
You know, the second that we go off the air is when they're going to do it.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no, that's simply how it'll work. Yeah, they're probably listening in, thinking, right, wait till that numpty stops talking, and then we'll turn it on. Very SpaceX-like. The funny thing is, I say to listen in, they do have Starbase Live up on big screens at Starbase in the factory. We saw it on Jay Leno's tour with Elon, that they literally was on a big screen. It's full screen, so they'll get to see chat, which is quite funny. Probably a saving grace as well. We don't want to start making SpaceXers laugh. They have it on full screen, and I know from our friends at SpaceX at Hawthorne, we have it on on full screen on a few monitors over there as well, which is really cool. It really is kind of cool to know that. So that's where the joke is. If we go off this live stream and go to Starbase Live, I don't even see it. So I don't know how they'd even notify it, because if they've got Starbase Live up, they've not got the live stream up. They've got the Starbase Live up instead. They won't notice a transition, so they won't be saying to somebody, "Press the button now."
I'm sure someone will have this dedicated stream up on their phone, and the second it ends, they'll go, "Okay, do it now. Press the button."
Yeah, I'm not disclosing much by saying that they do watch. I get people saying they're watching us, the commentated streams.
You know what? Before we go,
Ooh, look at that.
I do believe we have some replays of the Falcon 9 launch from early on today.
I know that place.
The Starlink 660 mission. So Jay's going to press play on tape.
On tape? What year is this?
It's 1989. There's the Starlink, the Falcon 9 Starlink launch going up above the press site. Sorry, come on, you know this area better than I do. That's the press site area?
I call it my home away from home. Yes, that is the main press building on the right. The one with the giant mural in there is the briefing room. And yeah, you can also see 41 out in the distance there too, as Falcon 9 goes out of frame from 40.
Oh yes, Starliner. Will that launch on June 1st? What do you think, chat?
I hope so, because I'm planning on being there.
Another replay here.
Another replay.
It was cool how we saw today the vapor cone around Falcon 9 on that launch. I don't know. Today we. Oh, there
Sorry,
we go.
I was going to say we're getting to that season. There is a vapor cone season, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah.
The hot, more humid air in the summertime. We got more of a chance to see it, and it was beautiful this morning. Sorry to interrupt you, Alex.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was gonna say that today we had really cool visuals all across.
I hope we've got some close-up cameras of the tracking. I know there's a great tracking shot from, I think, WD-40. So I'm hoping that's coming up next, because that's quite a far away.
There we go.
There
And
we
also
go.
from Max and D.
And Max.
One
Is D
camera
there?
at a time.
I don't know if D's
No, I
there.
think it was just Max today.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully
this
Max
is
is
Max.
already back home and cooling off. There you go. That's the lift off.
Probably sleeping as well, because he was like pulling a stupid hour for the first time it scrubbed.
Hmm.
So his body clock can be all over the place.
And we should be able to hear it on this one, too.
Oh, do we have
Well-
audio on this one?
Well,
We do?
We say that because I know the live stream itself, we had a bit of a low microphone. Otherwise, the audio from the Starlinks and the KSC launches have been amazing recently. We've got some special microphones that, when they work, they're amazing.
Oh, they really have.
In
The
principle.
team's been working hard on it. Yes.
Oh, there's the vapor cone. Hang on.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
getting
Max said that was really cool.
Ah, now I hear the. There we go.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Ooh, that is nice.
Again, we have a short explaining what those are, too.
I was just going to ask that. Sorry, I was in straight before me.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Always cool to see this.
Yeah.
That is nice.
It's typically around max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
I like this split screen, by the way, because we've got the workhorse of SpaceX on the left-hand side. Very successful workhorse as well, I might add. And then we've got the king-to-be or the queen to be.
The future
On the-
workhorse.
Yeah, on the right hand side, and that is really going to be something that'll make people go. Do you remember when Falcon 9 was only launching like every other 3 days? Because like they'll be launching every day with eventually, not soon, but eventually with Starship, and they'll both be coming back both stages. They'll be like, wow, do you remember when it was like they didn't even bring back the second stage? They didn't even bring it back.
What's going to be really weird, like for me, I remember after Shuttle ended, I was out at the pad, Sawyer Flex was out at the pad for STS-135, got to see Shuttle on 39A, and then go out there and see, out to pad 40, seeing the original Falcon 9 Block 1, basically. And it was so tiny, I'm like, this is it? This is what we're launching on? This thing it's puny. I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing when Starship starts flying out of Florida. It's going to be like, wait a minute, Falcon 9 was puny.
Yeah. Well, I think we're coming to the end of the stream. I did see that question from Mr. Safe. Now, I'll never avoid a question about the cameras. We are working behind the scenes very, very carefully and privately on solutions to that. Now, that might sound like fluff, and it might sound like you would say that, Chris. We really are. We really, really are. We're going to do it carefully, properly, and make sure it's a long-term solution. So trust us on that one. We have top men working on it. Who do we have working on it, Sawyer?
Top men.
Top men. I'm glad Adrian's not here.
There's probably a 3-letter word that can already tell you who it is.
Yeah, I'm guessing it starts with D and ends with us, but
the funny thing is that if Adrian was on here, he wouldn't have got that reference at all.
Of course not.
But let's enough of me rambling on. Let's call that a good day, because we've had a Falcon 9 launch with Starlink. We've had Starship Flight 4 complete, we think, properly. It's wet dress rehearsal. We'll wait for the SpaceX post later on today, all being well, confirming that. And then we'll go and basically say we're going to keep the live views, because there might be a water deluge test still to come. We just don't know. And we'll see that on Starbase Live. So by all means, if you're still wanting more Starship, we have live views continuing on Starbase Live. But first of all, let me thank on people who were earlier, starting with Adrian. Thanks, Adrian. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to Trevor as well.
It wasn't German enough.
Danke, Chris. There
you go.
Yeah, that's more German. I can't do an American accent, so I won't pretend to be Trevor, but thanks to Trevor for being on earlier. Thanks to Alex, who never leaves. Alex, thank you. I say that in person.
Actually went out and I went out. I was able to take like a little nap, 10-minute nap. I ate a pizza and everything. I had plenty of time to take a.
Guys,
and I think Adrian is here. Hi.
I have breaking news.
Oh, what's happened?
Give me a second. I just got an email.
Oh. Is it
I
from
will
a
read
3-letter
this.
organization?
It's a 3-letter organization. Chris, you can ready to clip this. The FAA is responsible for and committed to protecting the public during commercial space transport, launch, and re-entry operation. After a comprehensive review, the FAA determines no public safety issues were involved in the anomaly that occurred during the SpaceX Starship OFT-3 launch on March 14. The public safety determination means the Starship vehicle may return to flight operations while the overall investigation remains open, provided all other license requirements are met. SpaceX has not received a FAA license authorization for the next Starship launch yet.
Well, that's good.
Wow.
That's good news.
That
means
really
the safety
good.
determination is complete. They just
I
need
will
to go
tweet
through
this,
the
Chris.
the license stuff.
Can you tweet it and I'll RT it?
Yep.
That'll be easier. Right, so that's good. Again, it's they never really go, well, yeah, everything's fine. Go for launch. They never do that. They just they use all their words, because that's what they're responsible for. The FAA is responsible for being very careful about things like that. And obviously, being a very careful organization, any kind of positive language like that is always good news. It's always good news. So,
Yes.
look out for the feeds, because Adrian's going to tweet it and I'm going to retweet it. You can't even call it tweeting, but I don't care. You know what I mean? And I will continue with the
diplomatic way of saying, that they didn't destroy anybody or blow up anything with people nearby, so we're almost ready to let them go.
Shall I do a Chris translation of that?
Go for it.
I would say, if I was working for the FAA, I'd say, ooh, Starship. It was great last launch. No problem. Go for Flight 4. That's pretty much how you could digest it in FAE translation, I would say. Seriously, it's actually really good news, that. So that's really good. Moving on, because we want to get on to Starbase Live next. But thanks for that breaking news, Adrian. I think I was in the midst of thanking you earlier, and I did a danker Chris in return, but I'm going to just say thank you again to Adrian for popping back in with the breaking news. Alex, I think I was halfway through thanking you for being on stream. You mentioned you had a nap and some pizza, but I'll let you continue.
That's why I was able to come back here, because I was like, I'm already, with my batteries charged. I still need to complete things, because we got that safety determination from the FAA. That means we're going to get a launch in less than 8 days from now, June 5th, or at least, pending license. Again, it's not, the paperwork is not complete. We still need the license. But, getting that safety determination out of the way, it's very important to get that license modification. So that's good. And what that means is now, after we finish this stream, I'm going to go off and get some scripts done, because we're doing a lot of videos.
I've just spammed Adrian doing the screenshot on X into chat, so you can all see what we're all talking about there. And it's even on screen now. Wow, next we'll be hand delivering it to each person in chat. I mean, you're not going to miss it now, are you? Let's face it.
Yeah.
There's actually more. Adrian, you forgot the other line. It says the FAA notified SpaceX on May 24th of the positive public safety determination. So that was on the 24th. Oh, that was when SpaceX
I was going to say, when did they
announced
tweet all of that info?
Yeah, they announced the launch date, the report, and everything. That was when they also got the safety determination from the FAA. So SpaceX didn't posted all of that just out of the blue. They also had the confirmation from the FAA. Hey, you were good, mate. Like that kind of thing. On flight 3, you were good. It's okay. Don't worry. Pat in the back kind of thing.
So what you're saying, Alex, is they didn't release that information because the UK meetup was going on that time. They released it because the FAA said that.
Maybe the FAA was aware of the meetup, especially with me.
Yeah.
Especially with me doing 4 flights just to get there. They're probably well aware that I was in flights and everything, and there was a meetup. No, but I'm joking.
God.
But
also, it looks like Tower Event's back.
Oh, that's fine. It's just part of the detanking and finishing off now. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
right. So,
that's
and also
exciting there. And I hate to bring it up, but I do want to re-emphasize the part that was in bold. They haven't received the license authorization for Flight 4 yet, but this is a dramatic step towards it.
Yeah, they must know they'll be fine in time for June 5th. For June 5th, I was right first time. Don't know why I corrected myself. To go for the 4th launch, and that's what we're looking forward to. But I want to first of all make sure I thank everybody. So thank you, Sawyer, for coming on and joining us for some shuttle talk along with the Starship talk at the end of this stream. Thank you, Sawyer.
My absolute pleasure. And don't worry, those pun tokens are still in my pocket. I promise they will get used, because we have countdown to launches coming up again soon too. So I may have to use them then.
I knew you were hoarding them. I can imagine one stream where you just go pun crazy and you go, well, I'm sorry, but I saved up for a reason.
And yeah, Crispy gave me these specifically, so...
Yeah, well, I did. No, I'm on stream. I'm there. You can... No one would ever dare clip it, but you can clip me saying it. There we go. You can use it again. Use it for Sawyer's pun token account. Anyway.
I'm recording that. Can you... Let me get Bandicam up.
Oh, have you got Bandicam?
No, I don't.
You should do. It's the best thing ever. It really is. It's the best 1995 I've ever spent in my life. Anyway, moving quickly on. It's not sponsored by Bandicam. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We've had a good day. We've had the Falcon 9 launch. We've had the Starship Wet Dress Rehearsal. Everything seems to have gone well. They are detanking. We're still watching just in case they do a water deluge test. There's every possibility that could happen. But first and foremost, lastly, I want to thank Jay in the background. I think the term is pulling the levers and turning the knobs. I don't think it actually is like that. I think it's pressing buttons.
I think he has an actual lever, though.
Does he have an actual
I've seen
lever?
it.
He has physical
I've
levers,
seen it, yes.
Wow.
And buttons and everything.
Well, I know
Doesn't
Kevin
have
Michael
a
Reid
human-sized hamster wheel, but yeah.
I've seen Kevin Michael Reid's room of screens, and it reminds me of Mission Control Center. It really is quite impressive. And Kevin came on and helped out with the double stream, split screen fun earlier. So thank you to Kevin also. But yeah, thanks to people behind the scenes. Thanks to all our moderators who keep everything nice and chill. Thanks to all our operators who help out as well, because we're moving cameras left, right, and centre. It can't be down to one person. And we're going to go and move on to Starbase Live next. So I don't think we're going to moo like we do at the end of Raptor Sides, but we just simply end the stream with the theme tune music, which I think people prefer anyway. And it includes a moo, so you can't go wrong. So until next time, thanks for joining us and speak soon. Bye-bye.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside SP's off. Bring in SP's off. It's orange! R45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.